Hello everyone, so if you've been keeping up on my community posts, you know I'm finally trying to go through Darth Plagueis once again. If you don't remember, a few years ago I was trying to go through Darth Plagueis, the novel, not the character, but he, of course he's in the novel, but I didn't get past, I think it was chapter 7, and I tried to go through, I think it was chapter 8 last year, and I just couldn't even get halfway through it. I only got about that far, so I decided, and I did try to go through the book again earlier this year, but I didn't get past chapter 1. So I'm finally, or was it November last year? Don't remember, but I'm finally trying to finish the book. So if you've been keeping up on my community posts, you know I've done some sketches of Plagueis himself and the prologue. They should be on screen. They should be appearing on screen now. I'm probably not going to do one for chapter 1 for this video. You may see that next video though, if I do it. But yeah, this is going to be my reviews on each chapter. So I'm going to cover both the prologue and chapter 1 here. I've gone through both today. So the prologue is it's quite interesting. It kind of shows the moments after Plagueis' death and the perspective of Palpatine in that, and you can't get to see into his mind, his concern, the kind of power that Plagueis has, how his death sent a tremor through the planet of Coruscant. He doesn't specify the planet in the book, but we know it's Coruscant, so that really annoyed me when I was first reading the book. It only referred to it as the planet, not Coruscant, which made it really So for anyone that wants to read through the prologue, that wants to get through the book, no, the prologue takes place on Coruscant. Yeah, if you get really annoyed by how do I know what I'm looking at, especially in Star Wars, you know, the different settings look different, so yeah, it takes place on Coruscant in an apartment, to make that clear. So it's quite interesting. We get to see Palpatine's fear, what fear that Plagueis might have survived, how cautious he is of that reality when trying to check Plagueis, see if he's alive. And we get to see his relief and his feeling of triumph, and it's quite interesting. And there's a funny line early on in the prologue where they refer to his hands being manicured, and I always find Palpatine doing everyday stuff or normal stuff to just be absolutely hysterical. It sounds absolutely ridiculous and hilarious, and it sounds completely out of character for him to do any of that, and I always find that funny when they refer to him having something that, or doing something that seems normal to us. It just doesn't feel right to the character, if that makes sense. So I find the idea of him having his hands manicured to be quite funny. There's not too much to really say on the prologue. There's not a whole lot in it. It's only about 3 and a bit pages long. It's only like 2 lines on that 4th page. So it's not that long. But it's an interesting segue. We get to see how the dark side kind of welcomes Palpatine as the new leader of the Sith, and you get to see Palpatine's wonder of, did Plagueis feel that same wonder? Did Plagueis feel that same welcoming? And he felt. And did he feel that same amount of power that Palpatine felt like he was being engulfed in? It's an interesting perspective, and some interesting insight into how the Sith experience killing their masters, because we usually just see him kill them, or we hear about them killing them, and we just accept it, but it's interesting to get a more personal and in-depth look into that. Then we get to chapter 1. And I think it's a good introduction to the characters of Plagueis and Tenebrous. Maybe not so much Tenebrous, as he dies at the end, spoilers, but we get to kind of see a bit of their relationship, how they have a bit of respect for each other, but they're also at each other's necks a bit. Tenebris is kind of having to hold back Plagueis's, I guess, instinct. He's a bit challenging of Plagueis, not quite fully understanding Plagueis's motives, and it's even referred to later in the chapter that his lack of faith blinded his thoughts of Plagueis and his ability to really understand, I guess, what Plagueis was going to do and what he was probably doing. And I guess that's reflected in those scenes from earlier on. I've literally only just read the chapter, so, you know, I'm kind of coming to these conclusions. And it's interesting to see what their relationship was like, because I know bits that are going to happen later on in the book, but we know that Plagueis and Tenebris were kind of at each other's throats a lot. So, like, we know Darth Venomous is going to appear later on. Well, I know, and how Tenebris trains him to kind of get Plagueis and to try and see who would be the better apprentice for him. And it's interesting to see how Plagueis, I guess he's at times wiser, which is funny because Darth Plagueis is wise, but he's at times a little bit wiser than Tenebris. He's more reasonable at times, whereas Tenebris is kind of like the leading force. Plagueis gives that guidance where Tenebris starts to get a bit lost, and they really do feel like they aren't complete without the other. So it's going to be interesting to see how Plagueis manages without Tenebris being there to kind of be that leading force, and him being there to kind of set his directions correctly. We also get the mention of Cortosis, which is, again, one of those things in Star Wars lore that is probably come into a lot more relevance since the Acolyte, with the Stranger, and they're on Baldemnik, which is, of course, the planet theorised to be what Kamir and Osha are on in the Acolyte. But it's interesting to see, to say the least, to see just how Plagueis and Tenebris interact and how they're talking about the past with Bane, and how it's very apt for them to be mining Cortosis like Bane once did before he was a Sith. And it's a good bit of, you get a bit of idea of what the past is of Star Wars, the history of the Sith, but it doesn't go too far into that. It's still relevant to the present. They're not relying too much on telling you what's happened previously in the lore. They're giving just enough context and mentions for what the Sith are, what they're doing, and why they're doing it. And, you know, it's very interesting, but they don't go too far into that. They don't have a whole flashback scene or anything. They don't start. It doesn't become the centre focus. You just get enough, and they stay relevant to what they're doing, which is mining Cortosis. And then it starts to get interesting with the probe, I guess, being sabotaged in some sort, or something like that, by subtext mining, and it's very interesting. It is. It's interesting to see what they're going to be doing with that. How they're going to. Were they intentionally trying to kill Ego Damask and Ruger Snow? Those are the actual names of Plagueis and Tenebris. Do they have some sort of prejudice? Prejudice? I think I got that right. Prejudice against them? What is it? Sorry, setting my microphone so it doesn't turn off. It's what is it? What are they doing? Why are they trying to? Why do not respond to I guess the supervisor droids? I don't know what it's called. Tread droids. That's what it was. Tread droids. Why wasn't it responding to the tread droid? it's interesting to see how they're going to do that. Does that play into the assassination attempts later on in the book that I know is going to happen? Again, it's got an interesting start. I'm someone who hasn't gone through the Bane books. I haven't gone through the Darth Bane books. One of my friends, I'm fairly sure he's going through them at the moment, but I haven't gone through them. And so getting this bit of backstory on Bane is interesting. It gives a bit more context to bits and pieces. I don't think the context is necessary, but they do it in such a way where it's interesting and it makes you want to know more. And it doesn't feel like it's harming the story, but it also, and it feels like even though you don't need it, it's giving you a bit of benefits, a bit more understanding. And I think that's what makes this first chapter quite good in its use of the past and how it uses the present. And again we get to see more of how Plagueis and Tenebris are kind of at odds again at each other, with how once Tenebris is dying, he starts to challenge Plagueis once he realises their ship has been crushed, and how just at odds they can be with each other, and how I guess Plagueis is a bit smug about it, saying, "Oh, I'll find my way home, don't you worry." And we also get to see the kind of, I guess the beginning of that, well, not really the beginning, but you know what I mean, the kind of start, at least in the book, of Plagueis' fascination with midichlorians, and how at the moment he can't manipulate them yet. He will later on apparently, but he's only able to really view their activity, how they react, how they work. It's mysterious but interesting, and talking about it actually makes me want to read it more to know what's going on. I think I guess these reviews are turning out to be a little bit better than I was expecting. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see just how Plagueis manages without Tenebris. How is he going to start making a lot of mishaps, maybe some wrong decisions that he wouldn't have made without Tenebris? Is he going to be a bit more, is he going to, you know, no, I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. What's going to happen with subtext? Is he going to try and dismantle them to stop any future interference with the Sith? Is he going to bring them under his command? Who sent that probe? You know, this is going to be. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see where this goes from. It sets up quite a bit and brings up quite a lot of questions that I think is interesting. But yeah. Stick around. I'm probably going to read chapter 2 either later or tomorrow. I already know what happens in the first 7 chapters, but I want to refresh my memory of what happens. That way it's okay, I get the full picture rather than having to rely on my memory of those chapters from a few years back. And even now, reading through the book, reading through that first chapter again, I started picking up on a lot of stuff I didn't pick up on my previous read-throughs of it. So it's going to be interesting to see just what happens in the book. I think I've given myself enough questions to really stay attentive to the book. So yeah, I'm going to give the prologue and chapter 1, because I think my rating will be the same, a really good and quite interesting, and yeah, I think it's going to be a very good book. So I heard a lot of good things about Plagueis, so it's one of the best, if not the best, Star Wars novels, so we'll see how it goes, and I'll keep you all updated. Thank you for watching, and goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to part 2 of my Darth Plagueis chapter review series. So first off, I'm going to show you the illustration sketch I did for last chapter, and you'll probably see the sketch for this chapter next time in the next video. So, just finished chapter 2. I have forgotten so much about it. All I really remembered was that Plagueis just made a dash to the spaceport, and he figured out, and he went into some area to get something. And I read it this time, and it definitely was a lot more impactful. You get to kind of see a bit of how Plagueis is, how he looks at things, how he's very observant and intrigued about little things like footprints and figuring stuff out. How his mind kind of, sees himself now with Ton of Estate being, you could say, outdated, and that the new Sith is now, and they won't need to be restricted by the rule or two. And you really get to see into Plagueis' mind and how his thoughts and stuff work, and it's interesting. It is. There's not a whole lot going on in the chapter, so it's definitely going to be a shorter video. But it's an interesting look into how it has bits and pieces that are interesting to look into Plagueis as a character. And you get to kind of see that he has these urges, but he's able to restrain himself from doing so. How you just have little moments where it's all okay, and yeah, it's a good chapter. I'm going to say that it's a good chapter. Again, there's not a whole lot to really cover in it. It really just is Plagueis gets a change of clothes, runs across the planet to the spaceport, figures out what the name and the route that the ship he's intending to get on is going to be. And that's the end of the chapter, really. There's not a whole lot going on in it, but it was an enjoyable read. It was an enjoyable read, and I think it's going to be, and I think the next chapter is going to be quite interesting as well. So yeah, again, this one's a bit of a shorter one. This is only episode 2 of it, but yeah, thank you for watching and goodbye. Right then. This video is definitely not going to be out by today. There's only 30 minutes left of today. But I just read the final chapter I'm going to be reading for today. Let's watch how many times I read today. Of Darth Plagueis today. I've just read it. I think I said I was going to, but no, I've just read it. So, chapter 3. Yeah, it was chapter 3. That means I got through 3 chapters on the prologue today. Who am I? I don't usually go through that much. Before we get into it though, this is the very quick illustration I did for chapter 2. I had the idea in mind, didn't quite turn out as I was expecting, but got the general idea off, I think. So, my thoughts on chapter 3. I think the best place to start is with the Whoopi crew, and I think James Luceno who is the author of the book, does a good job on making you really like these characters. You know, they are playful with each other, they joke about with one another, you get the sense that they are all really good friends, and that's, you know, they enjoy working with each other. And especially at the start of that chapter, you really just get the sense of, oh, these are just a bunch of old buddies, you know, and it's a good way to quickly make you feel attached to these characters and like them. But as the chapter goes on, we see them become a bit more thinking in the business, if that makes sense. As it goes on, we see them discussing as a group how what they think they should do with Darth Plagueis, who is stowing away. And you see how some are a bit more, I guess, aggressive than others. Some are suggesting to just jettison him. Makar, I'm pretty sure, was the one who suggested that to begin with. You got another one who is suggesting to hold him ransom to Munalist and the Munes, or other Muns, or Munalist. I go between saying Mune and Mun, but to me it's just Munalist. Anyway, off topic. Then you got others saying that they should just take him straight to Ithor so he can get over to Munalist, and eventually they come to a conclusion. And this is really where I guess we get to see Darth Plagueis' negotiating skills as a Mun. As we know, the Munes are just said I switched between the two. But as we know, the Munes, they're known for being they're known for, of course, their bank for working in the banking clans and stuff, and as lawyers, etc. And so they're known for their abilities of negotiation, and we get to see that with Plagueis, how he's very good at keeping his privacy and anonymity, whatever, you know what I mean, keeping anonymous, and how he's very wary to reveal too much, but he reveals enough and enough reasonable, I guess, information to the Wobbegong crew. And he makes his deal very clear that he wants passage to Munalist or Ithor at the very least, and is willing to pay for any of the expenses that he has cost them. And I think the great thing about these early chapters is that we're getting to see all these sides of Plagueis. Early on we saw how he would, I guess with Tenebris, you know, Tenebris was taking that lead, so to speak, he would jump in and correct him or slow Tenebris down to really assess the situation. And now we're kind of getting to see Plagueis be the one who's having to lead that situation, and how he manages it. He's better with these negotiations, I guess. And we really do get to see that with Plagueis, and it's interesting to see how he's doing that. How, I guess, almost effective it is. He does propose quite a tough deal, especially for the Wobbegong crew, because they're really struggling with expenses and stuff, and it's definitely a really tempting offer for them, at least for Captain Elena. She was still conflicted, but I think you kind of get the sense, oh, maybe she's leaning to it, but she's still taking responsibility as a captain to not go to that, and she's still taking the responsibility of asking her crew and coming to a decision as a group. And then as we get towards the end of the chapter, we get to see how Plagueis is kind of warning Elinard not to try and kill him, and just because he doesn't think that the deal they've come to isn't allowable. And he, of course, with good reason, in Plagueis' view, he needs to be able to get to the Munalist within a week. So he's just spent quite a few days running, so he barely has any time left. But he's not permitting them to take him back to Baldemnik if he's found out to be a criminal, which he probably wouldn't have, but it's still, he can't permit them. I guess he can't permit delay, And then he starts to echo back into Tenebrous' words in his mind. Let me see if I can find the words actually. Let me get to it real quick. Here it is. To dwell in the Force, normal life. To we who dwell in the Force, normal life is little more than pretense. Our only actions of significance are those we undertake in service to the dark side. Those were Tenebrous' words, and we then get to see into Plagueis' thoughts of, oh, how could I have trusted this immature group who were, I guess, very conflicting with each other. Despite them trying to come to reasonable actions, they are quite conflicting. And it's, oh, how could I have trusted them in Plagueis' mind? And again, you really get to see that more negotiable side, yet he's still, I guess, holding on a bit. He's still holding on a bit. And he's still telling Elenor, please don't do this. So I do think, from what I'm gathering with Plagueis so far, at least in this chapter, he definitely appears very. He's still trying to free. I guess he's still trying to free himself from Tenebrous. We know that's from chapter 1 and 2. But the thing is, he's still somewhat tied to the old ways, I guess. And I wonder if that's why he's still begging Elend not to do so and just, getting straight into the combat. Because he knows it's going to be imminent. He knows it's going to happen, but he's still trying to negotiate. So I am wondering, is that part of his character? Is that going to be part of his character? Is it going to be something relating to him still staying tied to the old ways, or trying to move forwards from the old ways? Despite having Tenebrous' words in his mind, he's still trying to push his negotiation his skills of negotiation. I'm finding it interesting, and I think it's an interesting choice as to he's deciding to continue negotiation despite knowing, and even taking note of Elend's blaster being primed. He's still trying to negotiate and telling her, please don't do this, and he's still trying to keep that facade of this friendly Mune, I guess, who just wants passage to Munalist. I'm still trying. If you have an idea as to what Tenebrous was probably trying to say there, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I'll have to go read. I have to say it through a couple more times in my head and look through the definitions of the words, but a few more times. But I am still trying to grasp that. So maybe once I have grasped it, I'll click onto it. But yeah, I think this is definitely interesting. The next chapter is called The Means of Death, and let's be honest, it's all, if you've gotten to the end of that chapter, it's clear that the Whoopi crew is going to die, and I know they do because it happened last time when I read the book. Oh, speaking of when I read the book last time, I want to make a correction. I did not read up to chapter 7, I read up to chapter 6. And I tried to go through chapter 7 but couldn't get further than halfway, so I want to make that clear. I did not get to chapter 7, I got to chapter 6. But yeah, I forgot just how, I guess, fun the Whoopi Gold crew were in those early chapters, and just how serious they got a little bit later on. This is why I think it's a good thing that I've gone and back through the chapters, because it's okay. I'm understanding these bits that I didn't understand before, or picking up on stuff I didn't pick up on stuff before, or just refreshing my mind in general. And it's just really interesting and a load of fun, really, to go through it again. But yeah, if you know what Tenebrous was trying to say, with that life is just a pretense, and that's the only actions of significance are those undertaken in the dark side, I would love to know what Tenebrous is properly trying to say there. Some of it's probably obvious, but I'm still trying to figure it out in my mind. So comment below if you figured it out, but in simple terms, please. But yeah, I think this was definitely a fun chapter at the beginning, and it did actually get me smiling and laughing a bit. And a little bit later on, you're really getting interested. I'm getting quite invested in Plagueis at the moment, and that's good because I really want to finish the book. I really struggle with books over 10 chapters and 120 pages, but I want to finish Plagueis, and this is why I do these videos and I'm doing the artworks. It's because I want to try and use them to get more motivated into completing the book. So yeah. So that should be it for now. I think at the moment, on the topic of artwork, I think I'm leaning more towards doing the Whoopigon, just drawing up the Whoopigon for this chapter, but we'll see. So yeah. I guess if you've read through the book, comment below what your thoughts were on it. Well, this chapter really. I don't want spoilers for later on. I know a bit of what happens later on, but please, I don't want spoilers, even for the chapters I have read. For the future chapters I've read, I mean, which are chapters 5 and 6. But yeah, I'll be interested to know. I'll be interested. I just personally want to try and I just want to know what Tenebrous was trying to say. That's what's taken my interest. I want to know what he was trying to say. But yeah. Anyway, I'll be really looking forward to reading the next chapters. If I read 4 chapters a day, I'm going to be done with the book in no time. Only a handful of days, but yeah, I'm really getting into Plagueis at the moment. At the moment, it's like I just don't want to do really anything else except read it at the moment. So you may start getting these videos where they are, I guess, grouped together, so to speak. But yeah. Thank you all for watching. Next Darth Plagueis video will be covering chapter 5, maybe a few other chapters if I read that many. And I'll see you all next time. Bye. Hello again, and welcome back to my Plagueis review series, I guess. Today I'm going to cover chapters 4, 5 and 6. I went through all I've decided to get through all those 3 because why not? And I personally just wanted to keep reading, so there we go. I read chapters 4 and 5 before going to sleep, and I just read chapter 6 after I haven't woken up too long ago, probably about an hour or 2. So first off, before we do get into the review, these are the sketches I did of chapters 4 and 5, of chapters 3 and 4, sorry. I'm yet to do 5, and I'm also yet to do 6, so you may get those next video. So, I guess let's get into chapter 4. So it is this is a very action-packed chapter. It is. We really get to see just Plagueis', I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Diversity in the Force. You know, he's using Tutor Minis. He's able to make his body incredibly resistant. He displays a lot of things in the Force, and we also find out that at least his dominant hand for fighting is his left hand, not his right hand. So this does imply that Plagueis is left-handed, which is interesting. And I think it adds another unique aspect to Plagueis' character to make him a bit more distinct. Anyway, he goes on a massive rampage and he takes up 114D, and I had completely forgotten what 114D's name was for quite a while, I'll be honest. I did finally figure out what Tenebris was trying to say in chapter 3, but I've completely forgotten what he said, so unfortunately I can't tell you what I was trying to figure out what he'd said, because I've completely forgotten it, and I don't want to go back and try and find it at the moment, so now well. But yeah, this is definitely quite an action-packed chapter, and then we get to kind of see how Plagueis is, of course, Magister Ego Damask II, and how it implies that he's not well known, but it implies that he's somewhat known, and you know, he's very present, so, and he's recognisable to many, and yeah. Get to chapter 5. This one's honestly chapter 5. I am not the big fan of chapter 5. It is basically the prologue to chapter 6. And it's basically Plagueis has a chat with Chairman Tonif, and then takes 114D to his I guess laboratory on his island. And that's really all that happens in the chapter. There's not a whole lot to cover in the chapter. And I think there's actually a mistake in the chapter where Plagueis, also known as Magister Ego Damask II, calls Chairman Tonif Magister, and that really confused me when I was reading it. I thought, okay, it must be a mistake, because it is, because by the way of the formatting of the book, it is definitely Plagueis speaking. So that was a bit confusing. It's why are you calling the Chairman Magister now? So yeah, I'm aware where, like, if you look on the Wikipedia page of Plagueis, when they were talking about Nabare, which I think is Hazme's last name, isn't it? Or middle name, can't remember which one, but apparently it's misspelt in certain versions of the book. So, so you know, mistakes are going to be in the book. It is a book, after all, of over 300 pages. It is going to have mistakes and mishaps, so yeah. But there's not really a whole lot to talk about in chapter 5. Honestly, chapter 5 I wasn't a fan of when I really went through it the first time. I'm really not a fan. I'm still not a fan of it now, honestly. Chapter 5 isn't really to my taste, so to speak. Not that it's bad, it's just it just feels like filler, if that makes sense. It feels like the payoff to, it feels like it's only in there to pay off Plagueis to get into, I think it's Munilist. So yeah, it's just, it feels like it's there because it has to be. It's not there because it's relevant. I think maybe Tony, for me, is probably going to come back into relevance later on, but yeah, it does feel a bit, does it really need to be in there? Even just a summary of what happens in and just putting chapter 6 as chapter 5, I think would have been fine, because it can be at times. This is probably the most, if you remember back in chapter 1, I was praising how they were going into the history of the Sith, but they didn't dwell on it too much. It was still they were still talking about it in a concise manner that wouldn't put you off too much from the actual story. And this is basically the complete opposite. You get about, it's no longer just a couple lines. Now you're getting like whole paragraphs of it, and it's. Do we really need to know all of this information? Especially when it's not really that relevant to the story. It's only really helping us envision what you're trying to show us. In that case, you can only, just tell us what it looks like rather than having to go into this deep stuff. I get some people who love that writing, but I think when I just think it wasn't that necessary, if that makes sense. I think that was my issue with the chapter, and at times it can be a bit of a difficult read, and I think that's what made it a little bit of a difficult read. So they were talking about smokers, and then they were also talking about the ocean and volcanoes, and they're going to all stuff that sounds like they're all sea life, and it's when they talk about the smokers, they're actually talking about volcanoes, and I was completely confused until I had to search up Smoker Star Wars, and then I realised, oh, you're talking about volcanoes, and that's when it really clicked, and I think that's maybe a little bit of a problem with Plagueis, is that it does pull from so much of the lore that you do have to search up quite a bit of it. I think it's good that it is interesting for people who are really into the lore, but I think it is just a bit overwhelming for those who aren't deep into it, and in that case, make sure you have Google open to search up stuff if you're unfamiliar. Now moving on to chapter 6, which is by far I think the most interesting, and at times I think it's probably the funniest out of these three, and this is the gathering that Plagueis has gotten to in time. And we get to see a lot of stuff that is being set up, I guess, for the future, including the pods races on Tatooine. And we get to see the Subtext mining company and Plagueis starting to get a little bit of his revenge on them for Tenebris. And of course at the end we get Darth Venomous, and I've gone through the audiobook version of that fight quite a lot of times. It's on YouTube, and it is a really, I've gone through that too many times honestly, and it is a really good, and I think it's a really good fight. Again, to me there's not a whole lot to talk about, but we do get to see kind of how, I guess, Plagueis has this facade of his of being more kindly when he's, I guess, when he has a more sinister intent, like as he does to the little reptilian people that I can't remember the name of. And we get to see how he scolds himself for being impulsive and rash and rushing in to try and figure out what was, and rushing in at the alarm of you know, Venomous, that really significantly draw his attention, instead of sending the Sun Guards to manage them. And you get to see how he's he's scolding himself for his, I guess, impulse, and we really get to see lots of different elements of Plagueis' character, and I think that's a good thing about this, about the book. We get in each chapter, we get to see a different side of Plagueis' character, and a new bits to it. Even in chapter 5, we see that he's taken interest in 114D, wanting to learn a bit more about him, probably for his own benefit, but he's, you know, figuring stuff out. In chapter 6, we see he's been very careful with he's being considerate with what deals he's making, so it can benefit the Sith and the Sith grand plan. You know, he has a lot. He's been. I'm struggling to put it into words, but yeah, we're really getting to learn quite a bit of how Plagueis' mind works. How, I guess, when under pressure, he's a little bit more brash, but when he has time to properly think things through, he can be quite good at manipulating. He has a facade of this kindly fellow who, when he's actually got more intent, and he'll reveal it once he's got them into the position he wants, and when he's got the people he wants into the position he wants to be. You know, he's got this sense, he's got this he's got these skills of negotiating. He's good at trying to figure out what's going to be important, what isn't, what he needs to know, what he doesn't need to know. You know, it's he's still a little bit naive in his own eyes, I think, but he's still doing really well for himself. That makes sense. But yeah, I'm going to be really looking forward to reading chapter 7. Basically halfway done with part 1. There's only about 12 chapters in that, and it's the longest of the 3 parts. But yeah, I think that shall be it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone, so I'm going to be giving my review on chapter 7. Now I have no sketches for you today, so let's just get straight into it. So, chapter 7 of Darth Plagueis. This is very much, you know how I was talking about in the last review episode, how chapter 5 had paragraphs of history, and it was getting a bit much. And this is just a whole, this is literally just a chapter of history, going into Plagueis' past and the Muun's past, the past of Tenebrous and Venemus. So it really is, this is pretty much just a lore dump chapter. But we do get to learn lots of things, but I think the most interesting parts are of Plagueis, how he was quite manipulative as a child, using his powers in a kind of take advantage of people, being more generous to those who didn't like him, and being a bit meaner to those who liked him too much occasionally, and how probably unintentionally used a mind trick on someone to make him throw himself off the balcony into the courtyard, just to get down there faster. And we really do get to see how Plagueis was kind of raised, I guess, and then we see him be moved to Ruger Snow, or better known as we know him, Darth Tenebrous, and how he was, and how he was being trained there. Again, I don't have. This is one of those chapters where I don't have too much to say on it, but we do get quite a good look into what Plagueis and Tenebrous' actions were prior to the first chapter. There is just one line though in the chapter that is completely befuddling me. I just cannot wrap my head around it in any way, shape or form. I just cannot figure it out. So I'm gonna have to read it off for you. In addition to being a widely respected and savant engineer and starship designer, Ruger Snow headed a shadowy organisation that over the decades had gathered intelligence on the dealings of nearly every criminal, smuggler, pirate and potential terrorist who has left a mark on the galaxy, with young Higo masquerading as known as Accountant. The two secret Sith had travelled widely, often conspiring with the galaxy's most notorious beings, and facilitating anarchy whenever possible. And this science just completely befuddles me, because it's the Sith are going to, because we know that the Sith are wanting to be the rulers of the galaxy. That's the whole thing of the grand plan: topple the Jedi, and take back control of the galaxy. But here they're talking about facilitating anarchy. And that does not line up with their intentions. It doesn't make any sense to me, because anarchy is, you have no leader, there is no one leading the cause. It's, you know, you're working pretty much as a community, and yeah, it's, you know, it's pretty much no laws. So it really is befuddling me on this line, and I would like for someone to try and clear that up for me, can, because it really has got me stuck, and it's really getting to me. I just can't figure that line out. It's they travel widely to conspire with the most notorious beings, only to then tell them, you know, to just, you know, it doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't. It's really getting to me. Like, so maybe it will make sense to one of you, but for me, it's just not clicking in my mind. But yeah, this one again, there's not a whole lot to say on this chapter. I do think, for me at least, the massive lore dumps are a bit tough to get through. I don't mind them in moderation, like in chapter 1. It's just when it's in a grand scale where you have an entire chapter dedicated to it, it does come across as a bit much, I think. And I think for some people, it's you just want to continue with the story. The chapter 7's and parts of the chapters, and probably chapters later on, are probably going to be a bit of a tough read for you, unfortunately. But for me, I'm just about able to manage them. But it can be a bit of a tough thing to get through. And going back to that line I was talking about at the very end of the chapter, it mentions the wretched of the galaxy being converted to the cause. The powerful will now need to be brought together, with Darth Plagueis as their leader, manipulating the actions of an important few to control the behaviour of countless trillions. And it's so I'm assuming they're talking about the same notorious beings that had anarchy imposed upon them whenever possible. It's how does that make any sense? There is no leader, but then they're talking about Plagueis as their leader. So it's really getting to me. If someone can try and clean up what they're trying to say for me, then okay, please go to the comments and try to figure it out for me, because I'm trying to, I just can't. It doesn't make any sense to me. And facilitating just doesn't seem like it should be there, because it's make easy or easier. That's the definition. So really, it should be what, make anarchy rather than making easier anarchy. You know. Anyway, I do think it was a good chapter. We get to learn quite a bit of Plagueis and his past. We get to learn a bit of Tenebrous and his past. We get to learn a bit about Plagueis' family. We get to learn a bit of the history of Munilist and what goes on with Venomous. How Venomous was really had a lot of force potential, but he wasn't that skilled with the force. He was inept, as Plagueis would say. How Tenebrous had trained him because Plagueis wasn't really up to his expectations and stuff. But yeah, I think it was a good chapter. It's just in those final 2-3 pages, it really just stops making sense with that last line on that last line of on the last lines of each of those pages. It just what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, book? What are you trying to say, James? But you know, either way, it was a good book. Not a good book, a good chapter. Sorry, I'm not stopping reading the book now. But yeah, it's just really getting to me. It's what do you mean by facilitating anarchy? If it isn't clear, that's my main takeaway from the book, from this chapter. What are you trying to say with that? It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, we also get to see a bit of how Tenebris is, I guess, is a bit manipulative. Maybe I should look into maybe I should read through again what he had Ego-'s mother doing, to try and figure out what they were trying to do with these notorious beings and facilitate an anarchy with them. To try and get a better understanding, but it does seem like but still doesn't make that much sense to me, unfortunately. Maybe there will be a Wikipedia article that makes it clear. Actually, I'm going to try and find one. Okay, I couldn't find anything on Wikipedia, unfortunately. No, I did just come to realise maybe they're trying to talk about creating disorder with those notorious beings. I don't know, still that doesn't make any sense to me either. But, I don't know. If you have any idea what they're trying to say, please comment below and tell, because I can't figure it out. But I did enjoy the chapter, not as much as the other ones. I think I enjoyed it more than chapter 5 though. But yeah, that's my review. Come back next time, I'll do chapter 8, maybe more chapters if I go through multiple, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hello, and welcome back to my next review of chapter 8. So I now only have chapter 9, 10, 11 and 12 until I'm finished with part 1. I'm really doing well with Plagueis at the moment. Once I got past pretty much the scene with the reptilians getting ready to be blasted in chapter 6. Yeah, it was 6. That was really when the book became new to me, because that's the point I had gotten up to previously, though I wasn't very well imagining chapter 6, so it was still actually felt like a pretty new chapter. Anyway, on to chapter 8. Yeah, it is 8. And this completely goes against my criticism from last chapter, which I do think I've almost figured out the facilitated anarchy. I think it may be referring to all little organisations and stuff, but I am still completely befuddled by that. Right now, chapter 7, my chapter 7 review isn't up, so if someone's left it in the comments, I'm afraid I haven't seen it yet. But as I'm recording this, but yeah, also I haven't done any images, I haven't done any sketches yet for a lot of these chapters. Fortunately, just haven't got round to it. But for chapter 8, this is quite a story pushed and I guess action filled chapter. Not entirely action filled, but it has moments of action. You have basically Plagueis is learning of Venemus having considered to take on some apprentices, and he had 6 people on that, and on that list there were only three of them were dead, and the other 3 were still alive, obviously. What else was I going to say in that situation? It was a Shido, and then it was a, what was it? An Iktotshi, and a Nortolan. I'm pretty sure the Shido and the Iktotshi go unnamed, but I know the Nartalair is the name of the Nortolan, so yeah. But Plagueis is basically going out to try and hunt them down and kind of figure them out to see whether they would pose a threat to him for another sneak attack. The Shido he lets go free. He's merciful on the Shido. For the Iktotshi, she wants to devote herself to Plagueis, but Plagueis recognises that her views and such are just too much in line with the Sith prior to the Bane Ruler 2. So he kills her, and then mind tricks everyone into thinking she's just fainted. Of course, even though he's just electrocuted her to death. But and then finally with an Ortolan, he sends him off to try and fight some Jedi, presumably under the knowledge that he knew the Ortolan wouldn't be able to stand against them. But he does sound like he's actually doing he is actually putting up a little bit of a fight against them, but he is very quickly killed, unfortunately. Now this is a very, and I do mean very, long chapter, especially in comparison to the other chapters. This felt like it went on and on and on. I'm very sure I actually spent at least an hour or two reading it, which is usually typical for only a single chapter when it comes to me. But it really is a long chapter. So if you do go to read it, I would suggest taking a break once Plagueis has finished his confrontation with one of those adepts. I want to make that clear. If you're intending to go through the book, probably take a break at each of its adepts, because the way it goes into the next one, it's as if it's starting a new chapter anyway. So I wouldn't be too fussed about it. If you still want to read on through it though, do that. But it is a long chapter and a little bit of a chore to get through, particularly with for me, the Iktochi. Her segments just it just wasn't the most interesting, and it gets into probably my main, and that's again I think that chapter at times is a bit of a highlight of one of my problems with Plagueis, and it's the really diverse use of words, which, don't get me wrong, I think it is good that we're getting all these diverse use of words. It keeps the book from not feeling repetitive, but I'd rather the book feel more repetitive than not being able to understand half the things that are being said, because I'm constantly having to find myself almost every other word just trying to figure out what is being said. That's what it feels like, at least. Luckily, Google eBooks, if you double click or highlight a word, you're given the definition, or you're given the option to define it. So you know, that's, to me, that's a good feature. It really is. But and it definitely saves a lot of time and effort and keeps your attention on the book, rather than having to go to Google, search it up, look at it, and then you've got to try and get back on focus with the book, and only 2 lines later you've got to search something up again. But it is, I think, at times it gets so diverse that you completely lose the meaning of the words and what James Luceno is trying to say in the book. Again, back in chapter 7, the facilitated, what was it? The facilitated anarchy. I still can't wrap my head around what on earth that is meant to mean. If anyone knows, please tell me. But really, elsewhere in the chapter, chapter 8, it's not really, I guess, that complicated and diverse. I do think though, it's when it does get into the massive lore drops, it does get into the massive history stuff of Star Wars. It goes into depth with it. It does become, I guess, a little bit of a snooze fest is the best way to put it. It's not that it's boring, but it's you're waiting for the story to continue. And that's the problem. You're waiting for the story to continue, but you're being told all these things which are important, which probably are going to be important, and it's good for the people that want that lore. It's just when you're more interested in the story, it just doesn't really work. But anyway, I think this is a interesting chapter. We get to kind of see play a bit more Plagueis. I can't really specify anything at the moment. Nothing's really coming to mind. But we're kind of reminded of how he wants to how he's, but I guess with the Iktochi, I keep forgetting what that species is called. But with her, I think she's probably the most. Well, she probably wasn't. She was by far the least interesting to read through, but she's also probably the most interesting to look back on and the most relevant to look back on, for me at least, which is really weird. But I think she is a bit of a reflection of what Plagueis is trying to move on from. You know, he's trying to move on from the World of Two, and she hasn't even moved on to that kind of idea. She's still trying to uphold the old Sith ideologies, and he takes them out for not being, I guess, up to date. And we get to see a bit more of how Plagueis is viewing, is trying to progress the Sith and what they're intending to do. As he's, at the moment, he's really just wanting to, he's trying to figure out its immortal life, and he's wanting to you know, he's wanting to complete the Sith grand plan, and because of being immune, he has a very long lifespan. And I know, like in the prologue, it says he would have lived for another 100 years, and that takes place in the Phantom Menace. This takes place about 30 years before, so you know, Plagueis, he's in no shorthand of time. But yeah, it's interesting to see how Plagueis is working working, especially when it's, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But yeah, it was an enjoyable chapter, but a very long one at that. So again, I'm not sure if there's too much to reflect upon in this chapter as well. At the moment, I don't feel like there's too much to really reflect upon in, but I guess with Plagueis, we get to kind of, there's not really anything I can really talk too much about when it comes to in terms of how they're furthering his character at the moment, but that will probably come in the next few chapters, hopefully, and if not, it's probably going to be in part 2 of the book. So yeah, I'll probably end this review off here. So thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone. Still got no more sketches. I haven't done any of them today, unfortunately. But I've just finished chapter 9 of Darth Plagueis, and I'm going to give you my thoughts of it, just my immediate thoughts of it. So this is again one of those small business chapters, similar to the early bits of chapter 6 and chapter 5 in general. So it's one of those small, again, as I said, business chapters, and we're getting to see a bit of how the Munes are, and how Plagueis and the Munes are seeking to benefit and profit from new plasma energy on Naboo, and how they're hoping to, I guess, get Bon Tapalo into being the monarch. And sorry, where was I? Sorry, I completely forgot where I was. I was just quickly had to check through something in the book. It's completely gone from my mind, unfortunately. But I think we were on the topic of what was going on with the Tapalo, weren't we? How he's a bit cautious of Damask Holdings. He of course wants their help. He clearly wants their help, but I guess his pride is getting in the way a little bit. And he's talking about how he would rather lose the election and still retain his honour than rise to power with dishonour. And you see how Lars Shield is a bit is a bit offended by having come all that way only to have be told that's them helping him establish Naboo from being less of an isolated world into a more intergalactic world. Be a bit offended, just be a bit insulted by it. And then of course we have Varuna, Oz Varuna, and Ali Garth. I think pretty much just sums up the whole situation. If you want, I'll read it to you if I can quickly find it. He basically sums up the whole situation in a really condensed and concise way. Of course, they were at the moment they were in a bit of a hot spot with the opposing royal family because they elect. Because the electorate. I was trying for some reason doctrine came to mind, but no, electorate. And there's been allegations pushed against Parlo and his group of them partnering up with illegal outsiders, which were Tabasque Holdings. Of course they're not illegal, but it's just Naboo is very sensitive to outsiders, and then there was a counter allegation supplied by Sheev Palpatine of the family made an agreement with mercenaries outside the planet should it be set back in a war that happened quite a few years ago, quite a few centuries, maybe longer ago, between the humans, or the Naboos as they call them for some reason. That's really confusing. Why can't they just use Nabooian or something like that? But between the Naboos and the Gungans, and now it's getting into a bit of heat, and they're like lying about it's information they've known for a while, and they've just now decided to put it into the public because now we've put stuff out there against them, when in actuality the only way to have found that was through the family archives of the royal family, which could only have been supplied by Palpatine. So, but anyway, the whole situation, this is what Varuna really says, and I think this just is a good summary of what goes on alongside the intentions. We must be mindful of the concerns of the present electorate, but we shouldn't allow the fearful voices of a few to cripple our chance of joining the galactic community and raising the profile of the entire Chomwell sector. I suggest we act boldly to avoid being perceived as having bowed to pressure. I say we use this unprecedented visit by Tabasque Holdings to announce publicly that we and we alone are capable of entering into an agreement with the banking clan and others that will allow Naboo to restructure its sect, achieve favoured world status with a core, and provide for tax cuts, lower interest rates and endless opportunities for employment both on and off world. We must seize this moment before it disappears. And I think that really just is a quick summary of what their main goal is. And honestly, I really should quickly write up something of what's that meeting in chapter 6 of the key points in chapter 6, because I've completely forgotten what those key points were. All I really remember was that there was a pod race, and that it was going to affect the Grand, and of course the little reptilian people, I can't remember the names, supplied plasma, the information of plasma reserves. Anyway, yeah. I guess we can go to, I guess we may as well go to Palpatine, who we get introduced to in this chapter, and he's cautious of Plagueis, and reasonably so. You know, he's got this person he's never seen before, only heard of, coming up to him, and Plagueis is, again, he takes that manipulative side. Plagueis he's very slick, you could say. He knows what cards to play in which situation, and he doesn't really resort to he doesn't quickly resort to violence and stuff or of the sort, because he tends to really focus on his other aspects, in this case manipulating Palpatine to open up, coming across as this more I guess kindly and friendly fellow, which of course we know later on, Palpatine being his apprentice and whatnot, that won't be the case anymore, but it is still, you still get to see that side of Plagueis that's a little bit manipulative, and you see Palpatine slowly opening up a little bit more to him, and even though by the end of the chapter he is still a bit, I think he is still a bit cautious of Palpatine, he is a lot more willing to, not Palpatine, Plagueis, he is still a bit willing to work with Plagueis, and he's a bit softened up to Plagueis, and is a bit more willing to work with him, and they come to an agreement that he gives them information about the royal family's plans of the election, and in return Topolo will be basically benefited into becoming king. It's pretty much just at that point it's going to be a guarantee, so which means of course the banking clan, they can make a big profit from the plasma energy and Wazam. When have I ever said Wazam? I've never said that before. But yeah, it was a good chapter. I did try to read it earlier, but I've spent most of the day actually reading Plagueis, and I needed to wake myself up with a few other things, so I had to stop reading, and I reread the little bits I actually had read and read the chapter now. No, not now, but earlier. No, not earlier. You know what I mean. Just finished it. But yeah, I enjoyed this chapter. It is a shame that we've only got about 3 chapters left of this part, and then we'll be moving into part 2, which is in comparison to part 1 quite short. It's only about 8. It's only about 8 chapters, I think. So yeah, it's not that much shorter, but it's still shorter. And in comparison, as I said, it definitely seems a lot shorter. But anyway, count how many times I said shorter. But I personally enjoyed the chapter. I'm personally very intrigued to see how that relationship between Plagueis and Palpatine will work out. It wasn't in this chapter, it was in the last chapter. I just remembered, I got quite excited at the mention of Taris, the planet Taris, because of playing through Knights of the Old Republic. So I got quite excited at a mention of that. But anyway, I don't really have that much else to say. Definitely doing these review videos, it definitely helps clear certain stuff up and in my mind about what happened in the chapter. Like I was barely able to wrap my head around it while reading, talking around what they were trying to do in the business while reading it. Now talking about it, it's made it a little bit more clear, and hopefully it's made it clear to you. If you decide to go through the chapter or the book in general, I would suggest, I'm not finished with the book yet, but I would suggest it, and I'm further into it than I've ever been before. So yeah, I have no plans of stopping it yet, or stopping reading it. So anyway, I don't really have much else to say, so I may as well end it here before I just continue to blabber on and on and on. So thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time, and I'm looking forward to the next chapter. Hello everyone, and welcome back to my Darth Plagueis review series, where I'm covering my reviews of each chapter of Darth Plagueis as I read through the book for the first time. Well, mostly first time. The chapters I read before, I've already gotten through, so now it's definitely the first time. I've just read chapter 10, but before we get into that, here are the illustrations for chapters, what was it, 5 and 6. I'm afraid that I haven't got a chance to do any other ones. I'm not sure if I'll even be able to catch up in time for the end of this series, but we'll see, maybe I'll upload a video containing all those illustrations if I go up to the epilogue. Anyway, my thoughts on the chapter. I personally enjoy the chapter. It was a good chapter, and we get to see just how Plagueis is taking his time with Palpatine. He's being that figure that Palpatine is able to open up to that he doesn't have in his life, and you see Plagueis really taking in that information and really considering just how perfect he will be for the Sith Grand Plan, the Sith Imperative, and we really see how, I guess, enamoured he is with Palpatine. And then we get on to the Gran. Again, this is a chapter that, this is another one of those chapters where it's long, it goes on, but there's not a whole lot to really talk about in it. Then we get to a pod race with the Gran, I think with the Grand Senator, I think his name is Pam Teak, and we get to see him getting really frustrated and how, you know, how he's pretty much trying to sabotage the Mutants' plans to transport plasma from Naboo and build the facilities there for it. And then when they finally do get back to Naboo, Magister Damask is whisked away by the Royal Guard to Kosinga Palpatine's, I'm going to say estate, to Kosinga's home, who is the father of Sheev Palpatine, and they have a little bit of a chat, and he reveals some past history on what was his name? I really like saying his name. What's his name? And he says, hold on a moment. What's his name? It's something like Thalapa. What's his name? Tapalo. There we go. Sanapo. And he talks about a bit of history between a war against Gungans and mercenaries that happened about 2 decades after the war between the Naboos and the Gungans, and how T'Palo, and about how the T'Palo house funded the mercenaries and they lost, and we get to see a bit more about and we get to see from Kosinga's perspective. We've got to keep that in mind, Kosinga's perspective of what would probably happen if he were to become king. I personally like to keep it open-minded, so that's why I'm saying Kosinga's perspective. Even if it may end up being a really true perspective, I still want to say his perspective, and you never know in these stories. So, and how he wouldn't really he would be working more for the wealth and profits rather than the well-being of the planet and its inhabitants. And you see, and Plagueis, he starts to tease him a little bit. He starts to get a little bit playful with him. And so it is clear that I don't think Plagueis and the banking clan are really going to go back on their deal with what was it, Talapa? I've forgotten his name again, but you know who I'm talking about. The one that Palpatine, the House Palpatine's got is trying to get rid of. I'll just told you about. Anyway, and you get to see how Plagueis is modest and complimentary, but once Koxinga starts to get a bit angry at him and things, it's a bit more dismissive, it's a bit more playful with Koxinga, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's trying to test him. And in quite a contrary to what Sheev said about his father, Koxinga is portraying, I guess, love for Sheev, which does make me wonder, it's that facade that he's putting on to try and dissuade Plagueis from Palpatine, from Sheev. So that is a bit of an interesting thing, because that is quite contrary to what we've heard Palpatine talk about and say. I'm losing my words here. But it was a good chapter. It was an enjoyable chapter. I know I say that in almost each one of these videos, but it was a good chapter. It's quite funny to see Plagueis, I guess, even though Koxinga's taking this really seriously, he's a bit like the Toy Maker from Doctor Who, if you know that. He's a little bit playful, but he's got a lot of sinister motives behind his words, and you see Plagueis making a threat to Koxinga, talking about what happened to a poet that Koxinga brought up to him, and it's revealed that he was taken away by silence and was never seen again. And Koxinga catches on, "Oh, are you trying to threaten me?" And then Plagueis gets a bit smug and cheeky about it and goes, "Well, I thought we were talking about history. I was just thinking, well, what would happen if Thalia, or whatever his name is, well, if Thalia, or whatever his name is, decided to actually won the election." Of course, clearly he's properly thinking about what he would do with Koxinga, but we're getting to see a little bit more of Plagueis' character. We've seen his negotiable side. We've seen his leading side. We've seen his curious side. We've seen how manipulative he can be. He can be a bit impulsive. How we're getting a little bit. We're learning a little bit that he's a bit. He gets a bit teasy. He can joke a little bit, but in a serious manner. It's dark humour, and we're really getting to see gradually. We're not getting it quickly, but gradually we're getting little nuggets of Plagueis' character that is quite interesting to see, and it's quite an enjoyable thing to see. we still have 2 more chapters left in this part, but I'll be really interested to see just how Plagueis is going to take up Palpatine as his apprentice, and I know Palpatine's family dies at his own hands, Palpatine's hands, so we're clear. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I assume it's, despite Kasinga's warnings, the banking clan will stay on Naboo. I think that's probably what's going to happen. Now we're getting into theorising, aren't we? But yeah, I think that's what will probably happen. That the banking clan and Damask Holdings are still going to operate on Naboo and support Stolia, or whatever, or what was it, Follower? Oh, I can't remember his name, and I really like saying it as well. What was it? But yeah, I personally enjoyed the chapter. I'm looking forward to seeing what else happens. This is the thing with Plagueis. Now that I'm actually really starting to properly read into it, I haven't gotten past those chapters that I found a bit, chapters 5 and a bit of 6, and it's starting to get really interesting, especially this chapter, not this chapter, chapter 7. I think that was an interesting deviation from what we've seen in the books so far. It felt like Plagueis going on side quest, but and this feels like now we're probably moving the story. And was it chapter 8? No, it was chapter 8. It's not chapter 7. But you know, it's we're really getting into stuff here, and I think it's getting interesting, and I just want to read more of it, honestly. I really do. I want to finish the book, so that's all I can really say. That's all I have left to say, really. Come back again next time. Don't have a schedule for these. I'm pretty much just recording them after I've read them. In some cases, I'll wait to do my review before actually recording my thoughts. But like in a episode, like in the prologue in chapter 1 and chapter 4, 5, and 6. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Come back next time to hear my review of chapter 11. Is it 11? I think it's 11. Yes, it's chapter 11, and then I'll only be one chapter. Once I finish that, I'll be one chapter away from part 1, and I'll be done with what is basically the equivalent of the first book in a trilogy. So I will probably be changing the picture you see on screen of Darth Plagueis through each part. I think I'm going to be using the Essential Legends Collection cover next for part 2, so just to keep it fresh, and you know. So yeah, thank you all for watching. I'm blabbering on for too long now, and goodbye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my Darth Plagueis chapter review series. We've got no illustration. I keep saying illustrations, I should be saying sketches. I've got no sketches today, at the moment at least. But I've just gone through chapter 11, and it was a good chapter. We get to see how Plagueis is pretty much acting as that friend that Palpatine can actually open up to, and someone that actually understands him, and he's that figure that Palpatine needs so we can just get everything out, and he's acting as his mentor, and Palpatine truly believes he's a friend, when in reality Plagueis is manipulating him. He's weaving his intentions and thoughts not only for the gain of Palpatine but himself with Tanalop, or something like, I think that was his name, or Tanalo, I think it was Tanalo, and to get to kill the, and eventually we get to see from what we've been told, here's what Palpatine's perspective is of Kasinga, and what Kasinga thinks of his son. And now we get to see what an interaction between them typically is, and it gets very heated, and how Kasinga keeps wondering, how can you be my son without strange and violent and etc. you are, and Palpatine just continues to be best way I could put it, evil. And now he continues to be dismissive of his father and continues to disagree with him, and eventually starts a fight where he kills his family. And at the end we have Plagueis making him a disciple of Darkseid, his apprentice, and we get to see a little bit of how Palpatine can be a bit moody when with saying, "You said soon, a standard week is not soon." So I found that personally funny. But we get to see how Plagueis reveals that he does manipulate Palpatine, and now Palpatine becomes a bit frustrated and wary of him. And he gets a bit frustrated at Plagueis, and he actually starts to believe his father was right, which is probably the only time he ever agreed with him. And we get to see how he's opening it, but we still get to see how he opens up to Plagueis still. He's still willing to open himself up to him, and through telling him what he did to his family. And we get to see that how Plagueis subtly persuades him that he can use his powers to benefit the galaxy, really. And he persuades him to join the Sith, and he's promising to help him pretty much get control of those powers. And we get to see how he's kind of appealing to Palpatine. I think despite Palpatine not really trusting Plagueis as much as he did, he's still got a bit of that. He still sees Plagueis as that friend, I guess. It's a really strange conversation they have at the end, because it's Palpatine goes from getting really frustrated to Plagueis to then only a few moments later apprenticing himself to. So it's a really strange conversation. It probably just comes down to character complexity, probably. And I do think Palpatine probably still has a little bit of that trust in him, with how much he disagreed with his father. I wouldn't put it past him that despite realising that his father may have been right, he can't come to terms with that, I think, and that's probably why he influenced himself to apprentice himself to Plagueis. But also, Plagueis has shown Palpatine that he can be, that he's manipulative, and how he can pretty much shape the events into what he needs and what he desires. And Palpatine, I think he may see through having him kill his parents, and we get to see how I think Palpatine probably understands that, well, if he can do that to sway a government, perhaps Plagueis will help with, getting what he desires in politics, which is to rule. So we do know later on in the book. I've gone through Plagueis' death years ago. I haven't properly sat down and paid attention to it for a long while though. But I do know that Palpatine he cleverly suggests ideas to Plagueis, and for his own benefit. And it wouldn't surprise me if this is what Palpatine is doing here. That first, I guess, movement on the chessboard of his cunning, and now that he realises that that Plagueis isn't really his friend so much, but he can perhaps try to use Plagueis as a means to get to that power. I completely forgot what I was talking about for a moment, so I kind of lost where I was with Palpatine and his rights to power. But with how Plagueis sees, I think he sees it that if he apprentices himself to Plagueis, perhaps that maybe Plagueis won't use him won't be as I guess too immediate to use him and manipulating, and that's ill, and that the two of them will gain power. I keep losing what I'm thinking of in that. This is the ending of the chapter is really complicated because Palpatine has such a sudden change of character. I think that is my main gripe with it. This sudden change is just absolutely ridiculous, and you have to kind of piece parts of the puzzle from earlier into this. Actually, I'm going to go quickly read through it again. That ending, no final conversation. Alright, to do a quick skim through of the chapter, and it's become a little bit clearer. He's appealing to Palpatine's wants to rule. He's telling him who shapes history more, people who keep themselves tied to the old ways, or people who try to branch out and... Let me check what the specific wording was. Here we go. Who gives more shape to sentient history? The good who adhere to the tried and true, or those who seek to rouse beings from their stupor and lead them to glory? And yeah, of course, it's appealing to Palpatine. He wants to influence. He wants to have an impact and an influence. He wants to be able to rule, and Plagueis, even now, is cleverly appealing to Palpatine, even though in this moment he is a bit frustrated and getting a bit cautious of him. Plagueis is still slowly seducing him, and we get to see about how he manipulates him, and eventually he gets Palpatine to apprentice himself to Plagueis. And I think I still need to read more of the chapters though to really get a full idea of what Plagueis is trying to do with Palpatine. I do think that is the thing. I need to go through the rest to really get a grasp of what's going on. Because at the moment I don't think there's quite enough. But we'll see. I personally thought it was a good chapter. I enjoyed the chapter. I thought the deaths of his parents would have happened next chapter, not this chapter, but never mind. I guess we're gonna see the initial start, the start of Palpatine's training, I guess. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, got no more sketches at the moment. I just read chapter 12 and I'm now officially finished with part 1 of Darth Plagueis. So I'm mainly just going to talk about chapter 12 in this video, I think. If you want to know my thoughts on the other chapters, you can watch the other videos. Anyway, this is pretty much a bit of an epilogue, I guess, to this part. It very much feels like it's just there. I'm not sure how much it's going to serve the story later on, but we get to see a bit of insight into how the Sith teach their apprentices. We get to see how Plagueis, he's physically putting Palpatine under strain by putting him in a climate not suited for humans, which is being extremely cold. And every time he fails to let go of his guilt and stuff from killing his, I guess, is it guilt? Let me check through it again quickly. And the book says without emotion, without judgment. And so really, I think Palpatine is, every time he fails to really see what he did to his family, without feeling, Plagueis reprimands him, and even when he is successful, Plagueis is still wanting to push him further, and he opens up the Enviro suit that was protecting him a little bit from the cold, and then he's got Palpatine there trying to climb a cliff to get to Plagueis so he can finally eat, drink, sleep, heal some of his wounds that he's gotten from falling down the cliff a bunch of times. And he goes to try and call upon the Force for help, and Plagueis reprimands him again. And he's also constantly trying to provoke Sidious, constantly telling him how he will come to hate him, and how he must strive for power, and to become as strong as Plagueis. And when he tries to call upon the help of the Force, Plagueis reprimands him, telling him, "We don't use the Force to help ourselves. We embody the path." He says something along the lines of, "Don't use the Force to help you. Use the Force to subject the Force to you, and basically empower from it, and use the strength you've generated from that." Which I'm finding a bit of a confusing line. That's something I'm probably going to pick up on a little bit the more I think about it. But there's a lot of, I guess you could say, Sith philosophy in this. That is a bit, you have to kind of think about it for a little bit longer. And then you've also got Plagueis, who then goes on to torture Palpatine with lightsaber burns. I'm not entirely getting what he's trying to teach him. I think it is how to, I guess, trying to fuel Palpatine's hatred, trying to fuel Palpatine's pain to really empower him into the dark side. I'll probably have to skim through it again, but I did quite enjoy the chapter, and I'm now probably going to be moving on to part 2. Well, I will be. So thank you all for watching this shorter review, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to chapter 13 of my review of chapter 13. And today, this is a bit of a complicated one. This is definitely the most thought-provoking chapter yet. It's the most I've put thought into a chapter of Plagueis so far, aside from the facilitating anarchy, which I do have an answer for in this chapter. This chapter explains it. But I have actually started to take notes when I've been completely confused in the book. So I've got them up here, and honestly I've had to do it for this chapter, otherwise I would have just been completely lost, especially with how many, with how much there was in there. Now, this is a bit of these notes are a bit messy, so I do apologise if I pause for a bit. I'm just trying to find the I'm just trying to find what I'm looking for. And I really do need to get into these before I do. So while I am trying to look for it, found it. Anyway, I'm going to give probably my criticism of the chapter, and it's a very similar criticism to what I've proposed, to what I mentioned in chapter 8. I think, no, it was chapter 7. I keep mixing up the two. Where in that chapter I said it was a little bit boring, a little bit of a snooze fest, with just it being a massive lore dump and not really doing anything to further the story. And it would have just worked better if we just got the information in moderation throughout the rest of the book, rather than having an entire chapter dedicated to it. And this is a very similar case to Plagueis teaching Palpatine. It's not that. I think the best way I can compare it is to Kreia in Knights of the Old Republic 2, and how she proposes a lot of questions and lessons that are really thought-provoking and are really interesting to think about, and it really draws you in. But for this, it just isn't quite there, I don't think. It isn't the same kind of thing as Kreia, where you're drawn in and you want to try and figure out what she's saying, and you understand what she's saying, and how, even if it doesn't quite align with what your beliefs are, she's correct. And the thing is, in this book, that isn't the case, unfortunately. It very much feels as if it's, I guess, just needlessly complicated, and this was the issue I had with chapter 12, where I personally didn't quite figure out what was, I personally needed to sit down for a bit to actually figure out what was being done, to try and figure out the lessons of the chapter. And for more so in chapter 13, where this isn't a short chapter like chapter 12, it is a long chapter with the lessons being front and centre, and it makes it, again, a bit of a snooze fest. And it's okay, these are interesting things, but because of the needlessly complicated use, of complex words and making it unclear, it's stopping it from being increasingly interesting, I guess. And I think that's the main problem with the book, with Plagueis, and probably James Lister's writing. I've only gone through Plagueis, but I'm only going through Plagueis. But he really likes to use lots of complex words and such, and as much as that can be useful in just a general conversation, just to keep it fresh, in stuff where you're really getting deep into something like a lesson, that's when I think you need to be maybe a little bit more blunt, because even though I've written down my conclusions in this, I'm still not entirely sure of them. Hopefully causing me to say my conclusions will help, but it's just needless. You just made it needlessly complicated, unfortunately. Anyway, we open up on a planet called, I think, Boyont. So and we have Plagueis having Sidious trying to pretty much get him to get male people, and to get the herd of wildlife that is there pretty much make himself the object of their desire. In the words of the book, he's teaching Palpatine to become the object of their desire. Or as I've written down here, Plagueis teaches Palpatine that to appear alluring. I should probably fix that because I put that's appearing alluring. That's to appear alluring. No, that appearing alluring. You know what I mean. That appearing alluring is that to appear alluring. That is teaching Palpatine to appear alluring, to get what he wants and what he needs and stuff. And he's testing that out on this wildlife, and he makes one of them come under his commands, and it allows him to and he allows Plagueis to kill him, and we get to see into that. And Plagueis starts to talk about that they are serving nature's purpose by killing the herd, and that's this pretty much enforces the second part of that lesson, where it's you don't just need to be alluring, you need to be dominant, you need to be the predator. Something that is, of course, the dominant force. Now, then he gets into, once they have a break, Plagueis goes a bit into how he was into his wealth, and how few actually know how wealthy he is. And how because most of them are taken from activities that have nothing to do with the business or finance. And he talks about that. Let me see. Here we go. And he talks about how people were wondering why he never got wedded, why he never got married, and they came to the conclusion that, well, he's just married to his work. And Plagueis says they said that without realising how right they were, except that my real bride is the dark side of the Force. What the ancients call Bogan, as separate from Ashla, Bogan being dark, Ashla being light, from what I gathered. And he goes on to talk about how that even the Jedi understood that there is no profit in partnering with someone that doesn't understand what it means to be in service to the Force. Or as it's put in the book, in grip, to what it means to be in the grip of the Force. And that's the Jedi and that's why the Jedi restricts marriage. And that's why the Jedi restricts marriage. There is no gain from in their eyes, there's no gain from having a wife or husband that just can't understand the implications and the power of being one who can wield the Force and what that represents. But he then starts to talk about how the dark side is the purity of the Force. Hang on. There we go. And he goes on to talk about how the dark side preceded the light side, and talking about how the light side is a distortion, and he's pretty much referring to the dark side as being pure, while the light side is a twisted version of the dark. And the ones such as the Ancients and Celestials and Rakata that tried to capture the power of the Force and force it to obey sentient life had faced very little recorded, have faced no recorded punishments in their work. And even though, of course, we know they did, we know the Rakata for one, they lost their evolution removed their connection to the Force, at least on the scale they had before. But this basically allowed them to do so much, and the deaths of most beings were of most of the time of little relevance, and the Jedi grew too obsessed with protecting these not really important beings and strive for balance in the Force, forgetting that life is meant to evolve and change rather than staying one way. And they were stopping promotion of evolution to become stronger and such. In fact, I should write that into this. Anyway, then the conversation moves on to how the light and dark, onto the potentium theory, which is, I think, something a lot of people would probably perceive Darth Revan as. And his teachings, this definitely made me think of the Revan fan film, Rescue Mission, where it's described that light and dark depends on the intention of the user, and Plagueis says, "This is yet another perversion of the truth perpetuated by those who wish to keep us shackled to the Force." And he talks about how the power of water and the power of fire are entirely different. Glaciers and volcanoes both have the potential to transform landscapes, but one does so by burying what lies beneath, where the other spews out new terrain. And Plagueis goes on to say that the Sith are not placid stars but singularities. Rather than burn with muted purpose, we warp space and time to twist the galaxy to our own design. And that's what he says. That's, again, I'm reading a little bit off the book here because I got it set up, because otherwise, because of how messy I've made these notes, otherwise I won't know which order to say these in. So anyway, he tells Palpatine to become grand in to become grand in power in the dark side, and he has to be open to the power of the dark side. In the book he specifically says to become one of grandiloquent power, grandiloquent, there we go. Power requires more than mere compliance. What's needed is obstinacy and tenacity. Whatever. And as I've written here, he says he tells Palpatine to be open to the power of the dark side. That's as to become grand in the. He tells Palpatine to be open to the power of the dark side, as to become grand in the power of the Force offers. As to become grand in the power. Hold on. Sorry, I hasn't worded it very well in here, but anyway, I put down, he tells Palpatine to be open to the power of the dark side and the currency it gives, as to become grand in the power that the Force offers. As to become grand in the power that. He tells Palpatine to be open to the power of the dark side, as to become grand in the power that the Force offers. He needs more than compliance. He needs to be stubborn and determined, because no matter how nimble he is or thinks he is, the Force shows no pity. So he constantly needs to be pushing and striving for that, and that really does kind of show why the Sith are always lusting for power. It's because it's because that without that lust they don't have any power, and I think that's interesting. Anyway, getting to once Plagueis stands up, he starts to talk. He starts to go a little bit on a tangent about. He starts to talk about Force lightning and electric judgment, and how they're similar, but it isn't true Sith lightning. And he talks on about how Force lightning can only be wielded by the Sith because they accept the consequences. I presume that is the toll it will take on their body, but it could also be other consequences, or be the other definition of consequences, which is importance or relevance, which would also make sense in these, and because they accept the consequences, and because they accept the consequence, and that they reject empathy. And to do these things requires a lust for power not easily satisfied, and this is also the chapter where we find out to use Force lightning you have to be hit by it, so that is a bit for those wondering where that source is from, chapter 13 of Plagueis, here you go. Page 4 of chapter 13. But yeah, they're talking about the strength of Force lightning now. It can only be wielded by those that accept the consequences and reject empathy, and they don't do those things, and to do that they need to have a lust for power that is not easily satisfied. And it's interesting. Hold on, I just lost my page in the book. Now I'm having to reference. Right, now I just gotta hold on a moment before we can continue. I need to find my next note. I should have made this cleaner. But as Plagueis goes on, he talks about having to dominate the Force pretty much. Let's see if I can find it for a moment. Let's see if I can find that bit in my notes, because it's definitely in here, but no, that's next. Not it. Now we've already gone over that. We've gone over that as well. And that. Here it is. Right then. Anyway, Plagueis talks about how the Force can't be treated fairly, and that the Force tries to resist the most ravenous being, the most ravenous spirits, or ravenous, whatever it's meant to be, that it must be broken and made a beast of burden to pretty much make it a servant of the wielder. And this is why the Sith try to dominate the Force. Hold on. And this is why the Sith try to dominate the Force rather than use it to their whim. I guess use it to their will, not only as an act of strength, but because it's the way to make the Force subject to them. And I think there's not much else for this part of the chapter. But as it goes on, they come to Hypori for a training session, and let me see if I can find it. Plagueis tries to teach Palpatine to familiarise himself with the properties and the peculiarities of the weapons he is fighting, so that he can best deflect and position himself accordingly to them. And he teaches Palpatine that he may find his life depends on his ability to focus on the weapon rather than the wielder, which I don't think it would be very realistic, but hey, oh well. It is a book after all, non-fiction. But Palpatine takes more interest in Sith tombs and holocrons, and pretty much the Sith tombs and knowledge from the great Sith homeworlds such as Korriban or Joan Cass, and Plagueis scolds him. And it's in a little bit of another spot of this. Unfortunately, I have these references into other paragraphs, but he scolds him because of, well, he's trying to rely on the teachings of the old, and he's just more interested in the and Palpatine's just more interested in the knowledge of the Force and the physical realm, as I've written here, displaying an imbalanced understanding that is important to not have in the material and ethereal realm, working on imagination, fantasy in the future, rather than keeping his mind in the present and reality. As at least in chapter 12, Plagueis is very forward-pushing of present thinking, having a goal to work towards in the future, but not trying to plan ahead too much. You're trying to keep your mind in the present and present courses of action. And you know, you've got Palpatine there who's thinking ahead of what he could get if he went to those tombs, and the knowledge he could get if he went there. And Plagueis full well knows they were all looted years and years ago, and that there's nothing left for them. And he asks if Sidious wants to be an academic, but Palpatine just wants to learn, and Plagueis tells him that he will, but not from fake sources and or as it said in the book, spurious sources. And he goes on to teach Sidious that he shouldn't rely on the teachings of the old, as and this is a really, I'm going to struggle with this, but they're idiosyncratic to the Sith who spread those teachings, which basically means it's stuck to the beliefs of those individuals. Those teachings are of the beliefs of the individuals, and Plagueis considered teachings from master to apprentice to be spreading real knowledge in the sessions that they have, as it contains information that cannot be forgotten. And he says Palpatine may want to consult the masters of the old in the future, but until then it would be better for him to not be influenced by them, with it being better for him to discover his power and his own way to perfect it in his own manner. And I've written here, discover his own power and perfect it in his own way, with the assistance of Plagueis, rather than learning from biased teachings, so that he can find his own spot in the dark side, rather than trying to, I guess, live up to something. And once they have that little training session, they go on to another world. I think it's called, I can't remember what it's called. What's it called? Cursed. And basically the people of Cursed, they can't kind of see the Sith as like these people that come to challenge them every now and then. and they're a challenge that has to be accepted to try and overcome, and they try to make peace with the Sith, but they always dismiss it. And anyway, Plagueis starts to talk about how he begins to ask Plagueis if he also before we get into that, he talks to Palpatine about when he's being a bit dismissive of the physical of the weapons. I knew I missed something, but when they're on Hypori, he's being a bit dismissive of the weapons, and he's wanting to learn from the old masters. Palpatine teaches him that someone who is trained in the killing arts, or someone who knows how to fight, will not make warning of their attack or the fact that they are a threat, and will strike unexpectedly, and it's Palpatine's duty to have instant reaction to that and be lethal and survive, as he is a Sith Lord and will be marked for death, as is said in the book. Those end little bits for he is a Sith Lord and will be marked for death, that's in the book. The rest I can't. Switched up a little bit to make it a bit clearer. But anyway, they now where is that bit that I'm looking for? Plagueis, once they go to try and fight the hundreds of warriors that have come to face them for this time, Plagueis asks if Palpatine remembers Darth Bane's teachings on the killings of innocents, and this really took me a while to figure out. It did, but I've been able to kind of summarise it to: the killing of innocents strengthens their power in the dark side, and to grow in general and political power. And to grow in general and political power, they must interact with the many individuals of many species across the galaxy. Eventually, word of the Sith's mark of bodies will reach the Jedi. But as Palpatine kind of paraphrased it, he says not to bring death to those unfit to live, but that all Sith do must be in service to their true purpose, preservation and survival of the Sith. They must grow their power to accomplish that. They will need to interact with the individuals of many species across the galaxy, and eventually to accomplish that, they will need to interact with the individuals of many species across the galaxy, and eventually word of the Sith's existence will reach the Jedi. And Plagueis tells him that the next few hours of fighting will test the limits of his agility, speed and accuracy. And we do know that killing innocents and those who aren't responsible does strengthen you in the dark side. We do know that. So then there's a big fight that breaks out, and it doesn't last very long in the book, but it would have gone, apparently would have gone for hours according to Plagueis. So but eventually they've finished up their fight. And they have a bit more of a chat, and Sidious starts to, I think this could be either in the previous section on the Hypori or here, but I think it's here, and Sidious starts to, yes, it's definitely here because of what's coming up, but Sidious starts to talk about, starts to recite a line from Darth Goyle, and he talks about how he compared the Sith to a rogue or malignant cell, too small to be discovered by scans or other techniques, but capable of spreading silently and lethally through a system. And initially the victim simply didn't feel right, then falls ill, and ultimately succumbs. And yeah, this is actually on Hypori, if I'm remembering correctly. And Plagueis goes on to tell Palpatine to consider the mindset of an anarchist who plans to sacrifice himself for a cause. For the weeks, months or years he lives leading up to his death, he lived in and was strengthened by the secrets he carries. And he straps a thermal detonator to his chest and dies, knowing the toll his acts will take of lives. And he likens that to the Sith, saying, "So it has been for the Sith. So it has been for the Sith, residing in the sacred place of knowledge for 1,000 years, and knowing the toll our acts will take." And he tells Sidious that was power, and he likens the Jedi to walking among the healthy, keeping a secret that they are terminally ill. And here it's, and I've written down, knowing the casualties the Sith acts will take in order for the Sith to rule. And I think I got quite close there, or actually got there with that. Anyway, later on, once they finish the fight, Plagueis and Palpatine have returned to having chats again. Plagueis tells Palpatine that the ones currently leading the Republic need to be eradicated, and that the anarchy, this is facilitating the anarchy, and the anarchy and chaos they spread opens an opportunity to take control as it cripples, and using guiding intelligences to manipulate events and bring the Republic and galaxy into Sith control, who will make hard choices the Republic fears. And basically Plagueis and Palpatine are, whether Plagueis and Tenebrous went, they would facilitate anarchy, and the anarchy the Sith inflict on the galaxy gets rid of leaders that would prove complicated to actually take over, and so as their guiding intelligences manipulate events and they make the Republic a bit more of an easy taking. Now I do think I'm almost done with this. Now I'm getting a bit out of order here on the last bit, but yeah, we've gone over that. Oh, he does tell Plagueis does tell Sidious that the power of the dark side is an illness no true Sith would want to be cured of, and that's in the first part of the chapter. No, we've gone through that. We've gone through that. We've gone through that. We've gone through that. It's going to go back through again quickly. Yep. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Here we go. Plagueis tells Sidious that power isn't always violence, but can be, and I quote, subdued with manacles of shimmer silk, purposeful charisma, and political astuteness. But he also reminds him a cunning politician is more powerful than two Sith armed with vibroblades, or force pipes, or lightsabers, and he tells Palpatine that he must become that cunning politician, and with Plagueis advising him from the dark. When Sidious asks, "Are we grand enough?" Plagueis corrects him and asks, "You should be asking, are we crude enough?" And he reminds Palpatine that they are not living in an age of giants, but to succeed they must become beasts. And the way I've interpreted this is that take beasts, turn that into Predator, and you got the idea. And so Plagueis is trying to teach Palpatine that political cunning is also power. Physical prowess is not the only form of power, and they must rise to be dominating forces, predators in politics. I think that's about it that I have to talk over here. If it's not clear, this was a very thought-provoking chapter. Obvious by the amount of notes I've had to take. I've written over 7 notes. I don't know the amount in specific, but it's taken up 5 pages of this Google Doc. and I have my font size at 15 and that Arial, so or Arial, whatever. I personally did enjoy the chapter, but again, I think it was maybe a bit. I think it was maybe held back by the complex writing of James Luceno, or Luceno, whichever way it is. His writing can be here or there depending on the situation. I think just in this situation, his writing just wasn't quite there. But in other situations, it is here. It does work in certain situations, like conversations, and I do think it works fine, like the business disputes Plagueis and Damask Holdings have with people, the others. But I don't really think it works as well in the lorddom or education chapters. I'm going to call them education chapters because it's Plagueis teaching Palpatine, so may as well call them that. Might not. I do think it is. I do think the chapter was good though, and the fact that I've spent over 2 hours. The fact that I've spent pretty much over 2 hours thinking through the chapter, and I will consider this video as thinking through the chapter because it is. Because I do think it is a bit. Yeah, it should be considered that, because I did think a bit through it, and I did actually try to record this before, and then I completely forgot about some stuff. But I do think it was an interesting chapter. It was a good chapter. It's just held back by James Luceno's writing. I think if he was able to make things clearer, it wouldn't. I don't think it would be as. I don't think it would be as cryptic. I think that's the best way I can put it. Unfortunately, these kinds of chapters I think are where James Luceno just falls short, and it makes you, as much as I hate to say it, because I am really enjoying Plagueis and I really want to continue reading it, as much as I hate to say it, it does make you feel a bit turned off by the book and you don't want to continue going on through it. That's just my personal opinion though. I know some people are going to love it, but I personally just didn't. I don't really enjoy these chapters, and it's definitely down to the writing. It's definitely because of the writing. I think Luceno enjoys using these words you never hear in a conversation, and it's fine in certain elements of the book, but when you're getting into something where it's of great significance or importance to in the form of lore and history and of teachings, it really falls short, and especially when it's in abundance and not in moderation, it just doesn't work that well, unfortunately. Sorry James, but it doesn't work well in my opinion. The combination of the two, it isn't a good amalgamation in my opinion. But that is just my opinion, and it would probably it would probably just throw in inconsistency if he did simplify the writing just for these lessons and long history chapters. But yeah, it just doesn't quite sit well with me, I don't think. I mean, I'm still going to continue reading the book though, because it is amazing. But just for me personally, it just wasn't, this kind of chapter just wasn't quite to my personal taste. Now I can finally have a break, because I've been trying to figure out the lessons in the book for the past 2 hours, and I haven't actually had a chance to rest from reading the chapter. And I need to wait to just give myself time to be ready to get on to the next chapter, so I'm going to take that moment now. But yeah, thank you all for watching. This is the longest one yet, because of the amount of notes and things I had to figure out. And I'll see you all next time. Bye. So, I've just read chapter 14 of Plagueis. Funnily enough, this chapter only mentions Plagueis quite frequently, but he doesn't appear at all in this chapter, which is a first for the book. But and I assume it will happen a few more times as well. Anyway, this is very much a politically driven chapter, so this video probably won't be too long. I still have got no sketches here for you all though, so yeah, keep that in mind. Why keep that in mind? I don't know. So just don't keep it in mind then. I'm losing track of what I'm saying. So this chapter is pretty much going into the disputes that the Trade Federation is having with Naboo. How they are basically making the shipping price of the plasma that Naboo has just unreasonably high, and they're getting much more money than they are paying out to money from the shipping than they are by actually getting the plasma. So Senator, what was it? Female Kim or something like that? Is it female? Female. Vidar Kim, not female. Sorry. So Vidar Kim, who is Naboo's senator, is wanting to basically abolish the Trade Federation and the Trade Federation's negotiations with Naboo, and for Naboo to transport its plasma independently. And so there is of course quite a bit of dispute that goes on and talks, and Palpatine says that he doesn't, that's a corporation like the Trade Federation, whose main goal is to in politics to take control of all trade routes, is that, well, they shouldn't be able to get to as much power as that they are striving for, and that Naboo has no plans of planetising the Trade Federation's facilities, but they just want to renegotiate the deals with the Trade Federation. Hang on, let me skim through that little bit of the chapter actually, because I'm starting to lose where I was. You had it in mind ago. And he also talks about how, and then Senator Tarkin, not the same as Grand Moff Tarkin, I assume this is either his father or grandfather, says that he thinks a defeat in the Senate might make the Trade Federation a bit more flexible, and Palpatine brought up that only those that supported well-reasoned laws should win approval in the Senate. And Palpatine was actually a way for someone to point out he had offered pretty much nothing of substance, aside from maybe the renegotiation. That was already something that Kim was already kind of trying to do. He was already trying to abolish, you know, the Trade Federation from Naboo. So then a little bit later on, Kim finds out, and then just as pretty much the meeting comes to an end, Kim finds out his wife and two of his sons, except his Jedi son, has been killed in a starship crash, which I assume is probably going to have something to do with Plagueis or something like the Trade Federation. Maybe the Trade Federation are picking up on him or something, and they're trying to get him to be removed from power so that they can keep Naboo. That's just theory on my part though, when reading the book. So then we have Oz Varuna, pull Palpatine away during Kim's during the funeral for Kim's wife and sons, and he talks to Palpatine a bit about the negotiations about the talkings on Malasta, and forgot to mention, Palpatine is the ambassador of Naboo at the moment in the book, so good for him, I guess. But Varuna's talking to him about how if they cut off from the Trade Federation a lot of King Talapo, so Talapo did Tapalo. Sapalo? You know who I'm talking about. Tapalo. There we go. That's how I usually pronounce it. Tapalo. How if they cut off connections with the Trade Federation and Damask Holdings, the views on him and views on Tapalo will kind of not turn out the way that's desired, I guess. Hold on. But here we go. But the people that, but if the Trade Federation is disconnected from Naboo, then a lot of the person responsible for Tapalo's election and his party and his party's continued popularity is not really going to take too kindly to hearing that Naboo has voted against as Varuna puts it, the very legislation Damask Holdings have been lobbying to enact, so the very laws that they have been trying to seek, that they have been trying to influence into action. Palpatine, of course, he's not quite a senator yet. He's still not fully well-rounded in the verse, but Varuna's kind of there to help as a bit of a guide, and he asks why not order Senator Kim to vote in favour of the Trade Federation, and Varuna just wishes it was that simple, because the problem is that Varuna and Tapalo have arrangements and with the Trade Federation. They have their own separate ones, and Kim intends to use this to send a message to the Trade Federation, as well as Tapalo's detractors, that Naboo will no longer allow itself to be exploited, and that recalling Kim from Coruscant would be pretty much just as, that would be basically, they would just as well, it may just as well be admitting that Naboo remains at the mercy of the Trade Federation, and that the Trade Federation can continue to exploit them, and that could jeopardise us standing with many of the trade worlds that have become dependent for Naboo. And so Palpatine pretends to consider, and actually comes up with, I'd say, a fairly genius idea, where he says perhaps it would be worth to risk voting against the Trade Federation, as whether the legislation is enacted or becomes embroiled in procedure. As he says, Naboo's contracts with the Trade Federation will be forced to continue, and the Federation will continue getting the plasma from Naboo for only a small sum in their eyes, and marketing it for, again, inflated prices, but it would then put Naboo in the good books of the public. having stood up against a greedy company. And he does say that he does say to Veruna to tell Magister Damask, that he go Damask the second, which is Darth Plagueis, that this is the course of action they're going to be taking. And yeah, that's really it to the chapter. I thought this was going to be a shorter one, apparently it wasn't. It's just as long as, it's just about an average length of a review now. But I personally enjoyed the chapter. It had a bit of a slow start, but I think it was mainly just because I wasn't that motivated to continue with the book. After for me, what was the disaster of chapter 13. Again, sorry James, you know, I am personally not a fan of his complex and cryptic and at times cryptic writing when he's trying to write for in what's, in my opinion, a part of the book that is vital to understand and or important to try and understand. And I don't think his writing works in those situations of especially particularly in dedicated chapters to that. But other times it works perfectly fine. Like this is a I think this is an important chapter, and it works really well. But I think it's just dependent on the context and the abundance of those words, to which there weren't that much in this chapter, which I think made it a bit more digestible. Anyway, that is my thoughts on chapter 14, which is chapter 2 of 9, a part 2 of Plagueis. And I'll be going on to chapter 15 quite soon. You probably won't be seeing the review for that too shortly after this one. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone, again got no sketches for you today, but we're on reviewing chapter 15 of Plagueis. Now I did read this last night, but I was so tired I could not remember what happened in the second half of the chapter. So we open up the chapter on Abora, which is Plagueis' island on what is it? I think it's Munilist. I could be wrong on that now, but I'm fairly sure it's Munilist. Where is Abora actually? Abora, Star Wars. Yes, it is Munilist. Got it right. Hey. And we've got Plagueis there, who is. We get to see the infancy of his midichlorian manipulation, and he's able to bring down the natural force bubble that the Yinkori have, or Yinchori, I'm going to say Kori I think, that the Yinkori have, and he's finally able to mind trick one and bring him under his influence. And we get a bit of insight into how the Sith made the right move to go into hiding, I guess. The way I saw it, it was going to hiding. The way I saw it, them going into hiding means that there won't be as many beings to rise up and mind trick them. And we start to get to see a bit into the Sith philosophy again, and how, while toppling the Jedi Order and the Republic was essential to the task of restoring order to the galaxy, that goal belongs to the realm of the ordinary, as it's put in the book, and that's to the world that was nothing more but a byproduct of eternal struggle between the light and dark forces, both of which were beyond the concepts of good and evil, as it says in the book. Well, good or evil, not good and evil, but you know what I mean. It goes on to explain that the greater goal of the Sith was toppling the Force itself, and, as it says, becoming the embodiment of the galaxy's animating principle. And that is quite in line with the Sith, honestly, with what we've been taught through the book, how they dominate the Force. They see themselves as the masters of the Force, not servants of the Force like the Jedi. And we get to see how the Sith were a bit dismissive of the fact that there were of the Celestials, the Mother, the Father, the Earth, Son and the Daughter. How because even the theoretical existence, which they were real but they don't know that, and how the theoretical existence of them had such little relevance on making the Force subservient to them. So they just viewed it with disdain. And Plagueis is kind of reflects a bit on the more on midichlorian manipulation, and how some Sith had survived, had gotten halfway across the bridge between death and life, and becoming the master of the Force, and how they got stuck halfway trying to gain power in the world, in the real world and galaxy, and it trapped them between being able to reach full immortality and power in the Force, and it stopped them from reaching that. And they are never given the Sith guidance, and given the Sith they are never given guidance from there. To Plagueis just meant it attested to the fact that their influence had been negligible, and had long since faded from the world, as he says. But as we Plagueis starts to think about how he could manipulate the midichlorians. He has made a murderous Yin-Chori become peaceful, and he wondered if he could turn a peaceful being into a murderer. He wondered, could he influence the leaders of worlds and systems to act into his designs? No matter how, as it's put in the book, iniquitous or inquisitive, I don't know how to pronounce that, but and he then started to wonder, would he want to not only conquer surviving death but creating life as well? And he thought perhaps he maybe could achieve that power, but not until the Jedi Order not until the light side and the Jedi Order were removed from the galaxy. That was something he needed to wait until to do then. But anyway, Plagueis, Palpatine, not Plagueis. This part of the chapter goes to Palpatine, and it's him visiting Dathomir, and we learn that Plagueis had pretty much worked to pretty much taken advantage of all Palpatine's weaknesses. As it says in the book, from the start of his apprenticeship with Plagueis, his master had demanded to know what Palpatine regarded as his greatest strength, so he would know how best to undermine him, know his greatest fear, so that Plagueis would know which to force Palpatine to face, to know what Palpatine cherished the most, so that Plagueis could take that from him, and to know the things that Palpatine craved, so that Plagueis could deny him. And through the restrictions, or as Plagueis said, through recognition, or as it's put in the book, or perhaps recognition on Plagueis' part for his apprentice's unabated craving to visit Sith worlds, Palpatine landed on Dathomir. because of all the restrictions. And I think and it's not really made clear why he's on Dathomir, I don't think. I think it is because it's similar to the Sith worlds. Actually no, I just read through that again, because I have the book up while I'm going through this, because I was needing to refresh my memory, because again I read it last night, and I was a bit tired when reading it. I think Palpatine was travelling there because he didn't want to be restricted or such, but anyway, as he's there in the Blue Desert City, he feels a pulse of Force energy, and it turns out to be a Night Sister who has an infant in a bag, and she goes up to Palpatine, having sensed her Force powers, and she's saying that he seems to be a man of intelligence and influence, and now the rest are rabble. And as it turns out, it is a Force-sensitive Zabrak, which turns out to be the later Darth Maul, just Maul at this point though. And Palpatine is... It feels quite Jedi-like in this moment, where he's just kind of like talking about, well, it doesn't feel very like Palpatine, but let me read through it again actually. Okay, actually reading through it, he seems a bit more manipulative. So yes, Palpatine then. And Palpatine is being a bit manipulative to this Night Sister, saying, "Oh, you say that he is a gift, yet you lie. Have you had dealings that led you into such depths that you were parts with your own family and stuff?" And he pretty much is viewing the Zabrak as pretty much nothing more but a night brother. And she is trying to convince Palpatine that, no, I want you to take him, I want you to take him, I want you to save him. To save him from Night Sister Mother Talzin. And it's not really made clear why she's wanting to set him free, I guess. But Palpatine eventually takes him, and he just set out to figure out what he was going to do with Maul. As we know, he trains him. But then we get into the second half of the chapter that I had to read through again, and Plagueis is getting all into politics and looking to the future, which again I don't think that it doesn't feel very, I guess, much to Plagueis' character, to at least to what we were establishing with his character in the latter half, in the towards the end of part 1 of the book. He seemed to be very focused on the present. But I guess you could say that this is him acting within the present problems and trying to figure out what they're going to do when as they approach their goals and get to those certain intended milestones for those goals. Sorry. And he's talking about, like, well, despite what the Grand Protectorate and Black Sun wants, they need to allow the Hydian Way and Rimmer trade routes. They think that the Trade Federation is seeking to increase control of multi-system shipping, and that the dangers of putting the Federation's clients in the Senate happens when the Senate ignores the needs of the worlds, and they uproar for being neglected. And well, the Republic receives backlash, and Palpatine and Damascus can harvest the benefits of that. They're making the Republic look, well, negligent and weaker, and they can take advantage of that. He mentions that he should encourage Ars Veruna to form that Space Corps he was talking about in Chapter 14 to defend Naboo against the Federation, but when they do make him king, they will why did I put keep in my notes? No, king. When they do make him king, they are going to lead him into a morass that will appear to be of his own making, as it's put in the book. And Plagueis is noting that the public are getting more angry and hateful and fearful, and he says it signals the loss of faith in the Force, and that the light is being pushed by the darkness and is waning, that the universe is seeming more harmful than comforting, and in such times people are customary to look for solutions by enacting harsh laws, ostracism of strangers, and warfare. Again, I'm reading through my notes here. Much more neatly arranged in Chapter 13, thankfully. I made sure to do that. And Plagueis mentions that once the Republic falls, the Jedi will be but a memory, and beings will have nowhere to turn to but the two Sith. Because, of course, with the Republic being negligent, they are promising that they will provide stability. They're thinking that they will promise this. They will promise to provide stability, a list of enemies, weapons capable of decimating star systems, and dual-steel prisons that they can feel secure in. And Plagueis mentions they'll need the dark side to help them in dictating the future, shaping the future, and they'll see to that. And once the Senate issues are behind them, they can set the stage for what would be next. With the promise of unlimited funding, guilds and unions will ally, and the Hive species will turn pincer and claw to manufacturing weapons in the absence of conflict or warfare, I think, as it's put in the book. And Palpatine mentions, but the Jedi will try to do something as the Republic weakens, and they could possibly try to take coup of it. And Plagueis takes note of it, but he knows the Jedi are becoming weaker and weaker and becoming more lost, and that they don't really, and that it won't really be too much of a problem. And he mentions about Darth Gravid, or Gravid. Sorry, Gravid sounds better. And it goes on to talk about how Tenebris and his master tried to engineer a virus targeted specifically for Jedi, but he compares it to them thinking, well, it was as if that light, it was as if they were targeting different intermediaries. It was as if they were treating the Force as if the light and dark community of different intermediaries, intermediaries. You know what I'm talking about, hopefully. And to try and sway the galaxy and to try to remove pretty much the light side of that and sway the galaxy into the darkness. But in reality, as Plagueis puts it, they were those intermediaries. I really can't say it, and I'm probably messing it up right now. But those set ones are just the midichlorians, and even then, Palpatine mentions it wouldn't have worked. It just wouldn't. There would have been it would have required having an individual assassin for each Jedi, and there was no way that you could keep that many mouths mute, because there was about 10,000 Jedi by the time the Clone Wars. There's more here, probably. And Plagueis mentions that no army can overwhelm the Jedi. The Sith were tens of thousands in the past, so they couldn't beat the Jedi. And he mentions that once the galaxy teemed with warriors and ships, now only isolated bands of mercenaries and star system defense forces are what they have. And it's why they think they must, and it's why they are striving to bring the galaxy to a state where barbarism is the norm. Palpatine mentions that the Jedi need to be felled from within and be lured into a trap of their own devising, taking advantage and exploiting their vanity and blind obedience to the Republic, and to make them appear as the enemies of peace and justice rather than the guardians. And Plagueis, he takes that into consideration and even notes that the survivors, even if there are any survivors, they'll have to go into hiding. But Plagueis does warn Palpatine they have to be careful not to make it a martyris, I think I pronounced that right, as they want the galaxy to turn their backs on the light side, not make it seem like there's a prejudice against the Jedi. But Plagueis then brings up an old dealing that we heard of in part 1 of the book, with Kerid Santh and how he died, and that Tenebrous and Noro Senar had a common enemy and they are partnered up, and so presumably Tenebrous sent Plagueis, Tenebrous left orders for Plagueis to kill Santh, and with a dish that could be a bit poison, that could be very poisonous if not served correctly. He saw Santh take that bite from that dish, and he then started to use the Force to choke him and kill him that way. And he mentions to Palpatine they'll need to do a similar assassination to Vidar Kim, because his sentiment has become a liability. His belief of the Trade Federation needing to be abolished has put him at being a liability. And so he said that he wouldn't have the luxury of being in person when he's killed though, because they need to keep they need to be able to have Palpatine have deniability to being involved. But it will open up the position of Senator of Naboo to Palpatine. And so that's really it for this chapter. Again, I had to read through it again second time, that's the second half of it, and I've skimmed through the first bit while doing this video because I realised just how much I forgot about it. But yeah, it was a good chapter. I enjoyed it. Again, I'll probably have to read through all this. I think the problem with Plagueis though, I think, is that it keeps introducing a lot, and I do mean a lot. That it's hard. That at times it can be a bit hard to keep up with. I was able to keep up with what was going on with chapter 14. Here, there was so much proposed in the latter half of chapter 15. It's actually quite difficult to try and keep track of. But yeah, hopefully I'm looking forward to see where the book goes, and I don't know where I'm going with this. I'll see you all next time. Bye. Hello everyone. So again, no more sketches for today, but I'll be covering my review of chapter 16 of Darth Plagueis. And this is another one of those chapters that doesn't feature Plagueis very much, like chapter 14. But anyway, we get to see Palpatine enacting the plans to assassinate Vidar Kim, because of him trying to push against the Trades Federation and being problematic. And Palpatine is curious, I guess. He knew that, it became clear to him that Plagueis had again influenced Palpatine to go against the Trades Federation, and it was, I guess, his way of teaching Palpatine that he must be prepared to accept all consequences that sprang from his schemes. And we also get to see how that lesson that Plagueis taught him of always being on guard is paying off in this, where Palpatine is now vowing never to let his guard down after Plagueis choked him. And then Palpatine has one last meeting. Anyway, Palpatine has one last meeting with Vidar Kim, and Vidar makes it clear that he is the only one that he trusts, which he really shouldn't, but that Palpatine is the only person he trusts. And he gave him a route of where he'd be going for the next week, and that's when Palpatine gave that to Saint Pestige, who is going to send out a Maladin assassin, who, if you know Plagueis, they're going to come important later. So yeah, Palpatine was also a bit curious, I guess, as to why Plagueis want to direct the blame of the assassination to the Trades Federation. And I'm still a bit confused by that myself. But anyway, we get on to Kamino, of all places. I knew it would probably come up, but I didn't expect it to come up here. And we have Plagueis talking to the Kaminoans about using the Inchori he has to create a clone army for of course, the Sith Grand Plan. And they find that the Inchori is a bit too violent and not obedient enough, and they consider other options such as Ithorians or Kamossi, but humans was another option, but they're looking into research more of the Inchori, whatever, and they proceed pretty much to get some military specialists to regard their programming, and they and to also get funding from Damask Holdings for the project, and they're also getting studies on the sociology of Inchori. But anyway, the assassination plays out, and Vidar is killed, and the assassin, while being interrogated by Ronhar Kim, she injects herself with a neurotoxin and kills herself. I'm not quite sure why Palpatine is angry. Perhaps that she was captured. As it says, the fool, Palpatine fumes. Why didn't she wait until Kim had exited the taxi as Messaline? But then Pestige makes it clear, well, you told me You instructed me to make it public, which is exactly what I told her. But for some reason I don't know why Palpatine is angry. Perhaps I'm just not clicking onto something. I've been a little bit tired reading these today. But the Jedi are investigating into the matter, but it can't be traced back to Palpatine. And Pestige did warn the Maladin about One Heart, but then there's a really confusing line that I still can't get my head around, and it's if Von Har is under the impression that he might have been the target, then Kim may not have revealed his suspicion about Tapala and Varuna, which to me doesn't make any sense. What difference would that make? Honestly, what difference would it make? So that's something I'm confused. That's confused me. But because it's, you know, how would that affect Vidar? Neither knew they were going to be subjects to being murdered until Vidar was killed. So how would that affect it? That's something that really confused me. See if anyone down below can clear it up, then please do. But either way, he didn't really go into. Either way, Vidar didn't really go into detail with One Heart about the whole situation. He kept it indirect and mainly referred to it with a detriment. As it's put, at no time did he offer anything more than veiled references to intrigues on the booth, so there you go. He wasn't able to persuade Von Har to leave the Jedi, but for some reason the gameplay, it's mentioned that Plagueis will not be pleased. But rumours were spreading that Kim may have been involved in shady business. The message that Palpatine was wondering why would he want to sabotage the Trade Federation in this way, make it seem like the Trade Federation assassinated him, and realised the message was to be sent off to the Senate to make it spread apprehension in, as it said, in the galactic capital, to make it seem like you comply with us or you don't. Or something like that, and if you don't, face the consequences. And Palpatine goes, well, it's done in any case, he said finally, as it said in the book. And Palpatine is, of course, clear of it, and Palpatine is going to be promoted to Senator. So I enjoyed the chapter. I do think once we got onto the that last bit with Palpatine talking to Pestige about the assassination, I think we were losing it a little bit there with what was going on. I do think maybe it could have been made a little bit clear as to why it was bad that the Maladin would. I guess the intention was for the Maladin to kill Kim and not get captured, but I guess that's probably why Palpatine was upset. But I'm still confused about it because, well, no information was revealed. But oh well. And I've only just scratched the idea that the message was to have the Trade Federation inflict fear so that people will comply with their shippings, I guess. So anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone, Welcome back to my Darth Plagueis review series. We're on to chapter 17. Almost forgot that then. And we got a little bit to go through. There's not a whole lot in the chapter. But it is quite a let's say complicated chapter to really get your head around. I think when I want to refer to James Luceno and James Luceno's writing improving a problem, I'm just going to call it a Lucenoism. I think that's just going to make it easier. I got no sketches for you today, unfortunately. But let's get into it. So before we do though, I want to kind of go over chapter 16 and that. I just realised why Palpatine was so upset at the Maladin. The Maladin, if she had killed Ronha, if she had done that, then the Jedi would have started investigation, and they might have been able to trace her, and they may have been able to break her and trace him back and trace her to a Saint Pestage, who could then have been traced back to Palpatine and of course ruin the Sith plan and set them back. But of course with the Maladin taken out herself, that it meant there was no way to lead it off to a Saint Pestage or Palpatine. And it also became apparent in this chapter that it was also another reason why they wanted Ronha to leave is Palpatine is that he could then manipulate him into having insight into the workings of the Jedi Order and how they work. While he gives him insight into the Senate and how that works. Then we get to Sereno. We cut to Sereno with Plagueis, and this is definitely the bit I'm going to spend the most time talking about. Don't be surprised if this turns out to be 40 minutes long or so. And there's a bit of there's a meeting surrounding the facts of, well, they want to open up a what was it? It was like a hyperwave repeater. Now, what's a hyperwave repeater? It's, I think it is just, you know, holograms, but that would send information and stuff. But yeah, I mean, it just doesn't really amount to anything. And we get to kind of see, and there are 3 Jedi there that participate in the conversation with Plagueis, and I do think Plagueis, you want to be referring back to chapter 15 for this, because remember when Plagueis had wanting to know much about Palpatine, like, tell me what your greatest fear is so I know how to best strengthen you. Tell me what you cherish most so I know what to deny from you. You know, that bit. Well, in this case it would be, tell me what you believe so that I may challenge it. And, well, he doesn't need to be told what their belief is because he knows what the belief of the Jedi Order is. He's manipulating them. For conversation, I've put down conversation notes for the Jedi. So Qui-Gon is obviously suspicious of Palpatine, his exploitations and business practices. Plagueis' business exploitations and business practices, and he sees through Plagueis' justifications. Dooku is of course clearly at odds with the decisions of the Senate. We know that's a fact. We know Dooku often was at odds with them. And Sifo Dyas is clearly pushing for creating peace, no matter the costs, for the good of the galaxy and ethics of the Jedi. Or, well, rather in the ethics of the Jedi. I should put that in there, shouldn't I? And he would be willing to fight and protect in the Jedi ethics if a war occurred. the most moved by Plagueis' hypothesis that he poses. So Plagueis, I think it's just better if I read throughout my simplification of the conversation to make it understandable. So if you've been struggling with trying to conceive what chapter 17 was even going on about with Plagueis in this conversation, hopefully this will provide some clarification of my personal view of what that was. So so this is what I've written. There is also a little summary at the end, so yeah. After Plagueis initiated the conversation, stating that pointless arguments are becoming too common. Plagueis initiated the conversation, stating that pointless arguments are becoming too common, and Dooku says the absence of a resolution means it will be the remote systems who will suffer. Because of course, if they can't come to a deal, there's nothing that will help. No one's benefiting. And he believes a hyperwave repeater, and Dooku believes a hyperwave repeater should have been a project the Republic took, and criticised the Republic's terrible decision to privatise the HoloNet. Qui-Gon begins his conversation asking if dissatisfaction, there we go, is the aim of the mass holdings as they inflict it with the comments we're about to read. So Plagueis claims the contrary, that they don't inflict dissatisfaction, and that they advocate for the interests of neglected worlds where possible. So they support the interests of those worlds. Qui-Gon counteracts by saying that they use exploitative means to do so, such as the Trade Federation, and using its needs to inflate as it has a need to inflate its own prices or its own monetary gain, leading the world into Qui-Gon's words, to ruin. Plagueis says that the Trade Federation has helped neglected worlds, and has helped neglected worlds gradually prosper, but the fact that it comes with the cost of the Trade Federation and banking clan taking most of the profits, and they ignore the fact that they are being exploitative in that manner. Plagueis, however, is intentionally as we know though, Plagueis is intentionally creating this dissatisfaction. He's intentionally stirring up the world's frustrations that's not getting the profits it should, to make the Republic look worse. While we know the Trade Federation doesn't really have a direct connection to the Republic, we do know that they do see the Republic, that this would still affect the Republic. They are part of the Republic Senate, and the Republic Senate is negligent of these worlds. Now Plagueis queries the Jedi, or asks the Jedi, about having to ignore ignore exploitations of the same magnitude when enforcing the Republic laws. So having to ignore things on the scale of, not getting what's just, I guess. That they must slowly prosper, and that those worlds must slowly prosper and stuff. But anyway, Plagueis queries the Jedi about having to ignore exploitations of the same magnitude when enforcing public laws. This is something I'm still struggling to get my head around. The actual wording in the book is, surely the Jedi have had to ignore consequences of the same magnitude in enforcing the laws of the Republic. And I find that to be just a complete Lucenoism. It really just, to me, doesn't make any sense in the slightest. If Luceno did better writing, rather, I don't want to say better, if he better worded it rather than using what was it, ignore consequences, then it would have made more sense to me. But this is the part, that's the bit that still confuses me. Someone can probably figure it out, but I personally just can't. But anyway, Scytho-Dyas says it is a misconception that they serve the Republic only, and that they serve for the greater good, or as we'll come to learn, their ethics. The greater good is their ethics. Now, Plagueis talks about how the Jedi have the advantage of acting in harmony, conjunction with the Force, and how Damask Holdings tries to look forward beyond the current situation, the future. Qui-Gon says the Jedi do the same, they look to the future, stating that many criminals have held Damask Holdings accountable for their actions. And Plagueis deflects this, saying the wealth are held to higher standards than the poor. Dooku blames the Senate for making the galaxy become aggressive to credit when, so they, you know, in this case, they justify their criminal actions because Damask Holdings and of the sort aren't doing enough to help them and their finances. But anyway, Plagueis is willing to accept that the Muons have taken control of finance if Qui-Gon accepts the fact the Jedi have taken control of ethics. And in my belief, this means they are both wanting control, as Qui-Gon is unwilling and declares they are on different sides, but this is where it comes, which Plagueis rebukes, saying that they could be after the same thing, which is what I mean by they are both wanting control. Qui-Gon rebukes this statement, saying different paths to the same destination is a clever justification that he refuses to accept. And with that, Qui-Gon departs. Plagueis praises Qui-Gon's bluntness, saying that the Senate could learn from his bluntness, and Dooku says the Senate only listens to itself endlessly and without reason, and if Chancellor Darius is going to encourage an environment where injustice can occur, it will. Scytho-Dyas says the Senate is something even the Jedi don't enter, but Plagueis mentions they have voted from time to time. He says that the Senate can be chaotic and disorganised, but one thing is certain: the core is not secure, and new leadership is needed. When possible replacements are brought up, Plagueis considers them possible to rise. Scytho mentions that they would not vote in any case. Plagueis mentions that Cal Pana would risk the survivability of the outer systems, as he would stand against the stealing, smuggling and slavery that many outer systems depend on to survive. Scytho says that they will need to find other means, and that Scytho says they will need to find other means, and that the Judges and Jedi will spread peace. And so this starts Plagueis onto his challenging of their beliefs, and he poses a series of hypothetical questions, and he poses a question to the Jedi, and he asks if dissatisfaction spreads and multi-system conflict occurs, with membered worlds with the Republic threatening to withdraw, would the Jedi's loyalties not be split? Scytho says that the Republic will be preserved, and Plagueis poses another question: what if the Republic's goals didn't stay in line with the greater good, and conflict arose to the point of them being divided? And when Scytho says that the Republic would be preserved, I think they mean they would stay aligned with the Republic. That's definitely how it's treated. Dooku mentions the absence of armies means there can be no war. Plagueis asks if the Jedi can become an army, should they have to. Scytho mentions they were an army once, but now, no matter the extent of conflict, there was an attempt to forge peace without becoming a ruling body. Plagueis judged Sifo as having a misguided sense of loyalty that prevented him from voicing the real extent of his anxiety and fear. Plagueis says forging peace sounds like they are right, but with further layers to their motive, I guess. Plagueis continues the dispute, asking what if the dissatisfied systems raised an army, and wouldn't the Jedi be forced to protect the Republic? Sifo begins to ask where these armies would come from, beginning to say the Outer Rims lack the resources to do so, but he withdraws his statement. But he eventually withdraws his statement before he can finish, as he's realising Plagueis' manipulation. And Plagueis brings forth that Sifo is accepting to fighting, and he's willing to fight if he should do so, if there is a threat that needs to be stopped. Plagueis makes it clear he didn't mean to imply the Republic are purposely. He didn't mean to imply the Republic purposely deprived remote systems of the right of self-government, and that he merely speculates because he sees a growing threat. Dooku also sees it. Plagueis asks the Jedi if they were attacked. Sorry, I should put that in there. If they were attacked, would they counter-attack? Dooku explains the Republic would remain demilitarized and would only amass an army if there was an instance. Would only amass an army if there was an instance, if aware of a threat. Palpatine's words echo in Plagueis' mind about the Jedi's vanity and blind obedience to the Republic could be exploited to make them seem like they are the enemies of peace and justice. And Plagueis thinks of it in a new light, thinking he had taken the wrong approach on Kamino and thought it best to have the army engineered for fighting alongside the Jedi rather than against them. Sifo says, in a simplified manner that I'll put here, in fear of Plagueis thinking of investing into military projects, he assures Plagueis that the Republic will not reverse its stance on demilitarization. His words were forceful, but with a lack of certainty. Plagueis assures Sifo his questions weren't directed in motivation or profit, just that he doesn't want to see the Republic caught off guard, and places faith in the Jedi that an army can be amassed and raised if necessary. Lastly, Plagueis uses Sifo's curiosity around raising an army to give him the idea of cloning one on Kamino. So in summary, Plagueis has tested the Jedi. Actually, I'm going to read off my other summary ideas for it, which is basically the same, just a little bit more expansive. So Plagueis has tested the Jedi's views and how they would act in conflict, and it is becoming apparent to him that the Jedi are willing to allow more suffering in the claim of peace by stopping acts typically seen as evil or morally wrong, controlling ethics, and in turn the galaxy through their beliefs, while not becoming a ruling body. And he cleverly manipulates the conversation to plant seeds of worry a war might break out. So, he's constantly posing that these dissatisfied worlds, these worlds that are not satisfied with the Republic, they will eventually begin to fight back. And with that worry, plant seeds of worry a war might break out. That and Sifo Dyas is proving to be the warrior of them all. So Plagueis plants the idea of a cloned army into his head once he echoes back to Palpatine's words of making the Jedi seem like the enemies of peace and justice. What better way to do that than to give the Jedi their very own army at their command in a war intended to destabilise the Republic and remote systems, and waning trust in the Jedi's and weighing trust in the Jedi's belief. So that should, so that is my that is what I've taken away from the chapter. Now honestly, I was so frustrated. That was the conversation in the chapter. I was so frustrated, not because not because the conversation wasn't interesting and that I didn't like the conversation. It's Luke James used to know he's good. His writing was good for the most part in part 1, because there weren't as many scenes there that were of great importance, and I do mean great importance. But once he comes to needing to write scenes of great importance, once he comes around to doing that, sorry, but when he comes around to having to write scenes of great importance, he just falls flat, because his writing, he loves to use complicated words. He loves to use words you would never use in an actual conversation. At least in my opinion, he wouldn't really use them, and it makes things that should be much clearer than they are become cryptic and just not, and really thought-provoking in a way that comes from annoyance rather than interest, because you actually need to be thinking about, because you end up spending so much time trying to figure out what he's even trying to say in the chapter. And I, for a little bit, was actually completely under the belief that I wouldn't be able to understand what this chapter was going on about. I think I did a pretty good job in doing so, but I don't think I'm actually grasped the whole thing of it yet. I don't, and I'm sure there will be people who have different views on this chapter. So please go to the comments below. Tell me what your thoughts were on this chapter. I want to see other people's views of it, and the conversation Plagueis had with Diaz, Dooku and Jyn. I want to know what your thoughts were on that conversation, what you thought the conversation was about. For me, this was Plagueis' way of testing the Jedi and finding out how best to exploit them. He's seen that the Jedi, they don't really serve peace, they serve their beliefs, and if people don't align themselves with that beliefs, they will suffer for it. This is basically what the chapter is, for me at least, saying. And we get to see that Plagueis is, of course, purposely also inflicting that dissatisfaction to weaken down the Republic, to weaken down the Republic, to make it disdained even more, so that the Sith can come in and be as the ones of strength and satisfaction, who will provide that stability that the Republic lacks, and will help worlds and basically reform the galaxy into a much quote-unquote safer place. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking, and it's also thinking from the past chapters of what their intentions are. So anyway, thank you all for watching. I'm probably going to go through one more chapter today. This means I've pretty much reminded myself of chapter 5, and I've gone through 3 chapters if I do one more today. So yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. I'm really happy I've got this burden off my chest with this chapter. Hello everyone, I've just finished reading chapter 18 of Darth Plagueis. Again, got no sketches for you today. I'm not sure if I'll actually be doing any more for the book, so I'm going to leave it there. Unless if I do more sketches, I'll feature them. But I think it's getting quite old with me keeping telling you I haven't got any sketches. But anyway, just finished chapter 18 of Darth Plagueis, and this is the kind of chapter I've been wanting in this part of the book, in part 2 of the book. This is the kind of chapter where the words aren't overly the abundance of complex words is minimal, and it really does do the book wonders when it doesn't indulge itself in that. And it was really such a nice break from the suppressive to the suppressive feeling that chapter 17 gave. But anyway, we get to see that there is a big vote going on, a massive vote for whether some worlds in the Senate of like Felucia and Meccana should join the Republic, and they are with the Atreides Federation. And we get to kind of see into Palpatine's mind a bit in this book, how he's kind of fantasizing but also feeling pride and above his father for attaining the power he never reached, and was, in Palpatine's view, too cowardly, too inept to reach. And we get to see that for some reason Ego Damask is there. I assume we'll find out next chapter, because I'm on the first page of it right now, and it seems to be following off straight from chapter 18. But anyway, come to the vote, and I think it goes against what I think you were expecting in the book, because you know they were talking about how they need to create chaos, disorder in the galaxy and dissatisfaction. And in fact I was thinking Palpatine would vote to bring in those worlds, because they would then be, of course, dissatisfied with the Republic, finding out that they don't really care that much for them, and it will cause an uproar. And of course that's what the Sith want. They want the Republic to look bad. But I completely forgot that but I also completely forgot about Senator Kim and his death, and also the kind of controversy the Trade Federation has found themselves in. And Palpatine is talking about how Naboo, they don't necessarily how the Trade Federation helped them come to the power that they have now, but they also are unsure in if they want to support the Trade Federation until the investigations of Kim's murder have yielded results, and whether the Trade Federation was responsible, because at the moment they are the most likely culprits, but it doesn't seem to be. But there is nothing to support that. I mean, and so Palpatine decides we're not going to vote. And also it's a smart move, because it's votes for them to be brought in, and then Palpatine makes enemies for those who believe that the Trade Federation was responsible for Kim's death. He makes enemies with them, because not only is Naboo benefiting from the Trade Federation, you know, he's also they're also working with them. And if Palpatine was to vote against these worlds that are with the Trade Federation, that will make Naboo less appealing to the Trade Federation, and they will view it as not really having their interests. So by not voting for either party, they're keeping the necessity of the Trade Federation going, while keeping, I guess, while not really, well, trying to Palpatine and basically trying to appease most. Now, not everyone is happy with it. As the book says, the hush that had fallen over a select portion of the Senate spreads to include the entire rotunda. Then outbursts that erupted, both damning and championing, were so clamorous and prolonged that the Vice-Chancellor ultimately curtailed in his attempts to restore order and let chaos reign. And you can't get to see how Palpatine's he's very clever in that he's very clever in he makes people like him, he makes people I guess look up to him. I think that's the word I'm looking for, and he's very clever in that sense. I mean, get a display of that. But aside from that, there's not really too much to say in the chapter. Aside from Here Go Damask is there, his Master Plagueis, with Lars Hill and other representatives of Damask and other people from Damask Holdings. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Thank you all for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone. So I've just read chapter 19 of Darth Plagueis. Got that right. I've just finished it. I'm really happy we've made a return to the chapters without having an abundance of overly complex words. At least for now. I have a feeling it will come back in part 3, but we'll see. But yeah, I really enjoyed this chapter. So let's get into the summary. So Palpatine, he has been contacted by Celestin, by STP. I can't remember those are the initials of the company. I can't remember the full name. Well, the association, not company. Sorry, but I can't remember the name of the association. And pretty much they are partnered, and it was pretty much set up by Senator Pax Team, who is quite a prevalent character in the book. I don't think I've mentioned him that much, but he is a really prominent character in the book, and if to kind of set the stage, Pax, back in chapter 6 at the Gathering, Pax Team has been constantly being put at a disadvantage by Plagueis, because he keeps favouring Gardulla the Hutt and Naboo, who bring in more income, and it's negatively affecting the economy of Malasta, which is where he's stationed, and the Grand Protectorate. He's a Gran. That's the name of the species. It's not a grandma. But he's constantly being at odds, and Malast's been kind of on the decline for quite a number of years by the time of this chapter, by the time of chapter 19. And he simply just wants to see his planet prosper again. But he was contacted by the rival royal houses on Naboo, which are just families, and about how Palpatine had how they suspected, because it was only suspected, it was never confirmed, even though we know it happened because we've read the book, but but it was suspected that Palpatine was helping Damask Holdings get Bon Tapalo elected, and of course they were right, but it was only just at that time theoretical and accusations. It wasn't confirmed in any way, shape or form, but it was still an accusation. That's wasn't proven correct. But anyway, so Pax Team wants to, of course, get Senator Palpatine. He wants to get Palpatine and kill him, so he can send a message off to Naboo and up to Bon Tapalo and mainly Here Go Damask. Of course, Plagueis. What was it? For what reason? I need to remind myself. It's probably because, of course, their economy, but here we go. So you could send a message to Hugo Damask that his days of influencing the Senate have come to an end, but he's come to know from those houses that that Damask was probably the reason Vidar Kim was killed. He's of course part of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, which are strong partners of the Trade Federation. I'm actually running through this in my head right now. So of course, killing Palpatine, who is a strong partner of Damask, would mean telling you, hey, we're not standing for what you're doing anymore. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. But as it turns out, it turns out to be a double setup. Yeah, of course, they're trying to kill Palpatine so they can also not just get out that message to Damask, but start to have Mallister come back into Prosper and have a new election for the senator. But an appointment, whatever. And what ends up happening is that apparently, well, let's first off talk about the Sun Guards. I mean, you finally get to see the Sun Guards doing something, and honestly, the way they manage it, this is really the first instance of what the Sun Guards are capable of, and they're quite capable. And we get to see how they very quickly take out all the Stanth security and the Rodian that brought Palpatine to the works. And it turns out Plagueis had set up the Gran, and had set up the Gran Protectorate and Pax team into trying to kill Palpatine, so they have reason to go and try and what was it in the book? What did it say in the book? So that they have reason to, you know, now they have reason to go and try and take out the Gran that are going to be posing a threat to them. And if they continue to try and do this, and they're now really starting to push to get Mallister and into prominence again and push the Trade Federation back. So now they have reason to get rid of Pax team, because they tried to assassinate, they tried to murder Palpatine. So now they have reason to try and tell them, no, you can't do that, under their supervision. So yeah. Anyway, sorry, let's just have to pause to think for a moment. But by setting up Pax team to try and kill Palpatine, they've given themselves the opportunity to go and reinforce that. Well, Pax team's not really any better than what's being suspected of the Trade Federation, and that now they have reason to go and continue to try and suppress him and Mallister. So yeah, and I do feel a little bit sorry for Pax team. He just wants his world to prosper again, and he keeps being exploited and made redundant by the Trade Federation. But of course, this is all working to the benefit of the Sith, and if Pax team and if Mallister is of course left in that state, it's going to be when Sidious and Plagueis do take over the Republic, they can then start to offer being satisfactory and being the and retaining that order that the Republic's fate, and retaining that order and acknowledgements that the Republic's lacking. So yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. So I've just finished reading chapter 20 of Darth Plagueis, And every single time I think an event's going to happen in the last chapter of the part, it seems to happen in the second to last chapter. I thought Palpatine would kill his family in chapter 12, but he did it in chapter 11. I thought Plagueis was going to be attacked by the Maladins in chapter 21, not chapter 20. But he's been attacked by the Maladins in chapter 20. So, I'm going to be giving you my review. I personally really enjoyed the chapter. I think it was this is the kind of... I think this is really where James Luceno's writing exceeds and does well. It's where he doesn't over-rely on his use of complex words like he did in chapter 17 or chapter 13. He doesn't... I guess using them so much makes it hard to understand. There were times where it was hard to understand, but I think it was mainly just... But it wasn't from the complex words, and it was just from a bit of... what you're trying to convey. And maybe just poor wording of what was going on. Anyway, Lars Hill is trying to be accepted into the order of being accepted into the order of the Accounted Circle. But little did Plagueis realise the Maladins had infiltrated that under the orders of the Grand Protectorate. The Grand weren't on the orbital station that they have been traced to. They were instead in the Manister ambassadorial residence on Coruscant, so they weren't in orbit. So, as it turns out, they weren't just trying to get rid of Palpatine. They were also trying to get rid of Hugo Damask, and of course, doing that means the Trade Federation loses the leader of one of its most important and influential finance givers, and it deals, of course, quite a striking blow. And we get to see how the Maladins really attacked before Plagueis could really react to anything. Everything just happened at once. Large Steel got beheaded. The other Muns were killed pretty quickly. The Maladins, we really get to see how effective the Maladins are, even if they do eventually lose. But we really get to see how they really do put the Jedi in danger. They really put them in. They really do show how skilled they are in managing in fighting Force sensitives. They're manoeuvring around Plagueis' capabilities in the Force, and even though Plagueis is on the verge of going unconscious from blood loss because he's just lost part of his jaw, part of his neck, his windpipe, and a bunch of vessels, and he's really struggling to continue on. He really is. He's been able to. I think he was able to use Sith sorcery to stabilise 2 of his 3 hearts, but but then he started to fight back against the Maladins, and simply through his fists and hands, well, you know the same thing, but you know what I mean. Hand spread out, fist crumpled up, but he fought against the Maladins for a time, and he was really, for the condition he was in and struggling to keep on going, he really made I guess not really light work of them, but he put up quite a big fight. He was able to snap the necks of some of them. He punched his way through their armour into them. He was really using the Force to amplify his attacks, and he was really just displaying how strong he was. He used Force Screams, which I was quite excited to see. He used waves of Force energy that could atomize them. He was using the Force to throw loose objects and make them into deadly projectiles. And he he was sending, and he was using his mind to create, to throw the Meladins away from him when from a, like, I guess a pushing force from the floor. When his second heart had failed, and they were able to close on him and wound him even more, wounding his arms, his shoulders. And even though more Meladins came in then, he was about to do one more attack when Palpatine and Saint Pestage came in. And also poor 114D, he survived it, he survived it. I'm surprised 114D actually survived that as well as it did. It wasn't, I guess, significantly damaged. I assumed he would have been more damaged, but the way the book puts it, he's just leaking lubricants. He's not really. He doesn't seem to have suffered any significant damage, and his immediate reaction: "May I be of service? I think I can be of service, Magister. Can I help you heal?" It's once he's, 114D. He was. It's a shame that he hasn't had a bit more of a presence in the book since he was introduced, because he is. I think he can be, because he's such, I guess, a lovely droid, I think, and he's also quite fun at times, and funny, I mean. But as it turns out, the reason why the Meladins attacked Plagueis was because the Grand were, as I said, wanting to get rid of Plagueis, but also the Meladin commander was felt humiliated by how the Meladin had tried to kill Vidar Kim, and how he felt it wasn't a very good manner, and felt humiliated by how poorly it was managed by that Meladin. And so he tried to make amends for his services to Saint Pestage by taking up the Grand Protectorate as contracts to kill Higo Damask. And of course, by doing that, they rid themselves of someone who has been actively not been favouring them. Get rid of Palpatine. They kill an important person that had strive for Tapalo, and Tapalo was likely full in his election, and the Trades Federation be able to continue, and the Trades Federation and other houses would probably could probably end up being supported and cut off the Trades Federation. Yet then you also then have you then have Plagueis being cut off, and that's going to strike a massive blow to the Trade Federation. They deal in the because of course the Mask Holdings is a bit of a I guess offshoot of the is a bit of a supporting company of the Intergalactic Banking Clan, and it seems it's a little bit. They do multiple things. I know there's a Reddit out there going on about what they do. I haven't probably read into it because I want to finish Plagueis before, in case of any spoilers. But one of the primary things they do is make contracts and support in finance, and by doing that, they deal a massive blow to the Trade Federation. And Plagueis wants the Jedi to come to the scene of the assassination attempt, because he wants them to feel the power of the dark side that he has, I guess, used. He wants them to feel that. And Palpatine's saying no. What we've done here, if they see it's beyond. The carnage we have here is beyond what should be possible of us. We can't be seen here. And so Plagueis understands, and he says, "Then retrieve the Sun Guards, get them." And he says they will before, and he's cut off. And I assume it was make it seem like they were able to protect them, or I guess fix the scene so it doesn't. remove suspicion, but Palpatine says, no, I know where the Grand Protectorate is, I can go and take them out for you. And so we could have a bit of a time jump, and we see Palpatine make his way into the infiltrate the Mallister Ambassadry's residence, and he kills some of the Santh security guards with Plagueis' lightsaber, which is notably a bit too big for Palpatine. He's able to hold it with one hand, but with some difficulty. It's better to use it with two hands. But we see him go on a murderous rampage, taking out 2 dog guards. One of them trying to stop their organs from spilling out of their chest and abdomen, which I know it isn't very pleasant, but it does seem like you've just been attacked. You've got someone there who's moving in a blur, and you're more concerned about and you're meant to be protecting. So for me, it feels a bit funny, but really it isn't. I don't know why I'm fighting it humorous, honestly. But then Palpatine makes his way, kills the Santh guards. He goes into another room with grand females and younglings and dog and grand servants, and he kills them, and he eventually finds his way off to Pax team. And hang on, there we go. And he eventually finds his way to Pax team, and they're all having a banquet in a celebration of their greatest rival, of their greatest rivals and people affecting them being vanquished. And there comes Palpatine, and he comes in, gets through the most of them, and leaves Pax team for last. And he strikes his throat, and he allows the fire from the fireplace that has been unleashed to go onto the curtains of the window that Pax team is on, and allows him to burn to death. So I'm very curious to see how they finish off this part, because there's still one more chapter. Is it going to be like we're going to get a Senate scene talking about the death of Pax team? Because it would seem, I think that seems the most likely, but then with Plagueis, with this book, you don't really know. But it does seem to be the most likely, in my opinion. There is a lot, because the book has taken all these twists and turns before, and I've been very curious to see how they do it, how they continue it. So yeah, I very much enjoy this chapter. I always do enjoy a good action chapter. So but it was for me a very enjoyable chapter. So thank you all for watching. Goodbye, and I'm going to be finishing off part 2 later. Hello everyone, I have just finished part 2 of Plagueis. I've just read chapter 21. So let's get into it now. Again, I think this is a bit of an epilogue to the part, honestly. Plagueis has Palpatine brought. We open up with of the Jedi and the police discovering what had gone down in Plagueis and Palpatine's wake of taking out the Maladians. It's not about Maladians, Maladians. I realised there was an I in there that I hadn't noticed. But Maladians, they noticed that they had took note of what they had found, the carnage of Palpatine and Plagueis' attack on the Gran Corps. What was it? I can't remember what it was, but on them and corporate or something like that, and the Maladians. So and they aren't really able to figure anything out with them yet, but they are investigating into it, and we get to see how they thought there could have been an explosive that went off because of how messy the Meledians were in how their their corpses were. But anyway, Plagueis, now realising that Palpatine has learnt the lessons he taught him at the beginning of the part, has brought him off to Abora, his island, if you remember, where he conducts all his tests and stuff, and he has him brought there, and Palpatine sees all of his subjects, and 114D completely makes Palpatine confused, because these subjects are they're wildlife for the most part. They consist of different animals and species, and something that got a laugh from me was 114D telling Palpatine that Palpatine, not realising that it's not going to make sense to him, saying these are the Magister's pregnancies, and of course it's but they were created through Plagueis' control of midichlorian manipulation. But anyway, Palpatine sees Venomous, and Plagueis brings Palpatine off to one side after introducing him to what Venomous was, and how he was a test to see who would be the one to see who would be stronger. And he starts, and I'm going to read off my summary for these, I think, for the most part, but he talks about how, hang on, actually before I get into what Plagueis was talking about, Plagueis' conversation with Palpatine, he takes note that Palpatine and wonders had Plagueis been weakened by the Meledian attack, and it was no less weak, and he wasn't any weaker. So, and even Plagueis says, "Do you think Malak was weakened by being struck by Revan's lightsaber? Do you think Bane was weakened by the armour he wore? Do you think that Darth Gravid's apprentice was weakened by the prosthetics she had to wear after the battle?" So he just tells him no, and anyway, again, he introduces him to Venomous, and he brings him off into a chamber. That seems to be where, that appears to be where he resides when resides on the Bora when he's not conducting his experiments. And hang on, he makes it clear, and he starts to talk about how about his experiments. Hold on, I need to get the book back up. Give me a moment. Hold on. But when Sidious asks what this place was, Plagueis tells him that it's a vessel that contains all the things that he is devoted to, and that he loves, but without compassion. He has attachment to all these creatures without compassion, because he wants to experiment on them. They are creatures of interest to Plagueis, that are abnormal. They aren't normal creatures, and he wants to see whether he can manipulate them, like how he got an example of it with the Yinkori, with the Yinshori, whatever you want to call him. When Palpatine asks, "What does 114D mean about the Magister's pregnancies?" Plagueis goes on to explain that he did it through the Force, through midichlorian manipulation. But he mentions that. Hang on. Need to get the summary back up. But he mentions that he tried to force the midichlorians to be willing to be. He tried to force the midichlorians into complying with him, and that's something that the Force, and he was trying to whip the command over life and death from the Force, and that's something the Force is resistant to. As I put in my summary, the Force is resistant to those who don't accept authority and try to force their way, and so the Force will try to harm them as a result. The Jedi are experiencing the Force's resistance because of the light ruling for too long, and they are forcing their own way. As a result of the Force not complying with them, they are gradually losing their power, and unexpected consequences that are causing unexpected consequences that are more aligned with the dark side. And unexpected consequences that are more aligned with the dark side are caused through their influence, giving the Sith more power and control. The Sith must be aware of when the Jedi and the light side make mistakes so they can take advantage. That's what I gathered from Plagueis' conversation, that the Force is not, if you're trying to force your commands on the Force, it's going to resist you, and it will try to harm you as a result for trying to overtake it. But when you accept when you accept that you are authoritative over the Force, when you see yourself as authoritative over the Force rather than trying to get the Force to move in your way, that's when the Force becomes willing, subservient. As I put here, Plagueis notes he failed to take care when impregnating the creatures through midichlorian manipulation, as he attempted to take control of life and death from the Force and tip the balance. The Force resisted him in reaction to what he was doing, despite how forceful he had been, saying the Force tested him in ways Tenebrous sought to. He explains midichlorians aren't easily persuaded by someone new to the ability. He says the Force needs to be won over by a Sith being capable of accepting authority, and be won over in a way that forces it to be inclined to the dark side. Otherwise, the Force will resist and try to harm or eliminate the one trying to control it. He mentions the Jedi have fallen into moral collapse in favour of its own beliefs and means, and is taking the Republic with it, because the Jedi have lost the allegiance of the Force. They can still draw upon the Force, but their ability to use it is weakened. Each of their actions usually causes an opposite or unrecognised effect or consequence. Each of their actions usually causes an opposite or unrecognised effect or consequences that favour the dark side and allow the Sith to increase their power. However, that power they are given requires care, and they need to be aware of moments where the light side fails and creates openings. So then, and only then, they can act without fear of facing resistance or repercussion. So after that, Plagueis goes on to the plans for the future. Well, as we know, Plagueis, it's been made clear in the book that Plagueis doesn't like look into the future. He's more focused on present matters. But I think he does still need to but he does still occasionally look into the future and how to control things when necessary. As he made it clear in training Palpatine in Chapter 12, he says to stop thinking of the future and keep his mind in the present. So anyway, for Plagueis' plans, and it's a lot simpler in my summary of what's going on. Plagueis will dedicate himself to mastering midichlorian manipulation and the Force, and to furthering the Sith Grand plan and healing from the Maledian wounds. He will teach San Hill so that he may become chairman of the banking clan, so that he may carefully use him to finance a new economy and weapons for a new government that in due time he will use to wage war against the Republic. Before that, though, he needs to let the Outer Rim suffer. Got about that thing, and the core prospers, so that dissatisfaction with the Republic reaches a high. Reaches a high, and a cool. So that dissatisfaction with the Republic rises. That's what I should put in, and a call for war, and a war begins. I should put that in. And war. And whether this is successful, and whether their success is, and whether they are successful or not, will be revealed through science. And then finally, Palpatine tells Plagueis that the Jedi are investigating into the Meladian and the Grand Corporate murders, and that they could in time figure out that the Sith have returned, or that Plagueis is aligned with the dark side, and that Ego Damascus could secretly be plotting against them. And so he offers to train. He offers to train an assassin that can serve their needs and take out important figures, which is of course going to be Maul, as we know. Someone who isn't a full-fledged Sith and can stand against and can reach the powers of a Sith, but someone that can execute what the Sith require in a fashion better than, let's say, the Meladians. But they're stronger. Maul can be stronger. And Plagueis considers it and accepts it. However, he makes a point that Sidious will only train him in the Force, while a friend of Plagueis's, who is a martial who is a Feline combat specialist called Dreza, will see to Maul's martial training and make sure he is fierce but loyal to the Sith. And Plagueis says that Palpatine is not to send Maul out against against important people, important enemies, without him judging Maul's skill first. And Plagueis mentions that the Force provides in the same way nature provides, and that the Force has given them someone strong in the dark side to carry out the Sith needs, because the light side has ruled for too long. So yeah, that's really all there is of note in the chapter. And again, we get to see Plagueis' understanding of the Force, how he notes its resistance to those who try to control it, rather than trying to be accepting that, rather than trying to say, well, it's difficult to really explain, but you know, it's resistant to someone who's trying to force their authority, rather than accepting they are authoritative. And I think that's probably the best way to put it, and even to me it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But if someone's trying to force their authority on the Force, it doesn't like that, and punishes them for trying to be, and for trying to take control of it. And the Jedi have lost, and the Jedi have lost that authority, and in turn lost the allegiance of the Force by not serving, I guess, in the ideals, by not serving in the ideals of the Force, and instead serving their own needs and ends. again, it's a very complicated matter, unfortunately. That with that Plagueis' teachings of the Force is quite complicated when it comes to midichlorian manipulation. But from what I'm gathering, the Jedi, they became, I guess they became too arrogant in their abilities in Plagueis' eyes, and the Force saw them as, rather than being authoritative, they were forcing their authority onto people rather than actually being authoritative, rather than actually being authoritative. You know what I mean, what I was saying. So resistant to being forced, resistant to people trying to force some authority, rather than someone trying to be the authority, if that makes sense. And so, of course, the Force acts in retribution to the Jedi, and opens up the window for the dark side to come in and take control, and to have the dark side become the leaders. So yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. Goodbye, and I really enjoyed the chapter again. I'm just a bit sad that we've gone back to those complex and cryptic. Hello everyone, I have just finished part 2 of Plagueis. I've just read chapter 21. So let's get into it now. Again, I think this is a bit of an epilogue to the part, honestly. Plagueis has Palpatine brought, we open up with the Jedi and the police discovering what had gone down in Plagueis and Palpatine's wake of taking out the Maladians. It's not Maladians, Maladians. I realised there was an I in there that I hadn't noticed. But Maladians, they noticed that they had took note of what they had found, the carnage of Palpatine and Plagueis' attack on the Gran Corps. What was it? I can't remember what it was, but on them and corporate or something like that, and the Maladians. So and they aren't really able to figure anything out with them yet, but they are investigating into it, and we get to see how they thought there could have been an explosive that went off because of how messy the Maladians were in how messy their corpses were. But anyway, Plagueis, now realising that Palpatine has learnt the lessons he taught him at the beginning of the part, has brought him off to Abora, his island, if you remember, where he conducts all his tests and stuff, and he has him brought there, and Palpatine sees all of his subjects, and 114D completely makes Palpatine confused, because these subjects are they're wildlife for the most part. They consist of different animals and species, and something that got a laugh from me was 114D telling Palpatine that Palpatine, not realising that it's not going to make sense to him, saying these are the Magister's pregnancies, and of course it's but they were created through Plagueis' control of midichlorian manipulation. But anyway, Palpatine sees Venemus, and Plagueis brings Palpatine off to one side after introducing him to after introducing him to what Venomous was and how he was a test to see who would be the one to see who would be stronger. And he starts, and I'm going to read off my summary for these, I think, for the most part, but he talks about how, hang on, actually before I, sorry about that, but actually before I get into what Plagueis was talking about, Plagueis' conversation with Palpatine, he takes note that Palpatine and wonders had Plagueis been weakened by the Maladian attack, and it was no less weak, and he wasn't any weaker. So, and even Plagueis says, "Do you think Malak was weakened by being struck by Revan's lightsaber? Do you think Bane was weakened by the armour he wore? Do you think that Darth Gravid's apprentice was weakened by the prosthetics she had to wear after the battle?" Sidious tells him no, and anyway, again, he introduces him to Venomous, and he brings him off into a chamber. That seems to be where, that appears to be where he resides when resides on the Bora when he's not conducting his experiments. And hang on, he makes it clear, and he starts to talk about how about his experiments. Hold on, I need to get the book back up. Give me a moment. Hold on. But when Sidious asks what this place was, Plagueis tells him that it's a vessel that contains all the things that he is devoted to, and that he loves but without compassion. He has attachment to all these creatures without compassion, because he wants to experiment on them. They are creatures of interest to Plagueis that are abnormal. They aren't normal creatures, and he wants to see whether he can manipulate them like how he got an example of it with the Yinkori, with the Yinchori, whatever you want to call him. When Palpatine asks, "What does 114D mean about the Magister's pregnancies?" Plagueis goes on to explain that he did it through the Force, through midichlorian manipulation. But he mentions that, hang on, need to get the summary back up. But he mentions that he tried to force the midichlorians to be willing to be. He tried to force the midichlorians into complying with him, and that's something that the Force, and he was trying to whip the command over life and death from the Force, and that's something the Force is resistant to. As I put in my summary, the Force is resistant to those who don't accept authority and try to force their way, and so the Force will try to harm them as a result. The Jedi are experiencing the Force's resistance because of the light's ruling for too long, and they are forcing their own way. As a result of the Force not complying with them, they are gradually losing their power, and unexpected consequences that are more, and are causing unexpected consequences that are more aligned with the dark side. And unexpected consequences that are more aligned with the dark side are caused through their influence, giving the Sith more power and control. The Sith must be aware of when the Jedi and the light side make mistakes so they can take advantage. That's what I gathered from. Plagueis' conversation, that the Force is not. If you're trying to force your commands on the Force, it's going to resist you, and it will try to harm you as a result for trying to overtake it. But when you accept when you accept that you are authoritative over the Force, when you see yourself as authoritative over the Force rather than trying to get the Force to move in your way, that's when the Force becomes willing, subservient. As I put here, Plagueis notes he failed to take care when impregnating the creatures through midichlorian manipulation, as he attempted to take control of life and death from the Force and tip the balance. The Force resisted him in reaction to what he was doing, despite how forceful he had been, saying the Force tested him in ways Tenebrous sought to. He explains midichlorians aren't easily persuaded by someone new to the ability. He says the Force needs to be won over by a Sith being capable of accepting authority, and be won over in a way that forces it to be inclined to the dark side. Otherwise, the Force will resist and try to harm or eliminate the one trying to control it. He mentions the Jedi have fallen into moral collapse in favour of its own beliefs and means, and is taking the Republic with it, because the Jedi have lost the allegiance of the Force. They can still draw upon the Force, but their ability to use it is weakened. Each of their actions usually causes an opposite or unrecognised effect or consequence. Each of their actions usually causes an opposite or unrecognised effect or consequences that favour the dark side and allow the Sith to increase their power. However, that power they are given requires care, and they need to be aware of moments where the light side fails and creates openings. So then, and only then, they can act without fear of facing resistance or repercussion. So after that, Plagueis goes on to the plans for the future. Well, as we know, Plagueis, it's been made clear in the book that Plagueis doesn't like look into the future. He's more focused on present matters. But I think he does still need to but he does still occasionally look into the future and how to control things when necessary. As he made it clear in training Palpatine in chapter 12, he says to stop thinking of the future and keep his mind in the present. So anyway, for Plagueis' plans, and it's a lot simpler in my summary of what's going on. Plagueis will dedicate himself to mastering midichlorian manipulation and the Force, and to furthering the Sith Grand plan and healing from the Maledian wounds. He will teach San Hill so that he may become chairman of the banking clan, so that he may carefully use him to finance a new economy and weapons for a new government that in due time he will use to wage war against the Republic. Before that, though, he needs to let the Outer Rim suffer. I've got about that thing, and the core prosper, so that dissatisfaction with the Republic reaches a high, and a cool. So that dissatisfaction with the Republic rises. That's what I should put in, and a call for war, and a war begins. I should put that in, and war. And whether this is successful, and whether their success is, and whether they are successful or not, will be revealed through science. And then finally, Palpatine tells Plagueis that the Jedi are investigating into the Maledian and the Grand Corporate murders, and that they could in time figure out that the Sith have returned, or that Plagueis is aligned with the dark side, and that Ego Damaski could secretly be plotting against them. And so he offers to train he offers to train an assassin that can serve their needs and take out important figures, which is of course going to be Maul, as we know. Someone who isn't a full-fledged Sith and can stand against and can reach the powers of a Sith, but someone that can execute what the Sith require in a fashion better than, let's say, the Meladians. But they're stronger. Maul can be stronger. And Plagueis considers it and accepts it. However, he makes a point that he needs that Sidious will only train him in the Force, while a friend of Plagueis's, who is a martial who is a Feline combat specialist called Dreza, will see to Maul's martial training and make sure he is fierce but loyal to the Sith. And Plagueis says that that Palpatine is not to send Maul out against against important people, important enemies, without him judging Maul's skill first. And Plagueis mentions that the Force provides in the same way nature provides, and that the Force has given them someone strong in the dark side to carry out the Sith needs, because the light side has ruled for too long. So yeah, that's really all there is of note in the chapter. And again, we get to see Plagueis' understanding of the Force, how he notes its resistance to those who try to control it, rather than trying to be accepting that, rather than trying to say, well, it's difficult to really explain, but you know, it's resistant to someone who's trying to force their authority, rather than accepting they are authoritative. And I think that's probably the best way to put it, and even to me it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But if someone's trying to force their authority on the Force, it doesn't like that and punishes them for trying to be, and for trying to take control of it. And the Jedi have lost, and the Jedi have lost that authority, and in turn lost the allegiance of the Force by not serving, I guess, in the ideals, by not serving in the ideals of the Force, and instead serving their own needs and ends. Again, it's a very complicated matter, unfortunately. Plagueis' teachings of the Force is quite complicated when it comes to midichlorian manipulation. But from what I'm gathering, the Jedi, they became, I guess they became too arrogant in their abilities in Plagueis' eyes, and the Force saw them as, rather than being authoritative, they were forcing their authority onto people, rather than actually being authoritative, rather than actually being authoritative. You know what I mean, what I was saying. So resistant to being forced, resistant to people trying to force some authority, rather than someone trying to be the authority, if that makes sense. And so of course the Force acts in retribution to the Jedi, and opens up the window for the dark side to come in and take control. And to have the dark side become the leaders. So yeah. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Goodbye, and I really enjoyed the chapter again. I'm just a bit sad that we've gone back to those complex and cryptic chapters that are really difficult to understand. Hello everyone. I finished reading chapter 23 of Plagueis, but I had to skim through it, so I'm not going to say I just read it, but I just had to remind myself of what happened in the chapter because I wasn't fully attentive. But anyway, I've read the chapter, and it's a shorter one, and again a much simpler one, which I like these chapters that aren't using a abundance of complex words, and this one's quite significant as well, so that's a double great one. But Palpatine is allowing Plagueis to do what he had requested him to do, allowing him to assess how skilled Darth Maul is. And we get to also learn that Plagueis has learned to drink through his nose, so that's quite the achievement. And in his isolation for the past 20 years, he's, as the book describes it, it has allowed him to master the energies of order and disorder, creation and entropy, and life and death. Or as I read it as peace, chaos, creation, arrangement, and life and death. Plagueis says he's made Maul fearsome, and Sidious says it's also made him fearless. And Sidious says that he's even more formidable against living beings than Plagueis says. This says that the recording is being shown is only against droids. And Plagueis asks you fought him in a serious way. And Palpatine talks about how he left him stranded on Hypori for a month without food. And he went and then provoked and fought him. And Maul fought well, but he deprived him of, but even after he deprived him of his lightsaber, he wanted to kill him but was ready to die at Sidious's hand. And Plagueis wasn't too pleased with this, and he said rather than punishment for his failure, you praised his determination. And efforts. And Sidious, that's a bit of respect. He said he was already humbled. I chose to leave his honour intact. I broke, and he considers Maul to be subordinate, which he is, and be the embodiment of the violent half of Palpatine, while Palpatine himself is the cunning half. And Plagueis says by praising him when he has nothing to be praised about, you're making him believe he's more skilled than he is. And Palpatine asks, didn't you do the same for me? And Plagueis goes, no, I was always truthful with you. But Plagueis then learns, oh, Maul is using a lightsaber staff, a double-sided lightsaber. And he says he thinks it's unnecessary, but he won't deny Maul's mastery of Jar-Kai. And it says that Newman and Teräs Käsi will never substitute for Don Mock, which I'm glad I know what those were, so I didn't have to search them up. But Plagueis also expresses how he's appreciative of Sidious to make him a fighting machine rather than a true apprentice. And he says that he should bear witness to the Inquisitor's attack on the Jedi Temple. But to hold him back so he can let his anger and hatred grow. And we get to learn that Plagueis had pretty much follow the path of what many Jedi would eventually have to follow in Order 66. They were once high and powerful and ruling, like Plagueis had power with Damask Holdings and the Intergalactic Banking Clan and the Trade Federation. And now he's become isolated and turns inwards, and that's what the Jedi did. They had to hide. And I like how Plagueis' story is a bit of a reflection of the Jedi Order. But anyway, while Plagueis was on Sujin, he was pretty much just focused on mastering the Force and midichlorian manipulation. And was only very rarely summoned the Sun Guard. And it even says, while Damask, unwatched, emaciated, erratic in his behaviour, had seemed capable of speech, it was 114D who communicated Damask's orders and requests to the guards, to which I see that as Plagueis being unsocial, weak and unpredictable. That's based on the definitions. But we get to see how Sidious was pretty much left alone to forward the Sith Grand Plan in the world, in the real world, and how Plagueis was just furthering power for the past 20 years, and it was even noted in the chapter, while his body may have been weakened by the malady and attack, I guess you could say his ethereal body, as the book puts it, had only become a vessel and stronger in the dark side, and he's described as being a nuclear oval of mottled light, a rotating orb of terrifying energy if he was to be seen through the Force, which sounds quite impressive. But Sidious actually began to wonder, despite having grown tenfold in power, he wondered whether he was a level or 2 levels behind Plagueis. Really the only way to have found out was to challenge him. But they weren't challenging, but they couldn't challenge each other, not now at least. They had the way Plagueis had brought him up, they were needing each other. Plagueis had set in motion has started to bring in motion the events, while Palpatine also assisted, and it says that Palpatine had pretty much been left largely to bring the same passion to the manipulation of the events in the mundane world that Plagueis had brought to the manipulation of midichlorians. And we get to see how, and honestly that feels very in line with what we've seen. Plagueis, he's not really doing much in the real world anymore. He's more focusing on expanding the power of the Sith and unlocking immortality, while Sidious is the one that continues to advance the Sith imperative. And my assumption was correct about the Yin'Kori attack, that they were originally intended to test if they could be Jedi killers. But when their unpredictability and uncontrollable and their inability to be controlled have become present, they decided to change the test, to seeing how well Chancellor Finis Valorum and the Senate can manage a crisis. But by bringing the Jedi in, but neither of them expected Valorum to bring in the Jedi into the situation. Because of course, in that case, if they're just having the Jedi kill the Yin'Kori or push them back, it's not really testing the Senate, how corrupt the Senate have become, really. It's not really allowing them that breathing room to see how they'd manage a crisis. Or just send the Jedi. And there is some lines of it that are still confusing me a little bit, where Plagueis says, "It's well and good the Jedi have died, but we must guard against revealing our hand too soon. Was it wise to have the corpses shipped to Coruscant?" And I'm not entirely sure where Plagueis' worry is coming from there. Maybe it's because if they trace it to Saint Pestige, they could trace it to Saint Pestige and Kim and Doriana. They could maybe trace it back to Palpatine, but maybe that's why. Anyway, Palpatine says it had the intended effect on Valorum. He's now wanting to make a push to stop the Inquiry and try to end the problems going on. And Sidious says that he's more concerned with his legacy and doing good than he is about, and he's more concerned about his legacy than the Republic. And pretty much Plagueis and Palpatine are need to figure out how to make a crisis from which Valorum is unable to recover from. And because of the blockade, but because of the blockade that that is trying to inflict on Yinkor, this gives Palpatine the idea to have the Trade Federation break ties with Naboo, to have Gunray cut those ties in exchange for more wealth and power, and be persuaded by a rare breed of a bird that usually gives a sign of wealth. To win him over and bring him over to their side. And Plagueis has a bit of a monologue about how the Sith plans are being forwarded, how they're being successful in tipping over the lights, and that the Force must be working in tandem with them. Otherwise, how could they be succeeding? I'll put down my summary and simplification in the pinned comments, but he's talking about how the Jedi could have maybe stopped the rise of the dark side, but they couldn't, but they stopped working in accordance with the Force, and as a result they've become weaker, and the Force is now again working against them. And Plagueis mentions that one can't be content to abide by the rules of the Jedi Order or the Force. Only by making the Force service have we prevailed. And pretty much bringing the Force's views and ideologies, I guess, into alignment with the Sith. And Plagueis notes how when you first visited Naboo, you recognised it as a nexus in the Force. Anyway, he gets back to trying to cut the ties to Naboo with the Trade Federation, and that he asks, is Varuna ready, as he's concerned that he may just be as uncontrollable as the Inquiry. And Palpatine says he's much like Gunray, where he favours wealth over honour, where he favours wealth and power over honour. And so Plagueis understands and says to just nudge him and see how he reacts before they decide whether to use him or not. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We can see that Valorum's kind of on the edge of it's kind of on the edge now. He's not really got. He's struggling to please the Senate. He's trying to do what's right, but he's not. But he's just too He's just not using political cunning to work to their benefit, as well as the benefit of the outer systems. And now they just need to get him removed from office so Palpatine can come in and start to bring the culmination of the grand plan into action. But yeah, I enjoyed the chapter. I had to read through it twice and write down notes for it because I was struggling a bit with it because of just not being side focused. But I enjoyed it. So thank you for watching and goodbye. Hello everyone. I've just finished reading chapter 24 of Darth Plagueis. Actually, 5 minutes after the last video came out on Plagueis. It's literally just finished uploading. So this is my review. Again, I've got to say about almost all the chapters in the book. Well, all the chapters in the book are good. It's just some are made more complicated than others. We start this off with Palpatine with Varuna, and cut a bit of a complex conversation short. Basically, they're trying to get Naboo is trying to rise up against the Trade Federation to push them back, and I assume now they're in a position to transport their plasma themselves, and also because King Varuna, the next election his term is coming to an end and he wants to be elected, and by supporting the Trade Federation it's a guarantee he won't be elected. But it's made clear that the Republic is going to vote in favour of the Republic is going to end up voting in favour for the taxation of free trade routes, because of course you've got the because you've got the more remote worlds which are for the most part dominated by the Trade Federation, and while the Trade Federation are going to be making losses by having to pay the tax, they can just charge the shipping, they can just increase the costs of the shipping to compensate, and of course get the worlds to pay more and such. So the Trade Federation is of course going to fight back against Naboo if they try to route them, which is what they're intending to do. And it means that, it means it's going to end up being a futile attempt by Varuna to stay king. And Palpatine suggests to vote against the taxation, which would seem to be in favour, which would make him seem in favour of the Trade Federation. But I'm just going to read through my summary. Varuna is intending to chase the Trade Federation away from Naboo so that it may support itself, and Varuna is re-elected as king. However, Palpatine says the Republic may allow the Trade Federation to arm its ships. When Varuna asks why, Palpatine explains it's because of Yinkor's rebellion and pirate attacks due to the Republic not making a military. Palpatine says Valorum wishes to make a deal with the Federation, give them weapons by giving them weapons in exchange for the taxation of free of charge trade routes. Palpatine says they must vote against the taxation in support of the Trade Federation, so that they may remain unarmed and can be routed. Varuna doesn't like that idea though, not realising it would allow them to route the Trade Federation, as he feels it risks his re-election for king. And so Palpatine considers getting Plagueis' involvement to renegotiate the contract, but Varuna views Plagueis as outdated and will only make Naboo suffer more, which he probably would. The Trade Federation, however, stands to win the vote, as they get their armies to defend their cargo while increasing the shipping costs to compensate for paying out tax for that protection, for that funding. As for Valorum, due to all the conflicts and chaos it is causing, a vote for early end of term is likely, but Valorum, he has good intentions, but he just is incompetent in political cunning, and people just don't want to support him. So if the Grand Protectorate wins chancellorship, what should I put that in? If the Grand Protectorate wins chancellorship, then with the new alliance Naboo has with the Grand Protectorate, they'd have a friend in the chancellorship to support them with breaking ties with the Trade Federation. I'm not entirely sure why Varuna is opposed to it. I assume he's opposed to the idea because by doing that, he's given himself a chance to root them. But I assume it's because, from a surface level, I didn't really realise it until reading this chapter. The way people would probably look at it is, well, you're stopping the Trade Federation from. You're just keeping the Trade Federation's profits as high as they can be, rather than them having to spend it, rather than them having to spend even more, on having to spend more from what they've lost on the taxation. So I assume that's why it would make him seem in favour of the Trade Federation. This is why it feels a bit complicated. To me, it just doesn't make sense why Varuna is why Palpatine's encouraging Varuna to vote against taxation, to seem in favour of the Trade Federation. To me, it just doesn't make much sense. But then that is politics, isn't it? So it's just at times decisions are made that just don't make any sense at all. Anyway, we cut away from that, and Valorum considers Palpatine's offer and decides, okay, we'll go for that. But if it turns out Palpatine is lying to him to deceive him, then he's not going to tolerate that. But anyway, we cut over to Sujan with Plagueis, and we get a bit of, we don't really get anything of significance with Plagueis aside from what he's been up to. We know he's been setting his focus on mastering the Force. Mastering the Force and midichlorian manipulation, which he's really become strong with that ability. At the start of the book, he could only perceive what midichlorians could do. Now he has a lot of mastery over controlling them. But we get to see how he was able to influence his midichlorians to start healing himself and healing his body, and that he's almost made a full recovery from the malady and the assassins. And it wouldn't surprise me if Plagueis survived until for longer. If he would out heal the need for the Transpirator, depending on how much can be healed without having to risk death by having that uninstalled, I assume. But anyway, we also get to see that Plagueis and Palpatine, this shift that they've been talking about for the past two chapters, was caused by them. They've shifted the Force into favouring the dark side through a ritual, and that would kind of explain why things aren't really going well for Valorum. It's making way for the Sith. But we also get to see when they did that, they also decided it was time for Venomous to be allowed to die. after all the experimentation he had been put through, and Plagueis uses manipulation of midichlorians to kill him, bring him back to life and kill him, bring him back to life and kill him, and bring him back to life and kill him, and did it over and over and over again until his organs just couldn't take it anymore, and he finally allowed him to die. It is a pity for Venomous. He was clearly capable in himself. He was a clearly capable Sith. He definitely wasn't as strong as Plagueis, but and we don't really know enough about his cunning to know how he would have done the Sith plan. But he was clearly capable. He definitely was, and it's a shame that he was just reduced to a lab rat, unfortunately. But Plagueis wasn't entirely satisfied with being able to control death. It wasn't the equivalent of being able to make life, and so Plagueis tried and tried to create life 8 years prior to this chapter, and it came to no avail. But as we know, well, at least as I know, the Force resisted his efforts, and he was putting such a great amount of force on. He was putting such a great amount of power into trying to do it. He ended up getting the Force to react to create Anakin, the Chosen One. But Plagueis doesn't know that yet, and it's not clarified in the book yet. But I know it because of lore that I've been aware of in the book for years at this point. But we get to see that we also get to see how the that shift that Plagueis was trying to make in the Force was actually dangerous for Palpatine and Plagueis to enact. Yes, the two of them did do it. I have seen people say only Plagueis did it, but no, Plagueis and Palpatine did it together. Plagueis did try to create life on his own, not Sidious had no part in that. So they are two different things. I think most people think they're one thing. No, they're two separate things. But we get to see how, if the Force resisted them trying to shift the Force into the favour of the dark side, they may have killed the two of them. But they were able to assert their authority on the Force, as the Sith do. They make the Force their servants, and I think this is the thing about. I think this is something you should be aware if you ever decide to read Plagueis. Have a good memory. You need to have a good memory when going into Plagueis, because if you don't, you're going to be struggling to keep up, because there is so much stuff that is referred to that is from earlier in the book. So you need to have a good memory when going through Plagueis, and I'll make that clear for you if any of you have intentions. Have a good memory, and also be able to take notes for whenever you're just completely puzzled by what's going on. But anyway, then we cut to what Maul had seen during. We cut to Maul telling Palpatine what he'd seen when the Yin'Kori attacked the Jedi. I don't know why Jedi's left my mind for a moment. But hold on, I think maybe some things to Plagueis. Sorry, I forgot to add that Plagueis didn't actually mention to Sidious that he had tried to create life, and he was actually worried that the Force was going to strike back. He was aware that the Force would try to strike back and bring the light back into favour, and like how when an eclipse happens, the light is on the backside of what's causing that darkness, and that when it comes, that's when the light strikes in, and when that darkness has, of course, elapsed, that's when this light strikes in, once that darkness has had its effect. But anyway, Maul is recounting, is telling Sidious of what he saw when the Yin'Kori attacked the Jedi, and how the Jedi had outwitted them. And he said he may have respected the Jedi for their cunning in defeating the Yin'Kori, if the Yin'Kori were a competent force. And he says, if I had been leading them, I would have been able to. and he starts to talk about if I had been leading them, and Palpatine interrupts him and says, and kill the Jedi Knights, the Jedi Padawans and the younglings, and you just got Palpatine there thinking, oh, Plagueis was right, I've made him think he's more skilled than he is, which is a bit of a funny thing. Again, this is what I always find, the thing I always find funny about Palpatine is the thought of him doing anything that's remotely normal, because he's so evil and abnormal that it just always comes across as almost like a joke whenever he has emotions or does stuff that is normal. Amazon. But anyway, Palpatine he gives a bit of a lecture to Maul, saying that he didn't train him just to sacrifice himself, and that he gave him the title of Darth not because... Hold on, I need to get the book up here. So here we go. He tells Maul that he was formidable, but he didn't train him just for him to sacrifice himself. And when he gave him the title of Darth, it was a reward. He said it wasn't a reward for having survived dangerous missions, starvation and assassin droids, but for his obedience and loyalty to the Sith and the dark side and the Jedi. Not the Jedi, the Jedi, Plagueis and Palpatine. And he says that there is no doubt that you'll have many chances to demonstrate his superior skill to the Jedi, but bringing down the Order is not his concern. And despite it's not his order, and he's despite of his hatred. And Maul gives a really confusing line if you're not thinking properly, and it says, "Master, as long as those who derive the joy and satisfaction, I would." And it's that make Master, as long as those who derive the joy and satisfaction, I would. I understood it for a moment, and I've completely forgotten the understanding of that line. It's a really confusing one. This is a problem with James Luceno's writing at times. He forgoes typical formatting, and he kind of stylises formatting, which at times really makes certain bits of the book confusing, and this is an example of his stylised formatting. It just doesn't work. It makes it too complicated, in my opinion. It just doesn't. It's because it just doesn't make sense. You need to at least have, in my opinion, have at least some sense of make it cohesive. But from what I'm gathering and what I'm trying to remember, it's as long as he has the ability to kill some Jedi, so he can give himself that satisfaction. That's what I remember thinking. And Sidious tells him that they'll see, but for now, then you have matters to attend to. And we see that Palpatine is starting a partnership with the Trade Federation, specifically Nute Gunray, having, of course, gifted him that bird. And I am curious to see why they're doing that. I have not watched The Phantom Menace in literal years, so through going this part of the book, I've actually felt like I've been missing something, and I think it's because I haven't watched or paid attention to The Phantom Menace in years. Because when you're reading a book, you're more attentive, aren't you? Whereas when you're watching something, you're less attentive. You're not really trying to search up the words that you don't understand, you just let it go over your head and you enjoy the story. Whereas with a book, it sort of makes more of your focus, and you're trying to figure everything out. But anyway, I am going to be interested to see how they're going to try and manoeuvre the Trade Federation. I think from what I remember of what was mentioned in the book earlier, they're going to be they're going to be having the Trade Federation pretty much, but they're going to pretty much have the Trade Federation try to fund those worlds to rise up the Separatist Alliance, and try and fund, so they can fund them and do all that shipping and stuff, from what I remember. But of course, I'm going to be interested to see what goes on. Again, I feel like I'm missing something by not watching The Phantom Menace, but I do have intentions to actually go and rewatch at least the prequels once I finish this book. So perhaps it will all just saying click for me. So yeah, thank you all for watching. There's so much to keep track of in Plagueis, there really is. You need to remember a lot of stuff, you need to keep track of a lot of stuff, and reading multiple chapters a day is probably not helping with that, but oh well. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone. I've just finished reading chapter 25, is it? Yeah, 25 of Darth Plagueis. And it's a bit of a complicated chapter. Part 3, it really does seem to be as if it's missing something, and it's just making it really difficult to understand. Maybe because I haven't watched Phantom Menace, as I said, but I think this chapter has been particularly affected by that. But anyway, we got Jabba coming up to Darth Plagueis, and he's talking to him about trying to get support for getting Gardulla off Tatooine, and him coming in as leader. And Jabba tries to get Plagueis' support, and that he's aware of the Bando Gora, which are some assassins, and that's they have a new leader and are trying to get in new recruits, and how some of those recruits were, and how their new leader is a former Jedi. But there's nothing really too much importance so far surrounding that. I'm not sure what that conducts. But anyway, I'm just going to read off my summaries for the following parts in the chapter. Dooku has a conversation with Palpatine and pretty much just reveals he's on the verge of leaving the Jedi Order, and how if one more Jedi dies because of but he mentions if one more Jedi dies. Come on, give up the definition. Sorry about that. Something had to be sorted out anyway. Let me see if I can find it. Right then. But Dooku, he pretty much made the stance that if one more Jedi dies because of the Order's just laziness to actually, or the Republic's moral vagueness, because of just because it's, if they've just got a problem, let's send a Jedi to sort it out, rather than actually thinking it through and coming to, I guess, a diplomatic conclusion. Then Dooku will just turn his back on the council and leave the Jedi. And in my notes I put in that Dooku is on the verge of leaving the Jedi Order, and he's wanting to partner up with Palpatine, and this leaves him open for exploitation by Palpatine, to have him help the remote worlds neglected by the Republic, and get them to, of course, unite into the Separatists. In addition, the Republic likely pushing the Trade Federation out of the Republic. Because of course when they try to push over, and if Naboo's able to resist, then they're going to be they're probably going to be kicked out if they try to take over just for their simple greed, and even if they don't, then sorry, I need to clean up my notes. But if Dooku is able to help unite the remote worlds neglected by the Republic into the Separatists, and in addition, in addition, the Republic will likely push the Trade Federation out of the Republic if they fail to take over Naboo, and because they won't make it seem like they're in control anymore. They won't make it seem like they're in control, and instead, and if they they will make the Republic, and it will just prove the Republic's incompetence if they do succeed in taking over Naboo, and if they fail, they're probably going to be kicked out of the Republic. And of course, naturally, if they are kicked out, then they will naturally just go back to those remote worlds they have that rely on them, and Dooku is of course united them, so he will. So we get up to Attack of the Clones already, but then we also get onto Palpatine trying to bring Padme into the mix trying to get her to be the Queen and take Varuna's place, and sorry for all this out of breath of it. It is these last 9 chapters are really difficult to keep track of. But if Palpatine can get Padme to become the Queen of Naboo, he can. While she won't really support the taxation of those free trade routes for the free of charge routes, because of what I mentioned earlier, from what I mentioned in the last video, and that's, well, by supporting that, it can allow the Separatists to overrun Naboo. But Palpatine says, but she doesn't need to make a stand against that. She doesn't need to make a stand for that, or against that, whatever it was. She wouldn't have to take a stand for that, and that she would only have to, campaign against the corruption and secret deals that Varuna has, and I guess the greed that both Varuna and the Trade Federation share, and in doing so, Palpatine can ensure the Trade Federation can, in the course of that future, get Padme to sign the treaty for Naboo, so they can get that full control of the plasma chipping, and so they can take over Naboo and get full control of that plasma chipping. And if they succeed in that, as we just established, it would speak to the Republic's negligence, and how the Republic, and even there, if Padme is bringing up that corruption, it's going to prove how the Republic aren't doing anything to help. So yeah, this is, I think I'm reaching a point with Plagueis where it's made me think so much I'm struggling to keep track of everything you need to remember, and that's the problem with Plagueis. I think that's the big thing with Plagueis. You need to remember. You need to remember pretty much anything that's of current significance, and if you fail to do that, you're going to struggle with the book. So, as you can tell, I'm really, it's breathtaking and tiring, but it's a good book. It is, and I'm enjoying it. But at times, you wish it weren't as complicated as it is. But thank you all for watching. I personally enjoyed the chapter, but I did, again, as I've been mentioning, I struggled with trying to keep track of everything. I think part 3 has just been a bit confusing for me, and I've been struggling to keep up with it. But from what I've gathered, okay, actually I'm not going to go down that path, because if I do so, I'm going to undo my understanding, and I'm going to need to go through it all over again. So never mind. But thank you all for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I've just finished reading, literally just finished reading chapter 26 of Darth Plagueis, and I gotta say, in this part of the book, they really do enjoy splitting each chapter into 3 parts. One featuring a different main character in each of those parts. In this first part, we've got Darth Maul, and we got him being a bit disappointed that Sidious didn't allow him to come with him to Eriadu. I think that's the planet name, is it? Yeah, Eriadu. What a funny name. Anyway, and we also get to see that when one of the crime syndicates betrayed Sidious and tried to kill Supreme Chancellor Valorum, Finis Valorum, we get to see that he realised his master could be outmanoeuvred. He realised that Sidious could be defeated, and Sidious hasn't taught him how politics or stuff, and how Maul would continue the legacy of the Sith if he wasn't being taught all these things. And he was worried for his master's safety, despite knowing he'd have to eventually kill Sidious to take the mantle of Dark Lord, being unaware of Plagueis' existence. So I want to make that clear, Maul doesn't know Plagueis exists, which is what this isn't implying. But then we get off to Naboo, and we see that the public is really celebrating Padme. She's giving a speech. We don't get to hear any words from the speech, not even a letter, but we get to see Palpatine, who is on his way to Eriadu, make a quick stop at Naboo to talk with King Varuna. And Varuna, he's made deals with Black Sun, the what is it? What was the assassination thing that was brought up in last chapter? The Bando Gora. There we go. It's made allied to the Bando Gora, Black Sun, and Gardulla the Hutt. I always, for some reason, every single time without fail, I know Gardulla is just meant to be Jabba the Hutt, but in looks, I mean, she's basically just Jabba the Hutt but female. But I always imagine her as the blue Hutt with the feather headdress. And for some reason I always imagine her as that without fail every single time. I don't know what that Hutt's name is, but for some reason I always think that's Gardulla when I know she looks almost identical to Jabba. But anyway, Varuna is aware of what Palpatine working against him because of Lego's son being there when Palpatine was bringing up to the Navarres, and that which is Padme's actual last name. Amidala's actually a middle name, I'm fairly sure, so Navarres is her last name. But Kun, Lego's son, was there when Palpatine was talking to Padme's parents about the matter of making her queen, and he seems to have relayed that over to his father, who seems to have relayed that over to Varuna. And Varuna is very confident in his re-election and of being elected as king again, and he says pretty much the first thing he'll do once he becomes king again, once he's re-elected, is remove Palpatine as a senator and bring in Kun Mago as a senator, as a new senator for Naboo. And Palpatine says, well, until it comes time for you to replace me, I'll continue to do what I see best fits Naboo, most in the best interest of Naboo. And but Varuna does say that he says he has information on Palpatine that can ruin him in the same way that he's trying to get Varuna ruined to the Nebares. And to finish this off, this is one of those chapters that there isn't a whole lot of significant, where there's a lot in it, but it's not of. There's not a whole lot in the book, in that chapter to talk about, if that makes sense. But anyway, Jabba the Hutt. This is the part of the book I've been really waiting for, because it just seems, for me, just so over the top. And it turns out Palpatine wasn't trying to nuke Plagueis, but rather it was Varuna trying to nuke Plagueis, from what I'm understanding. And he's trying to get rid of Magister Damask because the way he's been working with the Trade Federation, he keeps exploiting Naboo and other worlds. And Varuna says Magister Damascus betrayed us, referring to himself, Gardulla, the Bando Gora, the Black Sun, etc. But anyway, 114D and Plagueis are making a quick escape, and we get to see Plagueis take a moment to look at his meditation chamber. And he comes into a bit of reverie. And when he looks into the small antechamber that he and Sidious conducted the shift in, I'm going to call it the shift. And he was aware that Sidious had become a bit critical of Plagueis pretty much sacrificing the future of the Sith in order to ensure his own survival, so that he could then, of course, continue with the Sith, and that Sidious had pretty much been left to forward the Sith grand plan. And but he felt it was time to come back to the galaxy and ensure that the plan is fulfilled. And he thinks he thinks about Dooku for a minute, and he thinks it'll probably be best to let Dooku leave on his own accord and support those remote systems so that he can make the Confederacy himself, which, as we know, pretty much ends up doing. He does, of course, come into alliance with Sidious, but anyway, he makes a dash for what is actually Darth Maul's scimitar. If you know what that ship is, it's in the Phantom Menace. But he makes him alongside 114D. Look, as much as 114D hasn't had a massive presence in the book since his introduction in it, I really like 114D. He really is loyal. He really is. And I do find him shuffling, and I do find it because it's described as Plagueis moving agilely through the corridors, and I assume he's in a mad dash. And it mentions that 114D shuffles ahead of him. So I got the image of Plagueis making a run for it, and 114D, who is barely lifting his feet above the ground, just shuffling faster than him. And he's also described as having crates in his as holding crates in his arms as well. So I find that just a really comical image in my mind. But anyway, the Varuna has sent ships to go and try and kill Damask, and they bombard his fort, and eventually send in a nuclear weapon. And Plagueis is just in disbelief that they had somehow come into possession of a nuclear weapon, an illegal one. But as it struck the fort, Plagueis comes into a moment of he feels. I think he feels. It's just sort of him feeling emotion that he hadn't experienced since his family sent him off to be trained with Darth Tenebrous. And I think he grew quite attached to his little fort on Sujin. But anyway, using the cloaking device on his ship, he's able to make an escape from Sujin, and is able to reunite with Jabba, who gave him intel that Varuna, or whether the boat, what was it, the Border Goer? I can't remember. The Bonder Goer? I think that was it, Bonder Goer, was going to attack him, and so that's how Plagueis was able to make a mad dash without being nuked. And this is a part of the book I've been waiting to see, because it just seemed so over the top, and I thought that Sidious had done it. But anyway, Damask tells Jabba to set course for Coruscant, and that he wants to have him be put in touch with Varuna, as to in his words, King Varuna needs to be informed of what he has brought down on himself and his Confederates. And I do like how Jabba is very jolly in this book, in this section at least of the book. He laughs, because the thing is, it probably only lasts for a couple lines, that conversation between the two of them at the end of the chapter. It really is about probably, each of them probably only have 5 lines, and in those 5 lines Jabba laughs twice, so he really does seem like he's really jolly. But I enjoyed the chapter. I think it was a good chapter, and I'm really excited that I only have 4 more chapters to read, and I'm done with the book. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone, I've just finished chapter 27 of Darth Plagueis, and again I enjoyed the chapter. I keep saying that. I know my reviews are very repetitive in these videos, but I'm much better at giving the summary and saying what I've thought of it than trying to get into depths. But we get to see again Plagueis. Sidious meets up with Plagueis and talks to him about how the next things they need to do, and Palpatine makes it clear that now that Viceroy Gunray is now the leader of the Trade Federation, and that they're going to be sending Maul to eliminate the Vigos of Black Sun, which are basically just the leaders. And that, what's her name? Kamari Vosa? Yeah, Kamari Vosa is someone that they'll eventually have to turn their sights onto, but not right now. And they need to and they're going to do that another time. Anyway, Plagueis and Palpatine decide that they need to send Maul off to go and take out the Vigos, so we get a scene of that. To go back a bit though, the Trade Federation Directorate and the leaders of the Nebula Front have all been killed, and this leaves Gunray to be the sole leader of the Trade Federation. Anyway, after Palpatine sees Maul off and gives him instructions of what to do, he has a conversation with Gunray, but before he does, he reflects on Plagueis having survived Sujin, and how even though he was now in safety, he still refused to relax his hyper awareness of being attacked or submitting to sleep. And you can see why, because the entire reason he had that hyper awareness was because he had been jumped by the Maladian Assassin's Serum, and Sidious felt a feeling of jealousy, and he was also trying to look into the future because he was unsure as to what it would look like once they had taken over. And it mentions he had failed to divine Varuna's attack on Sujum, or if he, repressing a sudden feeling of envy, Sidious began to wonder if, blinded by the dark side, he had actually failed to divine Varuna's attack on Sujum, or if he hadn't allowed himself to divine it. And I assume what it means by that, because it's either delight himself in it, or learn about it, or learn about it, or rather sense it. And I'm assuming it means learn or sense. But anyway, he speaks to Gunray and directs them to form a blockade around, and informs them to inform a blockade, to prepare a blockade at least for Naboo, which he doesn't tell them just yet, but he's telling them to pretty much to begin assembling the fleet for the blockade. And I completely forgot, but the Trade Federation and multiple other things, I just realised when I was reading it, the Trade Federation and other places, were beginning to manufacture their own armies to defend against pirates' attacks. So by the taxation of those free trade routes, they're just going to continue to make losses. They're not going to, and more they could just increase the shipping price. It's not really something they are wanting to do, is it? And Gunray mentions that to form the blockade, it would be quite a financial risk, with referring to the cost of fuel, and with having to use so many ships that could be used to transport cargo. It would be pretty much cutting up how much money they would be making. And he mentions how there will be no telling how their investors might react to them forming a blockade. But Sidious mentions that he doesn't quite understand that by allying with him, he's investing into the future, and that he mentions that, does it not occur to you that your most valued investors are in a position to bring in great profits from your knowledge of what is about to happen? I will say this part of the book, part 3, it's probably the most confusing part, and I'm still struggling to wrap my head around it. So either way, I think I'm just about grasping it. That I forgot to mention, they did steal that shipment. The shipment has been stolen and been transacted into Valorum's company to make it seem like he was in doing the taxation out of greed, not out of action, which is just going to further harm Valorum. He already seems incompetent. He's now going to seem greedy. So Palpatine's doing all he can to ensure that in the feud he's going to create between Naboo and the Trade Federation, but he's pretty much almost certain to become Chancellor. But anyway, once that conversation is done, Palpatine wonders, was this a vision of what his future will be? A life where he has to manage every single thing in the galaxy, even including, as it puts in the book, Sidious ended the transmission and lowered the cowl. Was this a vision of the future? A life of micromanaging the affairs of incompetent beings while he and Plagueis set into motion the final phases of the grand plan? Or was there perhaps some other way for him to govern in malevolent satisfaction? Anyway, we get to see that Plagueis is off to pay Varuna a visit, and he gradually and stealthily makes his way around, and I assume we weren't going to see Plagueis' lightsaber again. I've seen before that Plagueis doesn't get into another lightsaber duel, and it didn't seem like there was any more need for its lightsaber, and I was correct in that assumption. I think Plagueis just has his lightsaber on hand. He doesn't actually use it at any point in the chapter, he just clips it to his belt. But he goes and pays Varuna a visit, who is asleep, and he has a conversation with him, and he tells Varuna that he's there for revenge, and Varuna says that his abdication from office from the throne would have been enough had he not tried to kill Plagueis, and Varuna mentions that everything he had built was in jeopardy, including his position on the throne, and Plagueis had left him no choice. And if Plagueis really does feel a lot like I guess Mrs. Flood with her cherry sundae in Empire of Death, if you've watched that episode of Doctor Who, where she sits down on the bed next to her, and she seems sympathetic and all-powerful, even calling her tiny woman, and this feels very reminiscent of that scene to me, how Plagueis is showing Varuna that power doesn't just come through politics but through the Force, and that he had delivered the Trade Federation to Varuna, put Sapelo on the throne, and then Varuna, and he asked how does he imagine he came by such power and influence, and Varuna, and he eventually reveals that Plagueis was trained by that he was trained by Darth Tenebrous, and even says as much that he says, I was shown the way to power by a beef named Rugus Gnome. I know the name. Yes, but his true name was Darth Tenebrous, and he wore the mantle of Dark Lord of the Sith. I was at one time his apprentice. And Varuna asks and Plagueis asks Varuna if he had known he was a Sith, would he have allied with him? And Varuna says no, he wouldn't have. And Plagueis says that he appreciates his honesty, and he's slowly killing him with midichlorian manipulation, and we kind of get to see what midichlorian manipulation is like when killing someone. And we see how Varuna is pretty much just getting more tired and weaker and more out of breath, and he's just slowly and gradually dying. But we also get to see that Plagueis, he sits by Varuna while he dies, and Plagueis gets a feeling that he's followed the path to death's door, that he had already travelled that path, and he wondered that had he already gone down it, or was the Force giving him a glimpse into the future? And I think it's actually really interesting, that line, because did he feel that way when he killed venomous over and over and over, or is this what he was going to feel when he's killed by Palpatine? And I think that's an interesting twist. Anyway, I enjoyed the book. Again, part 3 is, I'm finding it really confusing, but from what I've gathered, part 1 pretty much just set up that Valorum wants to make a taxation for the free trade routes, so that he can send funds to the remote worlds, and that's so they can form militaries. But he also has very little favour. But the Senate is supporting it through from Palpatine's assistance. Varuna is wanting to advocate against it and be in support of the Trade Federation, because then they won't have to pay any extra money. And Palpatine says that this would be in Varuna's best efforts, because he would be able to then get Varuna out. And replace him with Padme once he makes sure that Varuna is unfit for the feuds he needs to create to bring Palpatine up to power. And once he realises that, he pushes out for Padme, and Varuna makes it very clear that he doesn't want to be under the he doesn't want to continue having. He wants to be making full profits off of the export of the shipping from plasma energy, rather than just getting a cut of it. It's a large cut, but still only a cut of it. He wants those full profits. Remember, Varuna's very greedy, so when Palpatine is able to figure out that he's going to be unfit for it, and needs Padme, and so he brings Padme, and so he's advocating for Padme, so that she can, so that she can show how negligent the Republic is, and also show that the taxation, and also set Valorum up so it seems like the taxation is out of greed to support himself rather than to actually help worlds, and show out, and that will pretty much, alongside his political incompetence and that it's pretty much guaranteeing that he will have an early end of term, and this will allow Palpatine to go in. But it's also by creating the feud between the Trade Federation and Naboo, that's going to reveal the crisis. But anyway, we've him sending Maul to get rid of Black Sun, and Plagueis allowing Jabba to deal with Gardula. It's pretty much stopping anything from any plans Varuna may have had in trying to get rid of the Trade Federation. So pretty much Palpatine's trying to create a feud so he can rise up to Chancellorship. That's what I'm getting at anyway. So I guess that should be end off this chapter. I must say I think the scene between Plagueis and Varuna here, Varuna's death, I find it to be quite, I guess, a powerful scene. It feels, I guess you could say, it feels like Plagueis, it's not just the one killing him, but the angel that brings him off to his death, if that makes sense. And it's, to me, quite a powerful and also dark scene. But anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone, I've just read chapter 28, I know I keep saying that, I just read chapter 28 of Darth Plagueis. May as well just make it a catchphrase now, mightn't I? But I've just read it, and this is really setting up the movies. We're pretty much right at the start of the Phantom Menace by now. Maul's returned from his mission to get rid of the Black Sun Vigos, and Palpatine gets a bit frustrated at him for revealing the Sith's existence to their main leader. And scolds him for doing so, and tells him to go back to his go back to one of his worlds that he usually would design on off Coruscant, and to meditate and train there. But he has his appreciation for what he did. And then I find this conversation to be really funny because it's out in public, and Plagueis and Palpatine are discussing pretty much controlling both sides, controlling the Senate into their favour. But Ego, Damask and Palpatine are in public, and they're talking about how, and Palpatine tells them that the Black Sun has pretty much been eliminated as a threat to meet resistance with them. And Plagueis is quite pleased to hear that. And Damask is highly praises Maul, saying that Palpatine trains him well, and Palpatine mentions that Palpatine mentions that he revealed the Sith the existence of the Sith to the leader of them, to the leader of Black Sun, Alexei Garvin. And Damask just turns his head away and says, "What does it?" and says, "Well, Garvin is dead, so what does it matter now?" Because he did the exact same thing to Varuna as he died. And Palpatine mentions that this will probably be the last time he's permitted to appear in public without guards because of Varuna's death. He says he's going to convince Captain Panaka that he shouldn't be accompanied. And Plagueis inquires, has Queen Amidala express any concern about the presence of Trade Federation fighters? And Palpatine says that no, they're at the edge of the system waiting words from Palpatine to jump on the boat, and that Gunray had as angry as he was about the taxation legislation, he was able to convince him that by holding Naboo, they can pretty much maximise their profits by taking over Naboo, and because again, plasma energy is a highly profitable thing in the Star Wars galaxy. He was able to convince Maul that by going to Naboo, Gunray, that by blockading Naboo he can pretty much ensure the maximisation of profits. And he mentions that by threatening Queen Amidala, she won't allow her people to suffer, and within a month she'll sign a treaty. And Plagueis is again quite pleased. Everything is moving forward. Valorum has had his power, has pretty much had a lot of his power revoked. He can't call upon Jedi or judges to or the judicial to intervene and sort out problems anymore. So through the ruining of his reputation, of it being accused that he's investing into tax just to increase his own profits. And Plagueis says, "Is it not a measure of our success that we can award worlds as if they were merely business contracts?" And it's quite important, and we find out why they're having this conversation in public. It's so that it pretty much doesn't come as a surprise that Damask is appointed co-chancellor when Palpatine becomes chancellor. And that Palpatine already has a lot of traction for becoming chancellor. and Plagueis mentions that a blockade followed by an invasion wouldn't really do the Trade Federation any favours by in the terms of new allies, but it would allow them to figure out whether the droids army would be required, what things needed to be altered by the droid army. And Palpatine mentions that the carelessness of the Neimoidians of the Trade Federation they allowed their factories manufacturing the droids to be found, and Damask says, well, they have what they need for now, and that their acquisition of Naboo will show the failings of diplomacy and show how the Jedi take a violent approach to these into intervening, and he says that they will, in preparation for the war they're intending to make, the Clone Wars, they will relocate Bactoid armour to a company, not stuff, but to Geonosis, so that they can continue the manufacturing of, I think, either weapons or droids. But he mentions that they can't quickly give their allies weapons and secure a quick victory. They need to draw out the war to pretty much, as Plagueis puts it, pound the galaxy to a pulp, and so that they will be eager to embrace their stability. And that's why Plagueis was wanting to get the insectoid species to build weapons, because he wants to start that war. Anyway, Palpatine says that they need to still make that army for the Jedi. They need to still make the clone army for the Jedi. He doesn't mention clones, but he does say they need to still raise an army, but one that's in the end is ultimately loyal and answers to the Chancellor. And Damask mentions that if they clone an army, they can do that. And Palpatine says, but the Jedi aren't. And Palpatine just says it just sounds too simple. The Jedi aren't too accepting of surprise, and because of course they will be soldiers, which will be against what the Jedi stands for. He says it will make it even more difficult for them to accept it. And Plagueis mentions, well, maybe at the end of a long war, with victory in sight. And Palpatine mentions that to do that, they'd need to manage both sides. And it says, even if a surprise attack could be launched, not every Jedi will be in the field. And Plagueis says there is no need to really worry about that, just so long as... and says that there's no need to really worry about that, only those who are suitable for combat will need to worry them. They'll need to concern them in their activities. And Damask mentions that, well, and Palpatine mentions, well, the Kaminoans did fail him. Hold on. And while Palpatine mentions the Kaminoans failed him, Plagueis makes it clear it was because he gave them the Inquari template and said that humans might be easier to replicate and, of course, control. So, Plagueis mentions that they'll need to... Palpatine asks if he'll contact them again, and Plagueis says he will, but they'll need to persuade someone in particular. And Palpatine may need to find out who, but Plagueis seems to say who. Plagueis then goes on to say to tell the Neimoidians to launch the blockade. It's because there is a orbital facility congress coming up, where pretty much Palpatine will be able to gain more traction, and of course with that blockade he's going to have even more support. But Palpatine mentions that Monkar has has pretty much left. It's pretty much gone a bit rogue on the Trade Federation, and is trying to I guess go against what Palpatine's trying to do, just to increase his own, just to be more, just keep the economic interests of the Trade Federation going, because what Palpatine's going to do is trying to get them to do isn't going to be in the best interest. It will make them seem a bit villainous, and that's not what Monclar wants. And Plagueis really gets frustrated, saying this is what happens when beings are promoted beyond their level of competence. And Palpatine gets quite angry, thinking he's referring to him, but Plagueis says, no, not you, Gunray and Uzilk, and says that the Force... sorry about that. But Plagueis says that the Force distresses and penalises them for scheming with those too ignorant to appreciate and execute, as he puts it, their designs. But Palpatine accepts that, and Palpatine takes comfort in knowing that even Plagueis had his limits of you know, of scolding, and he says that to hold off the blockade before, and he says to hold off the blockade, so that's, what's his name again, Monclar can be ridded. Anyway, I think 2 weeks later, Monclar's killed, and Maul is now in possession of a holocron that he got from Monclar, and is intending to rendezvous with Palpatine in the Congress to be given the holocron. And Damask is a bit, and rightfully so, frustrated at Palpatine's decision to having be present, just because of how bloodthirsty he was, and how people may figure out that he's on the dark side, and that he can maybe get away and scramble the minds, as he says, of when it comes down to the security law enforcement personnel, but he wouldn't be able to do that with a Jedi. He wouldn't be able to hide himself from a Jedi. And mentions that, well, maybe the Sith could be, and says that the Sith could be endangered, but Palpatine assures him that that's to arrange for assures Plagueis that he's got prestige to have Maul secretly come aboard, so that they may rendezvous and at a pre-arranged time and place, and he can pass over the holocron. And even so, Plagueis still isn't convinced, given the whole affair with Monclar had almost ended in catastrophe. And Plagueis asks why not have him surrender the, it says crystal here. It's meant to be holocron. I just realised. No, again, I just realised, so maybe Plagueis is saying crystal, so people don't catch on, but still, Palpatine just then goes on to say holocron anyway, so, but when Plagueis asks why not just have Maul give the crystal to Prestige, Palpatine just says we don't know what data the holocron might contain, what sensitive data, and it seems to be clear that he doesn't trust Prestige with that. and Plagueis is still suspicious because he's saying, just make sure Maul, I just hope you haven't told Maul to, I just hope you've told Maul to stay unseen, because a tattooed Zabrak enrobed head to toe in black would certainly stand out among the luxuriously dressed crowds there. And Palpatine, he couldn't argue with that. So anyway, we get to see how some of the people that could be elected, such as Senator Bail Antilles, and yes, it is Antilles, not Organa. They are two separate characters who was supported by Jabba Saboth, or Sabaoth. I always say Saboth though. He was supported by Jabba Saboth, who, if you've read ahead to the Empire trilogy, you know he was cloned. So that got a little bit of a. Well, I haven't read the trilogy. I'm aware of. Well, I haven't even read a book of the Heir to the Empire trilogy. Aside from a bit of it, I am aware of Jabba Saboth being in it, and that got a bit of me excited. But I know that's a clone of him. Anyway, we're getting beside the point. Amy Team, who is the new senator of Mallister, was also quite popular. And then there was also Valorum, who was ineligible for re-election because of the all recent accusations of him being more interested in increasing his own profits, and he was having to frequently defend himself against the ethics committee. But anyway, Valorum managed to make himself a bit the centre of attention by the presence of Yoda, Mace Windu and Nanti Galia. But anyway, the Trade Federation is still on the edge of the Chomel sector, which is what Mare Naboo is. And without a world that's under siege to try and generate sympathy and support for its nomination, Palpatine was pretty much just another potential nominee. But eventually, but because he has the support because he's got the company of Higo Damask, the banking clan co-chairman San Hill, and the recently appointed Senate Vice Chairman Masamida, he's got, and also Senator Orm-Fritar. It's still got people's support. But anyway, Palpatine goes off to try and get the holocron, and Damask goes and finds Sifo Dyas. Fun fact, Sifo Dyas was actually meant to be Sidious in the original scripts. It was meant to be Sido Dyas, which is meant to be Sidious, but it was eventually changed to Sifo Dyas, and makes Sifo Dyas his own character. But anyway, Plagueis goes up to Sifo Dyas and asks him if he can recall the conversation they had on Sereno 20 years ago, and he says no, he can't. But Plagueis mentions now more than ever he's predicting that there's going to be a war that's going to come. He doesn't say he's the one that's conspired it, but he mentions that he sees a war coming on, and that's the Republic and the Chancellor, and it says that the Republic and the Senate, that the Republic and Chancellor of Valorum are just too far into trying to uphold the Rusan reformations or resignations or whatever they were called, and that they would need to raise, and that he would need Sifo Dyas to raise the army in secret, and that the senators would be too invested and that senators would be too invested in the economics of the warfare of the economic increase of the warfare that would be coming. And he mentions that he thinks Palpatine is the one that can bring the Republic back into shape, and that if he can get that if Sifo-Dyas prepares an army that may not end up being used for the Republic, they at least have some way to, of course, defend against the kind of rebellion that's stirring up against the Republic, with so many worlds being dissatisfied and enraged by how the Republic's treating them. And he eventually brings up the Kaminoans and how he would pay for the army that may or may not be used, but alongside some help from from associates at the banking clan and some others. But eventually he is able to get Sifo-Dyas to consider it, and he walks off. And as we know, Sifo-Dyas eventually does decide to commission the army. But Damask then goes back to where he was with Palpatine, and Palpatine's in possession of the holocron. And he now starts to say holocron. I guess Palpatine just made him realise, oh, we may as well blow our cover with the holocron. But as it turns out, Maul wasn't in possession of it, but instead Lorn Pavan, which I'm sure someone else knows I'm sure someone else is aware of who he is, but this was pretty much the first time I heard of him. I think he was mentioned earlier in the book, but I don't think he had any significant influence on it. And that Pavan's received some wounds from Maul, but Palpatine was instructed to give it to the Jedi. But eventually Pavan's going to die, and the Sith got what they want from that holocron, so they're happy with it. And Palpatine mentions that is Sifo-Dyas going to make the army, and Plagueis says even if he decides against it, there could still be a way for him to make the army in Sifo-Dyas' name. But he says that the Force tells him that Sifo-Dyas will eventually just do it. Do it! And if he doesn't do it, Palpatine mentions, well, now that he'll know that we're trying to raise an army for the Republic that could put us in potential danger if he doesn't do it. And Damask agrees, but he says it won't matter because now we're at a point where we are invincible. And now Palpatine's sat with and then we cut to Palpatine being sat with Valorum, who is talking about how he was talking about the scandal against him, and how he can't figure out who is trying to do it or why, because the amount of credits that has been pretty much put into his pockets to make him seem more self-interested. But we also get a note where it's for some reason, for pretty much the third, maybe fourth time in the book now, we've seen there's been a line where Palpatine has been intending to leap at someone and strangle them with his hands. The amount of times in this book Palpatine has wanted to do that is absolutely ridiculous. It may as well just be a meme at this point. Same with Plagueis regarding someone. The amount of times Luceno used the phrase Plagueis regarded in the early chapters, it was ridiculous. But anyway, Valorum is talking about how it's just talking about the situation, how difficult it is, but he just can't fathom how, rather than going into financial decline, he's actually going up in finance. But between the Congress and and Palpatine's conversation with Valorum, we learn that Palpatine has given the order to start the blockade, and the Queen is requesting Valorum's assistance to try and rid them from the planet. And she explains that it's in protest to the taxation of the free trade routes. And Valorum is determined to try his best to get to assemble a what was it? What did he call it? A special session. He says he will convene a special session, and that he pledges Naboo his undivided attention. But Masamida is pretty much supervising everything he does, so he won't allow it unless he sees it as fit. And Palpatine manipulates Valorum into thinking, but Valorum? That's the Inquisitor, Grand Inquisitor Valorum. Valorum is Palpatine convinces Valorum that the Trade Federation is behind the scandal, and he says that, and Valorum mentions that he's tries best to resolve the situation, but he can't really just send out the Jedi to intervene like he usually does. But I think we'll eventually just find a way to do it, because he sends Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan anyway. But anyway, it does warn Palpatine that he should be prepared to be pushed into the spotlight. And that's where we end off the chapter. And I, again, really enjoyed the chapter. And the thing is, we've only got 2 more chapters to go, and the epilogue, of course. And it really does feel like this is where everything's starting to take shape, because this is overlapping into the Phantom Menace. But so I do find it funny. It's only at the end of the book things are taking shape. But anyway, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, just read chapter 9 of Darth Plagueis. That may as well just be the catchphrase now, right, isn't it? Just read so-and-so Darth Plagueis. Before we get into it though, I've done another sketch, this time of Darth Tenebrous and Darth Venemus, based on what Tenebrous said about how the Sith no longer wear armour and now wear robes, so that was my interpretation. Anyway, to chapter 29. As cliche as it is, I enjoy this chapter. We get to learn that the blockade of Naboo didn't really have the effect that Plagueis and Palpatine were expecting. But they have a conversation about how Bail Antilles and the new senator team, I can't remember his name, are more likely to be made Chancellor than Palpatine. Sidious says that Palpatine says that when Plagueis tells him team has the backing of the Corporate Policy League, Sidious says that the Senate won't elect a militant Gran. They won't elect a militant, and especially not a militant Gran. And the SPL and the CPL kind of reinforces that. And this kind of jumps throughout the Phantom Menace's chapter. And we go from the start to being around the middle of it. and Plagueis and Palpatine finds out that Valorum secretly went to the Jedi Council so they could send Jedi to end the crisis on Naboo. And one line that really made me laugh is in The Phantom Menace. You have one of the Neimoidians. I don't think it's Newt Gunray, but I could be wrong on that. And the Neimoidian goes, "You're no match for droidicas." No, for some reason I always find that line funny, and I find it even funnier that it's Palpatine who gives the suggestion. In the book, he says, "Two lone Jedi are no match for thousands of battle droids and droidicas. I will order New Gimli to kill them." No, I personally found that really funny, and I couldn't, for a little while, I couldn't just stop thinking, they're no match for droidicas. But anyway, Plagueis makes a point that Qui-Gon will try and evade detection and wreak havoc on the gunship, on the flagship, not gunship. And Palpatine says then he will command Newt Gunray to launch the invasion now rather than, well, not now, but ahead of schedule, just so that they can guarantee that Qui-Gon and just so they can control Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. And Plagueis makes a point saying that, and he says that they will need to, it will pretty much protect, and you will make it, and you'll pretty much make the Jedi's focus protecting the people of Naboo rather than trying to arrest the Neimoidians. But then Plagueis says that Plagueis agrees and says that he can deny Valorum's request to convene a special session in the Senate, so they're pretty much in the clear for now. Now Plagueis spies into Plagueis' conversation. And Plagueis is a bit doubtful to Palpatine saying that the Jedi won't be no match for Maul. And he wasn't quite convinced that Maul would be able to get rid of the Jedi, and he's concerned that if the Jedi finds out about Maul's existence, but they try to search for the other one, and we see that he started to wonder, would it be better to call off the whole blockade of Naboo? Well, not call off, but abort the plan, and trust that Palpatine would be elected at some point anyway. But either way, we cut off to when Qui-Gon is Qui-Gon and I'm just going to say Qui-Gon and the gang are on Tatooine, and Plagueis is aware of it. He's aware that they've gone to Tatooine through Maul tracking them, and he at first considers to have Jabba try and apprehend Padme, but he decided not to do it, in worrying what the Force would request him to have, and in worry that wondering what the Force requests him to give in return. Well, the dark side, not the Force, you know what I mean. Palpatine mentioned Plagueis. He was happy that Maul hadn't been killed as he initially feared, but he was aware that they were coming back to Coruscant. The thing is, this is the thing with the chapter, it's really jumping through the Phantom Menace, but they're coming back to Coruscant, and Sidious had ordered Maul to go and oversee the Neimoidian invasion with the Trade Federation. And he's given Saint Pestige and what was his name, Kinmund Oriana, to put some plans in place to weaken the campaign. Plagueis, sorry, as brings that up to Palpatine. That is Saint Pestige and Oriana to weaken their campaigns, so Palpatine's chance of becoming Chancellor are even higher. And he says that's Coruscant will soon know that Senator Amy Team has been protecting a dog who was deeply involved with the Guardian of the Hutt and the Bando Gora's death stick distribution network. Which of course we know he knows because of Jabba bringing it up to him. And he mentions that Antilles has become so blinded by his ambition that the Senate would not want an overzealous what was the word in Pegasus? An overzealous reformer in the Chancellorship. So and Palpatine and Plagueis says that pretty much everyone will be flocking over to Palpatine to support him. And Plagueis allows Palpatine to go and greet Padme himself by his own, because Plagueis feels if they go together, then they may be sensed. That therefore, then the Jedi may figure out that the dual presence could mean that they could be sensed in the dark. They could be sensed to be force sensitive or in the dark side, which I think is a strange thing. To me, that's a strange thing, because earlier in the book, you had Ronha, you had Dooku. I'm pretty sure you even had Sifo Dyas there, while Plagueis and Palpatine were together, right next to each other. So, for me, that's a bit, but oh well. But Sidious intends to manipulate Padme into making her be doubtful of Valorum's ability to resolve the crisis, and what the Trade Federation's All of Naboo would mean for the planet. Hoping to then convince her that she needs to call a vote of no confidence where they end Valorum's term early and a new Chancellor is voted, so they can end the crisis on Naboo. And because as the campaign Palpatine and Plagueis have been trying to do has come to light to us reading the book, they already know Valorum's incompetence, and now they're making him seem like he's taking all the taxation for himself. So anyway, Palpatine has a conversation. We then cut to Palpatine having a conversation with Dooku, who brings up that Anakin is believed by Qui-Gon to be the chosen one, and Dooku's skeptical, but he says that Qui-Gon is absolutely adamant he is the chosen one. But Palpatine called Dooku there to let him know that even though they're going to be working together, he needs to make sure that they don't appear to be on the same side. And when Dooku wonders work together in what capacity, Palpatine mentions that it will remain to be seen, but their ultimate goal will be to bring the Republic back to what it was by tearing it down. Palpatine, and he mentions that the Jedi wouldn't have sent Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan under normal circumstances. They wouldn't have subverted the authority of the Senate by honouring Valorum's requests, who shouldn't have been able to do that. but they only did it because Valorum is, they know what who Valorum is and what his agendas are, whereas Senator Antilles and Team Palpatine are yet to reveal that. And Dooku mentions that most people know he's a career politician and that he's avoided many controversies, but aside from his voting record and that he resides in 500 Republica, they don't really know that much about him. And Dooku goes on to say that they all think there's much more to Palpatine than meets the eye. As it were, something about him has yet to be uncovered. But Palpatine kind of ignores Dooku's point and goes and kind of ignores the latter half of that point and just goes straight to what Dooku mentioned about how the crisis on his own world is now starting to benefit him, because I'm pretty sure at this point in the chapter it's mentioned that the Senate was now starting to take the crisis on the bill was starting to take the Senate's attention, and Palpatine has mentioned that the arrival of Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to Naboo was a surprise to him. And when Dooku says, "Of course it's a surprise, but were you pleased?" Palpatine says, "Well, Naboo is my home world. Of course, I want to see the crisis resolved." And Dooku's still skeptical and goes, "Do you?" Palpatine's curious of his confrontational mood. He wonders what caused Dooku to go into that, but Palpatine mentions he has no shame in taking full advantage of the crisis, and would that cause Dooku to distance himself from him? And Dooku says, "Of course not, since he's interested in the possibility of an alliance." And that's when Dooku brings up Anakin, and he mentions how Qui-Gon is absolutely adamant that he is the chosen one, and that if they accept Anakin into the Jedi Order, they're going to be going out against their own walls, and that's again going to be another straw for Dooku that will cause him to be convinced to leave the Order. He has had the death of a Jedi to be the very last thing that will be the thing that will guarantee him leaving the Order, but he's still, at the moment, this could also push that. And we get to see that Palpatine is a bit, I guess, he's described as his thoughts, the book says his thoughts rewound at frantic speed, and we see that he wonders how he couldn't have sensed Anakin's force sensitivity. He was unable to sense it. And again, you've got to remember, at this point in the book, Palpatine is probably equal in level to a Jedi Master when it comes to his force sensitivity. And he had sensed nothing about him. But Dooku says that Qui-Gon is rash and contradictory in himself. But Palpatine has to hope that that Anakin's too old to be trained, and if they don't train him, then Palpatine says that, well, he'll just be. Then Dooku says the Council will likely send him back to Naboo to his mother. But Dooku he isn't all that pleased that everyone's trying to hype up that Anakin is going to bring the balance to the Force, and it doesn't seem to be as good as it is, and he's just a bit disappointed by it. And Dooku mentions that if having found the Chosen One wasn't enough, Qui-Gon has discovered that the Trade Federation may have had help from the Sith. What Qui-Gon believes correctly believes, is the Sith. But then we cut off to the very end of the chapter, and we got Plagueis, who is going over to Palpatine's apartment, where the Queen and Anakin are residing, and of course all of Padme's handmaidens and guards. And Palpatine had told Plagueis about Anakin, and Plagueis is a bit, I guess, in a bit of a panic, because if you remember, he was trying to create life through midichlorian manipulation, but he was unsuccessful, and he had caused such a force that it seems to be the force ended up trying to punish him, because as it's been established in the book, if you try to do something the force resists, it will punish you. And through Plagueis trying to create life with the force resisted him and created Anakin to bring back balance to the force. In other words, it's pretty much lost faith in Plagueis, and he thinks he needs to see Anakin for himself. And he wonders, has the force struck back at him after his attempts to try and create life with the force, his incredibly pushing attempts. And Plagueis is in a bit of a hurry to try and get Anakin before the Jedi can take him to the council and and have the risk of being accepted for training. But he uses a mind trick on one of Padme's handmaidens so he can get to the point and get to Anakin. Only to find out it's too late and that Qui-Gon has taken Anakin. And he steps back with his thoughts reeling, as it's said in the book. And he held out hope that Anakin was too old to be trained and that the council would see that and he will return to Tatooine. Because the thing is, what I'm assuming Plagueis is intending to do is to get Anakin so that he can, I guess, train him to be somewhat like Darth Maul, where they won't train him to be extremely powerful, but powerful enough to where they can serve him, and they have what could possibly turn out to be their greatest threat on their side. But then he wonders if Qui-Gon is able to make the council go against their own ideologies. Wolves. Are the Sith undone? Has he undone them? Whereas he says, he's thinking in thought, so he says you, but really it's Plagueis talking to himself, and he's thinking, are we done? Have you undone us? And that's where the chapter ends off. Now again, I enjoy this chapter. This is where the book's really starting to pick up pace, because now we've gone from the very start of the Phantom Menace to, I'm fairly sure, the middle of the Phantom Menace, and I assume we're going to go from the middle of the Phantom Menace to the end of the Phantom Menace at chapter 30. But anyway, I just want to say, I was right. Plagueis will die in chapter 30. I'm sure of it. I am sure of it. He's got to. There's no way he's going to be in the epilogue. No way. But I am absolutely confident he is going to die in chapter 30, and because if you've been keeping up with this series, you know, at the end of every part of the book, I think, right, this was going to happen in the last chapter, but it happened in the chapter before. I thought the Malaysian attack was going to happen in chapter 21. It happens in chapter 20. I thought Palpatine was going to kill his family in chapter 12. It happens in chapter 11. I was right! But anyway, thank you all for watching. I really enjoyed this chapter again, and I will see you all next time. Bye. Hello everyone, I've just finished reading chapter 30 of Darth Plagueis, so now I only have the epilogue to read. We got Plagueis rushing into the Senate, who is still in a bit of a panic that that Qui-Gon and the Jedi Council may accept Anakin for training, because he mentions that if the midichlorian if Anakin's midichlorian concentrations are as high as Dooku said they are, then the Jedi will likely not allow him to go home and will probably train him. And while Sidious says, "You said high counts don't always equate to force talents," but Damask says that's not what concerns him. But anyway, as it turns out, Orm Free Taa nominates Palpatine for the election. And Palpatine says, "Oh, you've done it, Darth Plagueis." And Plagueis is a bit cautious and he's still saying, "Not yet. I won't rest until I'm certain of a win." Anyway, he then goes and spies on Anakin and Qui-Gon, who in the Phantom Menace are having a conversation about what midichlorians are, and Plagueis is really wondering what are they talking about. And he receives multiple Force visions. He receives multiple visions from the Force of ferocious battles in deep space, a clashing of lightsabers out the partitions of radiant light, and a black helmeted cyborg rising from the table. When those visions end, Qui-Gon and Anakin are gone from Plagueis, just gone. And Plagueis is desperately trying to figure out and make sense of the images, and he tries to repress the truth. And he knows that which would be the Force could change the course of history and defeat the Sith. But he wondered unless he could have Maul kill Qui-Gon and try and keep the boy from being trained. And in Plagueis' mind, Qui-Gon was the key to everything. But anyway, he had the day before the vote in the light, the day before the vote for the election, how Plagueis and Sidious had a bit moved in the final pieces of the plan, as they had not expected Amidala to be as staring as she was. As what had ended up happening was that, as we know in the film, she makes a reconciliation between the people of Naboo and the Gungans, and has been able to persuade the Gungans to assemble an army to fight back against the Trade Federation. And the last thing the Sith needed was to have Amidala be the hero and victor of the crisis, rather than it being Palpatine. So what they ended up having to do was to get the Neimoidians to start the invasion early. They're really having to start the invasions early, and to try and trying to plummet down the Republic a bit. And Plagueis didn't really take much, or didn't really give advice or contradict Palpatine's orders. He knew that the battle was, for at least the Trade Federation, lost, and that the boy wouldn't die. And he pretty much, and he went to have a bit of a conversation with the leaders of the Commerce Guild, Techno Union, and the Corporate Alliance, and among others, to kind of get them to prepare. Actually, no, not prepare. Pay attention to how the Republic and the Jedi Order deal with the Trade Federation. So they can see how the Trade Federation will be dismantled, and now the same will be done to them if they don't carefully withdraw from the Senate to take their clients with them. And Saint Pestage had made sure that Team and Antilles has no chance of being Chancellor, giving Palpatine that edge in the election. And so Palpatine and Plagueis go and attend the Opera House. That's Palpatine and Anakin attend in Revenge of the Sith, where ironically Palpatine talks about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis' demise. And Plagueis is still in a bit of unease, despite the multiple reassurances by Saint Pestage. He was unsure and wasn't able to relax, despite Saint Pestage reassuring him that Palpatine would become Chancellor. He just still continues to worry, as we know, he made a vow not to rest until their victory was guaranteed. Anyway, then they have a very something that literally in the book lasts only three lines. It says, following the performance, he and Palpatine joined a select group of politicians that included Orn Fritar and Mas Amedda for a late dinner in a private room in the Manari. And then they go back to Damask's flat in I can't remember the name of the building, but in a building that Plagueis owns completely. Plagueis gave the Sun Guards the night off. You know, they really, aside from that one scene where the Sun Guards rescue Palpatine in I think it was chapter 19, the Sun Guards really haven't done anything in the book except be there. They're very much like the Royal Guards, like Palpatine's Royal Guards. They're just there rather than actually doing anything. At least the Sun Guard though, I know the Royal Guards, Palpatine's Royal Guards are really skilled, don't get me wrong, but I'm just being thrown into the movies, so do nothing, do they? So even the Sun Guards are kind of like the equivalent to that, but they at least get one scene where they do something. Anyway, Plagueis retired the Sun Guards, gave them the Sun Guards the night off, and pretty much just left him, Palpatine, and 114D in the room. Who they toasted to the coming culmination of the Grand Plan, and how Palpatine would be elected as Chancellor, and Palpatine over and over again talks with Plagueis about the speech he's intending to do upon becoming Chancellor, and often bringing up Plagueis in that speech. Eventually Plagueis got quite drunk on the Sullustan wine. He and Palpatine went through 4 bottles of it. I assume Plagueis was the one who mostly went through it, because there's no mention of Palpatine getting intoxicated. It literally only mentions Plagueis being intoxicated. But Plagueis is eventually just wanting to go to sleep so he can dream about the victory they'll have. and Palpatine is still is in a mix between doubt and confidence, wanting to make sure he gets his speech perfect, but Plagueis tells him to go back home, get a few hours rest, because he'll need at least that. And Palpatine says he wants to do the speech just one more time from the beginning, just one more time. And Plagueis is the beginning. And Palpatine says, Lord Plagueis, you said you wouldn't rest till our win was a matter of fact. And Plagueis goes, so it is, and so I shall, Darth Sidious. And then Sidious says, well, let us celebrate as well. Sidious says asks 114 to fill their glasses again. Eventually, though, and while Palpatine does the speech again, eventually Plagueis is eventually so intoxicated he just falls asleep. And in 20 years of never having to contend with Plagueis being in the state of sleep, his transpirator had to click repeatedly in adjustment, as it says in the book, as if it's in panic. Palpatine halts his speech, looks at Plagueis, and as if he was making his mind up about something, and goes to leave. But he stops as the dark side speaks to him, and it says, your election assured, the sun guards absent, Plagueis unsuspecting and asleep. And Palpatine makes a move, and even in killing Plagueis, he's still being strategic. He doesn't aim to cripple Plagueis with Force Lightning, he aims to disable his transpirator with his Force Lightning. And he gives a long speech and he gives a long monologue, which is, I think the whole monologue is not just what the words of the it's not just the words of the monologue that are mocking Plagueis. It is the fact it is a monologue, because throughout the book, Plagueis, I would say one notable thing about Plagueis is his philosophical monologues, and this really does feel like it's mocking Plagueis. Palpatine is mocking Plagueis. And he talks about how Plagueis's manipulations and his denials to Palpatine, how he denied him certain things, how he put Palpatine in his place, how he would scold Palpatine, how he turned away from the grand plan just to try and figure out immortality, and how he had the audacity to criticise Palpatine for putting in too much pride into Maul. Which, to be fair, Palpatine did think, oh my, my master was right, I have made him prideful, but still. And how Plagueis attempted to turn his equally powerful apprentice into a messenger, a mere intermediary. And that it was Plagueis who watched him in secret while he tasks a true intermediary to reveal the reborn Sith to the galaxy. And he mocked him and continued to mock him, talking about how in his time he truly was wise, but he was too prideful and blind to realise the rule of two has not yet ended, and that his view was not yet, and how his view never was, how what he thought he supersede, and Plagueis wanted to rule with an apprentice, and how he thought that was what had already come when he made Palpatine his apprentice, and he hasn't realised that Palpatine had intentions to continue the rule of two, to make himself his master, to make himself the leader of the Sith. There we go. I'm getting tangled up in my words. And how Plagueis have forged the most powerful Sith the galaxy has ever known, but in doing so forgotten to leave a place for himself. How Plagueis' pride never allowed him to question they would no longer be needed. And he asks how Palpatine asks whatever made him think Palpatine would ever need him after he got to this point. After he got to this point, what made Plagueis ever think he would need him? And we get to see how he often said that the old order of Bane had ended with the death of Tenebrous, and that an apprentice doesn't need to be stronger anymore, just more clever, and that the era of keeping score of suspicion and betrayal was over, and that strength was not in the flesh but in the Force. And Palpatine says that he lost the game the very first day he chose to train him to rule by his side, which honestly, if you remember earlier in the book, Palpatine, he explicitly told Plagueis he wanted to rule. In the most explicit and clear terms possible, he made it clear to Plagueis he didn't want to be a subordinate. He wanted to rule or nothing. And if you couldn't have that, then you wanted nothing. So Plagueis' pride really was getting ahead of him, wasn't it? Anyway, he starts to then choke Plagueis, really making sure Plagueis dies, and makes it seem like he died of a transpirator failure. And he makes it clear to him that this is what the ones he experimented on failed, and that he could save Plagueis, how he could bring him back from the brink of death as Plagueis did to Venomous, how he could heal his body to heal the damage done to his lungs, his heart and his brain. But he's not going to do no such thing. And Palpatine makes it clear. If he's probably wondering, oh, why? When did he change? And Palpatine makes it clear he never did change, and that as they clouded the minds of the Jedi, he clouded Plagueis' mind. And that he never once had intentions of sharing power with Plagueis. He just needed to learn from him, to learn all of his secrets that he trusted he would eventually reveal. And again, Palpatine makes it clear that, but what made Plagueis think he would ever need him after that? Vanity, his sense of self-importance, and that he says, "You'll be nothing more than a pawn in a game played by a genuine master, the Sithari." And he tells Plagueis to reflect back on even the past few years, how Yinkor, Javala, the Eriadu, Maul, the Nemoidians, Naboo, an army of clones, the fallen Jedi Dooku. He says, "You think that these were your ideas, but when in fact they were mine, cleverly suggested to you, so that you could feed them back to me. You are far too trusting, Plagueis. No Sith can really ever truly care about one another. This has always been known. There is no way but my way." And Palpatine makes it clear that gives Plagueis a few final words, letting him know that he could have let him die in the Fobosi district, but he couldn't allow that when so many powers just remained out of his reach. And it turns out he acted wisely. He thought he would die on Sujan, and but Jabba had told him that the attack was coming. And that also turned out to be for the best, because even after all Plagueis had taught Palpatine, he might not have been able to make the final steps to the Chancellorship without his help in manipulating the Senate. And Palpatine says, if it's any comfort to you, I could have never succeeded without you. But now that he's run the race, he has no need for Plagueis as a co-chancellor. And he makes it clear that his presence and his unnecessary counsel would only make matters more confusing, and that he has more to do what the risk of discovery might not allow him to do. While he executes the rest of the grand plan, growing an army, creating rebellion, and making intergalactic war, and eventually resulting with the defeat of the Jedi and the reformation of the Republic. And he says to Plagueis to rest easy, and that he will be proclaimed Emperor. The Sith will have revenge, and Palpatine will rule the galaxy. And Plagueis slides onto the floor, rolls face down, and dies. And Palpatine makes it clear to 114D that he's going to have to find him a new home and a new body. And he goes to the window, looks to regard the murder scene, and he looks back, and despite the moment of triumph, he felt something, as it's described in the book, shading his sense of triumph. And he won something that was a vague power, a vague awareness of a power greater than himself. And he wonders, was it Plagueis reaching out from the far side of death to annoy him, or was the feeling just a mere consequence of his rise to power? And that's when we move into the epilogue, which I'm going to read in a bit. But I've only got 6 more pages in the book to go before I am done. I really have enjoyed Plagueis. I want to make it clear, I really have enjoyed it. I'm still going to do a review on the epilogues, so keep in mind that. But I have enjoyed Plagueis. It is a good book. I definitely want to rewatch Phantom Menace so I can kind of click things fully into place. And I would definitely suggest it. It's not a book for all. I want to make it very clear. Darth Plagueis is not a book everyone's going to enjoy. And it's definitely not a book for kids. It's very complicated. But and there are times of gore in there. But it is, in my opinion, it is a very good book, and I can see why so many people said the book was one of, if not the best, Star Wars novels ever written. It has been a really good book, and I really have enjoyed Plagueis as a character. I think he's made his way to be my second favourite Star Wars character. But for what will be the penultimate time for this, thank you for watching my review of Darth Plagueis, and I will see you all next time in the epilogue review. Bye. Hello everyone, I've just finished the epilogue of Darth Plagueis, and now I'm finished with the book. Not just the epilogue, I'm finished with the book. Difficult to believe it's at the end of all these individual reviews for the book. I do want to say though, I will probably do a compilation of all these reviews, and I'll do one more video reviewing Darth Plagueis as a whole. But anyway, the epilogue, it's pretty much just, it starts off with telling us that, telling us what pretty much immediately happened when after Palpatine's election, that he won by a significant by a much bigger margin than even the odds makers had even anticipated. And and he took the oath that he took the oath to remove corruption from the Senate and bring the Republic back to its former glory, which many just can't roll their eyes at and didn't pay much attention, because every Supreme Chancellor for the past 2 centuries had said the same. When we get a little bit extra bits referring to how pundits were quick to weigh in on what the election could mean for the future, and that the fact Naboo have rebelled against the Trade Federation could mean other worlds could rebel against the corporations exploiting them, and how might the events of Naboo shape Palpatine's policies towards the Corporate Alliance and other cartels and stuff. Anyway though, we get to find out that's the reason why Palpatine felt such a tremor in the Force after killing Plagueis was because of Maul dying dying relatively simultaneously, and that having the will for the dark side to do that, and that he could only think it was only the will of the dark side that such a thing happened. And he also expressed disappointment that the Trade Federation's droids had failed, but he felt that Anakin was more important, that he was the one that had ultimately dealt the major blow in the battle. Anyway, he has a conversation with Dooku, and mentions that, and he's pretty much talking about how, and he continues to talk to Dooku about his dissatisfaction with the Jedi and how he's now left it, and is trying to figure out, could he make Dooku as a servant of the dark side, and ultimately he comes to that decision. He thinks he can, and he says that, and Dooku mentions that he suspects that the Sith are intending to break down the Republic and reforge it, and Palpatine ends up saying, "Something tells me this hidden Sith may eventually find his way to you, and if and when he or she does, I hope that the alliance you forge will help us restore order to the galaxy." And we even get to see that Palpatine restrained an impulse to reveal he was the Sith, but he restrained that impulse because he wasn't too sure that Dooku was just trying to draw him out. And lastly, we get Palpatine's first, I think it's his first proper interaction with Anakin Skywalker, and we get to see how that he sees him as perfect for being his apprentice. That he would be the perfect one to turn on the Jedi, and he could exploit his satisfaction. And the very last lines of the book are, "As I told you, Anakin," he said finally, "we will continue to follow your career with great interest, and assure that it culminates in the ruination of the Jedi Order and the reascendancy of the Sith." And that's the ending of the book. Now, I would like to say I really have enjoyed Darth Plagueis. It has been a fantastic book. I am really happy that I am done with it, and I'm also really pleased with the fact it is such a good book. I understand why so many people say this is the best Star Wars, one of the best Star Wars books, or is the best Star Wars book. I would highly suggest it, but I want to make it clear it's definitely not for everyone. Now, some people are going to struggle with this book. I was barely able to get through it at times. So I want to make it clear, you will find yourself struggling at times, but it is a very good book, and if you can manage it, good for you. I would highly suggest it. So thank you all for watching, and goodbye. That's the final time I'll be saying this for individual Darth Plagueis things, probably.